It's a Saturday. Some of you are at work, some of you aren't. Most of you are just chilling, maxing, relaxing. And you know what that means? It means that you don't want to have to think today too much at all. I've got you. Forgot to put the green screen up. Back in a minute. That was almost a good start. That was almost like a really good, fluid intro just once. I want to do a good, fluid, smooth intro where the alarm's going off now as well. Oh, it's all going wrong. Alright, everyone forget what's about to happen for the next 10-20 seconds. Shut up, nobody judge this. Professional streamer right here. Alright, let me get the green screen out. Hang on. Oh, you guys, you're now aware that I don't just live in the void. I don't just live in the middle of the nothingness. You've actually seen. You've seen that I do in fact live in an unfurnished white room. Hang on. Right, the green screen's up. Give me a second. Oh, the timer's run out. The DVD logo's still going on. I've got walls. Alright, let's try this again. Ready? Beautiful. There we go. That was perfect. Everything's going fine. Slutterday is indeed here. Everyone get ready. Your ability to think has been drained. No thoughts in your head. Well, slowly but surely, I am very much aware that the audience of this stream is slowly narrowing itself down further and further, and eventually it's just going to become the kind of people that either absolutely 100% agree with everything I do, which obviously is the correct choice, or people that completely hate what I do and want to be here to hate watch. You know what? Both sides are fine. How you guys doing today? Am I going to desert you? You have to admit, yesterday was funny. No, basically, the reason I ended yesterday's stream was I realised that I had been streaming for 6.5 hours and just had to effectively go and have dinner, to be honest. That was the vibes there. What happened yesterday while I was offline? I will show you what happened yesterday. First of all, I did some runs of the Scarlet Monastery with the lads while we were off stream. I also did some runs with, I say the lads, there are girls there as well. I did some runs with the guild in general, and I managed to get the Glutton's Cleaver from Razorfen Downs. I managed to get the Cold Rage Dagger from Razorfen Downs. I did a couple more runs of that. We got a decent ring. I also got the leggings from the Scarlet Monastery. So we've got the helm from Herod. We've got the shoulders from Herod. We've got the Ravager axe from Herod. We've got the Scarlet legging. We're looking pretty good, to be fair. Like, I also got this cool cape, which I think looks badass. The Silky Spider cape. It's not what I really wanted, but I think this character looks pretty good now. In fact, if I take the cape off, I think we're actually looking like a pretty stacked warrior. What I really need, let me show you what I think we need for the looks, for the visuals alone. There is a boss in Razorfen Downs that drops the Carapace of Tutankhamun, which looks like that. That to me would be perfect. It's a plate chest, strength, agility, and stamina. That's like perfect. That's exactly what I need. So if we get that, we are maxing right there. We're Whimsy maxing. I've decided as well, this is a Whimsy maxing stream now. What that means is we are just going to kind of chill. We're going to relax. We're going to enjoy it. Yes, the Tablet of the Scarlet Crusade, I am aware that I do need to get that at some point. But right now, we are Whimsy maxing and casual pilled. That's what we're doing. I'm not worrying too much, honestly, about anything. I've realised, in fact, I might need to use you guys as a bit of a help in a second. I have realised that as this stream grows... I haven't even put this stream on Instagram. Oh, goodness gracious me. Hang on. Let me sort this out. I'm going to... Right, open Instagram. Then... Oh, hang on. Then go to Story. And then I've got to take a photo of the screen. And then you guys can be, like, in it if you want. Excellent. Photo has been taken. And now I have to write live all day. Hang on, this is marketing. Shh, this is marketing. Live all day. Come watch. Then I add a little... Oh, no, I wrote cone watch instead of come watch. Oh, now I'm deleting letters. There we go. Then I add a little linky. Here we go. Everyone say hi. Yep, there we go. Twitch.tv/. Oh, my phone remembers that I do it now. This is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. And then I also share it to everyone. Cool. There we go. Excellent. I'm glad that we're all here. I'm glad that everything has worked out. And I'm glad that we're all looking. Can anyone invite to the alt guild? Yeah, sure. I'll invite you to the alt guild right now. Get involved. Join the union alts. Which at this point I'm enjoying more than the union. As a fellow old person, you too have a wallet phone case. You're not old. You're young and cool and hip. Don't pretend you aren't. Also, I now need to create the Essence of the Exile. The Essence of the Exile is created in where? So I've got that. Essence of the Exile. I need to get them back to... Bring the items in Altar Rack. Where is Altar Rack? If I... First of all, I think it's on the other side. JP Dutch, my goodness, thank you very, very much. That's incredibly kind of you. Where's Altar Rack? Is it... It's not in the Hinterlands, is it? Or the Plague Lands? Hang on. Let me just work this out. Right, there's South Shore. Oh, is it in the Western... Near the troll dude who gave you the quest. Yeah, I'm trying to work out where that is. Like, I think he's around here somewhere. I'm trying to work out where he is. He's near the troll dude that gave me the quest, and the troll dude was... Taran... It was there. It was just there. I'm sure it was there. Because we followed the Taran Mill thing up north, and we got to there, didn't we? South Shore. Right, go to South Shore, then just follow the river. No, I can get the Bibblefaz, this dude here, and then just go south. Get the Bibblefaz, then go south. I've got this. I know. I'm remembering. He's beginning to believe. Right, where's... What's Bibblefaz called again? I want to say Chillwind Camp on the Western Plaguelands. It's not Refuge Point. It's there.
Farewell.
I know what I'm doing. All right, guys, everyone calm down. I know what I'm doing now. We're in, we're locked in, we're focused. We're whimsy maxing and casual pilled. That's what we're doing. When am I going to drown in Crimson Desert? I'm not going to. I've got a cup of tea. I've got a free Saturday. I've got everything I need to finally get my Whirlwind axe. That's the plan. We're going to get the Whirlwind. And then after the Whirlwind axe, we might even go do Razorfen Downs until we get the body armor we need. I'm very excited about raids. Everyone keeps asking MZ, when are you going to raid? When are you going to raid? When are you going to raid? This is the first MMORPG she's ever played. Calm down. All right, chill, guys. Raids will happen, but they are end game for a reason. They happen at the end of the game. You don't need to rush through the game to get to the raidy bit. Just chill out, relax, don't worry about running to the end game. You don't need to. That's not what we're doing. I'm just turning the lights on so you get a more lovely view of my face. All right, the lights are on now. The lighting has changed a little bit. Yeah, relax, okay? It's going to happen. By the time Wrath of the Lich King releases, we will be doing Molten Core. It'll be fine. Just relax. Raiding, yeah, it's gonna happen. But the amount of people that are absolutely just demanding that it happens now, that it happens super quick. Goodness. They are demanding that it happens now. When does Wrath of the Lich King come out? I don't know. I doubt it. You keep changing tunes. What's Whimsy maxing? Whimsy maxing is the opposite of min maxing. Min maxing is focusing on making the important number as high as possible. We're focusing on fashion. We're focusing on adventure. As long as we're doing the content, who cares? Hi, Josh. Great stream today. Well, we've been here 4 minutes, so don't worry. It could get worse. We're focusing on the chilled out, relaxing adventure bit of it. Because some of you guys, you've forgotten your whimsy. You really have. I want to see a Blackrock Depths run done by you. If you can survive that, raiding is easy. I'm sure I'll survive it. Don't you worry about that. You tried Star Wars The Old Republic. Had a blast. Oh, great game. Voice acting is fantastic. Hopefully someday I'll come back to it. Shaggy can't promise that, but you know what? As long as you're having fun, that's what matters. It's your adventure. As long as you are having a good time. Hope Grey, I do not need help with the Whirlwind, but thank you for the offer. We are Whimsy maxing and casual pilled. That's what we are doing. Full Blackrock Depths Union run is a fun day. So how long does Blackrock Depths take to do? Like if you do the whole thing. Don't just say yes. Yes. MZ is also Whimsy maxing. Multiple hours, depends on the player. 4 hours, yes. Okay, cool. I'm glad that I said don't just say yes and you all went, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to just do that. Why do you look like a warrior from RuneScape? That guy looks like he's like wearing a rune full helm. Okay, let's go south from here. And then I need to hand in all of these charms. Do I have all the charms I need? 8 charms, 8 charms, 8 charms. Okay, cool. That's going to get me the special charm, and that's going to get me the thing I need. Here's a question that I have for you guys. I'm doing the Whirlwind Axe quest currently. When I turn these charms into... What was it? It was a letter down here. Right, he needs me to get 3 charms, so 8 of each charms, and he will create the essence of the exile. If I don't kill the boss of this quest, do I have to go and get everything again? Like, do I only get 1 chance at this boss? Or you can okay, you can retry. Right, gotcha. You fight the boss. Hang on. No, mystery box, don't lie to me. You fight the boss, and if you die, you refarm everything. Okay. So, I don't know who is telling the truth and who isn't. Some of you are saying that if I die to this boss, I have to refarm everything, and some of you are saying that I don't need to refarm everything. And this is why I don't trust Twitch chat. No, because the fight is another quest on its own. Gotcha. I mean, there's only one way to find out. Let's just do this. Oh, hang on. You are a part of a quest. Let me just drink my old... We're out of potions, so good luck me. Here we go. At least I've got my Ravager Axe now, which I'm pretty happy with. I learned something about the Ravager Axe a few days ago. And by a few days ago, I mean yesterday. Ah, there we go. There's the spinning effect. So, I didn't realize this. I thought the spinning effect from the Ravager Axe only happens on auto attacks. Like if you do an auto attack, there is a chance the auto attack will turn into the cyclone effect. That's not true. Any ability that you hit with using the Ravager Axe has a chance to trigger the spin. Which means that you can just spam the hamstring ability, which hits instantly, and hope that it triggers the spin. And you can do hamstring into whirlwind, into hamstring, into another attack, and you just keep spamming the instants. Hamstring, rend, and sunder can also proc it. The weapon procs on auto attack, rend, hamstring, and sunder. So you just keep using those attacks, and eventually you trigger it more and more and more. I didn't realize this. Right, I'm going to put all these ingredients into the pot. There we go. And after placing them all, I receive the essence of the exile. And now with all of the things, I can give them to Bathra the Wind Watcher. I just watched your clip talking about competitive PvP. Out of curiosity, what competitive PvP games have you played? Vec, are you asking because you're curious, or are you asking because you want to judge me on that specifically? Like, I used to do competitive PvP within the Neverwinter MMORPG, and then I played quite a lot of not very highly ranked StarCraft. Then it was lots of Command and Conquer. RTS games I liked. Command and Conquer, Age of Empires 2, Supreme Commander 1 and 2, although I much preferred 2. Used to do a lot of Unreal Tournament as well. I loved Unreal Tournament. Unreal Tournament was one of my favorites because I liked killing people by using the translocated disc device that would you would fire with the left click and translocate with the right click, and if you locate it into someone, they would immediately blow up. So I love that kind of stuff. Favorite civilization, AoE 2. Britons, because of the longbow advantage. So either Unreal Tournament with the translocator device or the alternate fire on the flak cannon, which just launched the entire kind of canister as a grenade, which was fantastic. Really enjoyed that. I enjoyed the flak cannon. To me was always the best of both worlds, because you had the long-range grenade, which was accurate, and the short-range shrapnel, which just shredded people earlier on. And then if we were also going with games like... I enjoyed the sniper rifle, obviously, in the Facing Worlds one. UT-99 was fantastic, but I always preferred the assault and defense missions in the very first one. The assault and defense in the first Unreal Tournament was awesome. But apart from that, it was... I suppose, I mean, would you count Magic the Gathering, the card game, as a competitive, a PvP thing? Because I played a hell of a lot of competitive Magic the Gathering. Is that an Oh Dear Diner from Alan Wake? Yeah, it is. Well spotted. I did not do PvP on Meridian 59. I mean, are you coming in here and asking that because you genuinely want to know what games I enjoyed, or are you asking it because you're trying to kind of rank me and work out what my opinion on PvP is? Because people tend to have this thing where if I don't rank up to their ideas of what a competitive player is, then my opinion on that competitive thing just doesn't matter. If you want to come in and try and, you know, gamer mog me, that's what was happening. And if that's okay, then yeah, I understand that. Oh, he was genuinely curious. Right, gotcha. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, genuinely curious. I would say that most of the competitive stuff was early game real-time strategies, which I loved. Burnout 3 used to play a hell of a lot of. But to me, a lot of competitive PvP was also in-person stuff, so it wasn't even online stuff. So two-player Tekken, two-player Street Fighter. The Burnout 3 was probably my favorite racing game with that. But I think the game that I played to the highest competitive degree, and it's not like it was a professional competitive degree, was SSX Tricky. SSX Tricky was one of my absolute favorite competitive games, whether we are doing the trick boost or whether we're doing the racing. Love that stuff. Right, Bathra the Wind Watcher. I've got all your ingredients. You have gathered the items for my spell, and you have shown me your strength and cunning. But the next stage of our quest is even more perilous. Let us hope your strength does not falter. I am ready to perform the ritual to summon Cyclonian. When he is summoned, you must defeat him and take his Whirlwind heart. This I will use to instill a weapon with Cyclonian's power. Are you ready to face the Wind Lord? I am. Follow. I will begin the summoning. I am narrating quests, by the way. That's just happening now. Have I done any IRL PvP? I was a martial arts instructor for a while, so yes. But only within, you know, kind of controlled zones. Axe Seller. I'm going into battle, and I require your strongest axes. Okay, do I have any potions that could help me with this? I might do, I might not do. Hang on. I've got to work out what I... Oh, goodness me. That's quite the shake right there. Okay, so I have no potions that could help me. Right, okay, Cyclonian, level 40, and I'm level 38. Let's see how well this goes, shall we? Is it just defeat Cyclonian now? Alright, cool, defeat Cyclonian, let's go. Raw, power, in we go. Right, all I've got to hope is that eventually I trigger my special ability. Why are you not taking any damage, my friend? Why are you doing an absolute ton of damage to me? This is not what I expected to happen. Okay, I'm taking way too much damage from you, my bro. My dude. My guy. Right, I'm not killing this guy. You can do it! Thank you! Thank you, supporter. Appreciate you, but nope, definitely can't. Brave Sir Robin ran away. Bravely ran away. Okay, we died. He's an elite who's 2 levels higher. You need help. Where's the... Oh god, it's miles away. Oh, goodness gracious me. Okay. I'm gonna need some kind of priest healing me, aren't I? Do I want help? What? Why is it so bright? Bloody hell, I thought being a ghost would be dark. Do I want help? No. Do I need help? Probably. Isn't this quest marked as group? It's marked as 40 plus. It's also marked as... Oh yeah, to be fair, it's marked as group. Bring the Whirlwind Heart, defeat the thing. I did what, like 30% damage to it? There's snow, that's why it's brighter. Right. In that case, I might need to swallow my pride and ask some of you to come and heal me. Is this a situation where you would ask a nearby player for help? It is. Hey Josh, opinions on the difference of game design in MMOs where the characters have unique mechanics and feel like mini MOBA characters against every class is more or less the same, to focus on that, and while uptime, a sadistic femboy. That is a really complicated question, and I would have to charge you my consulting fee to be able to answer that question. So the answer right now is, dunno. Like, I understand that you want deep, in-depth discussion of video game mechanics, but I woke up like an hour ago. I took the dogs on a lovely walk, I've had some breakfast, and now I'm dying to a quest and have got lost in some mountains. It is a tad early for the questions of, hey, could you discuss the complexities of how this mechanic relates to this design in this quest? Answer, I don't know, maybe, possibly. You know what, just ask the Oracle, shake the magic 8-ball, do the best you can do. I believe in you. I hope that helps. I just meant as a personal preference thing. I've been awake for like an hour. All right, let the old brain switch on. Let the old noggin warm up first, okay? I don't know. I can absolutely sit down and have a conversation with you about game design. The answer is both of them work. Which is my favorite? Whichever system leans into the way that it works the most. Like, I don't necessarily care if a character is able to do everything and it's up to the player to decide what they're doing, or if a character themselves has limitations both mechanically or archetypically. As long as the game leans into that, that's totally okay. The game just needs to commit to the decision it makes and design the rest of the game to be as fun to that specific, decision. Please take help, Josh. This quest ruined my warrior run back in the day. Well, we're going for this. So characters can feel different like they do in WoW, and characters can have, the same thing while they just dodge what's going on, like in Guild Wars 2 kind of stuff. Both of them work. I'm not paying for this consulting. That's fine. I'm not giving you a good consultation. Right, that thing's going to die soon. I am in the Alterac Valley doing quests. I can heal you. Thank you, Aethys Human. I appreciate that. Right, let's do this. Let me just sit down and have a bit of a relaxed time. Here's a question as well. If I'm in a group dungeon, this Ravager Axe is great, but check out what I got. Check this out from Razorfen Downs. All right, we got the Glutton Cleaver and the Cold Rage Dagger. Now, if I put my damage right now is 69 per second. Which I think might be too funny to actually change. That might be perfect. I'm doing 69 DPS. If I change it to the Glutton Cleaver and the Dagger, damage goes up to 60 on the main hand and 38 on the offhand. That's pretty good, you have to admit. What we could even do is change it to that on the main hand and the Giant Club of Power on the offhand, which would then change it to 52 and 39. That's pretty good. We do the... Oh, hang on, no, not that one. I want that. Oh, that can't go on the main hand. I see what's happening there. What if that was on the main hand and this was on the offhand? Oh, hang on. 52, 38. Or do we go with that there? Wait, hang on. Got to take that off there. Put you there. You know what I could even do is put a shield on. But you will miss a lot with the offhand. That's true. You know what? The Ravagers stay in there. We're just putting the massive big axe on. It's on fire. This is a good one. Goth Draenei Mummy Priest at your service. Love this. Love this for me. This is beautiful. And Aethys Human is also able to bring over and help out with this. Ah, you got there. Yes, Nennet and Eve. Thank you so much for helping me out with this. Right, what I'm going to need is your assistance while I bonk the Whirlwind. Moo is hiding somewhere, I know. Yeah, I didn't even know what class you were playing. You just said a goth mummy. As soon as you said Draenei goth mummy, I just clicked invite. Didn't read any further. Didn't need to. Right, where's the enemy? Do I have to re-talk to the guy again and have him re-summon it? Oh, God. All right, you. Come on. Come on, you little cheeky chap. Wind Fury Totem, my liege. You know what? Yeah, why not? Everyone bring it down here. I understand that I'm the worst with this. I must have the Whirlwind Heart. Okay, do you have to drop the quest and then retake it? Is that how you'd have to do this? Seriously. You've got to abandon the quest, then retake it. Right, abandon, yes. Retake, let's go. Alright, come on, my friend, let's do this. He won't, but sure. What's up? What am I not doing? Is it okay to laugh if he dies? Oh, God, yeah, absolutely. We've got a level 50 here with us. This is fine. Oh, we're all here. This is great. We've abandoned. We've retaken it. Nennet, where's Jack? Jack, you aren't in the party. Get in the party, Jack. Where are you? Jack, invite. You're involved now, Jack. There we go. Oh, this is way easier. Okay. Now, because I've got Wind Fury, I probably want to take... No, I don't want to take anything off, to be fair. Alright, guys, just keep me alive, yeah? You'll keep me alive? Here we go. But don't... Good... What the hell? My friend, I can charge back at you, Don't you think I can't? Right, I'm going to try and trigger... Oh, I'm just stuck in this little whirlwind for a minute. I can spam hamstring to try and... Okay, bring him over to me. Bring him into the blend. Fine, I'll come to you. Nennet, why is he on you? Why? I've brought a team of people and you're healing the wrong person because I keep being knocked around everywhere. Oh, goodness me, this is going terribly. Stop hitting me away. I just want to hit you with the special big attack. Stop resisting. It's my impression of a policeman. One more. Sit down, son. That was all me and also us. Thank you, everyone else. Hey, what's going on? I just defeated the Cyclonian boss with only the help of 4 massively over-leveled healers. Thank you to all of you. I'm going to type /bow. You guys were fantastic. Right, let's go give this little thing. You don't know anything about this game. I just cheesed a boss by having people who can heal me come and stand and heal me while I did it. That was a whimsical solution. That was whimsy maxing and casual mogging. You, guess what? Killed it. You did it! You defeated Cyclonian and gained the Whirlwind Heart. I have the Whirlwind Heart and I'm ready to place it within a vessel of your choice. Choose your weapon and know that it is the power of the Cyclonian. Right, the Whirlwind Axe. Straight up damage boost axe. Powerful, fast, slow. Very slow, very powerful. Whirlwind Sword. Honestly, a little bit quicker. Strength and stamina. Let's have a look at how they look. The Whirlwind Axe is the classic. Look at that. Now, that's a good looking axe right there. The Whirlwind Sword still looks pretty cool. It's not as cool as the axe, but it's pretty cool. And then the Whirlwind Hammer, which is honestly quite boring, and I think is the one that people say don't take. So the axe gives you strength, stamina, and really high damage. That gives you strength, stamina, and quite fast damage. And that one is... The axe is the slowest. Sword, because you have expertise as a human. The slower speed is better. The reason people say the slower speed is better is because... Hang on. Insidious Tots just had to check the Twitch and make sure you were real. You randomly joined my Discord last night. Did I? Message that Discord person and see if it definitely is me. Which Discord did I join last night? Insidious. I can't remember joining a new Discord. You just sent me a message on Twitch saying that I joined your Discord last night. I don't think I did. You might need to double check that. I can't think of any new Discords that I've joined recently. Someone can just... hang on. Is it the classic... That's a classic scam. Yeah, it's probably not me. It's very probably not me. I mean, my Discord username is JoshStrifeHayes. I think it's all lowercase with no flipped around letters. Double check. Skills like Cleave and Whirlwind benefit from the post-strats damage. Potentially. I mean, we've worked toward the axe, but like, how funny would it be if I just took the sword? No. The axe is cool. We have gained the Whirlwind axe. There we go. Axe equals min-maxing. No, it doesn't. We're going to make sure that I also put fire onto the axe. It's going to be a flaming axe. That's what it's going to be. The Whirlwind axe. My damage per second actually goes down. However, the max hit also goes down. Right, so the Ravager is just straight up better. The only thing that the Whirlwind Axe brings with it is the strength and stamina boost, which might be more important, because right now my melee goes up to 292. Equip that. Oh yeah, 300. That's fair. Okay, cool. Would it be worth saying this? Would it be worth saying that the Whirlwind Axe is better against single target enemies, and the Ravager is better in dungeons? Because the Ravager gives you the Beyblade maneuver, and the Whirlwind Axe gives you the single target hit. So this is the boss killer right here, and this is the trash sweeper, and this is the boss killer. Alright, gotcha. The Beyblade is amazing but annoying when questing. Right, so Whirlwind Axe while we quest. Next question. Who can do a flaming enchantment? Because I kind of want one. Is anyone online who can currently do a flaming enchantment? Because I will pay you to make my Whirlwind Axe do fire damage. I will double check to make sure that the Whirlwind Axe is a fire damage axe. Anyone on board? Anyone online right now? Let's double check. I can do it on my main if you want. If you can do the fiery enchantment, the fiery weapon enchantment, the same one the Ravager's currently got, then I will pay you whatever materials you need, and little bonus. Wouldn't plus damage be better for the boss killer? That's potentially a good idea. Hang on. I have a plea for you. Go for it. I will listen to your plea. How about we get Crusader on it? How expensive is Crusader? Everyone keeps saying Crusader. I'm pretty sure you can't do that till you're like level 70 anyway. I need you to find the man who killed my pet rock. Lifeless stone. It was the skeleton just there. Crusader is the staple level 60 enchant. Yeah, I can't get that. I can't do that. What other enchantments are there, to be fair? Like, I've got Flaming, obviously, on my Ravager. But what are the other choices? Like, I could do Ice. What are the enchantments? True Het, I will invite you and then I will travel to you. I will go to Menethil Harbor. Agility, Beast Slayer, Mongoose. You can put Crusader on your axe. Josh, stop hijacking my stream to do bits. Chat, time to hijack the stream and do bits. Yep, that's what happens all the time. I don't mind it if it's funny for a bit, like a Lifeless Stone, because we were talking about pet rocks yesterday. Now, I'm at Menethil Harbor currently. What other enchantments are there? YouTube algorithm keeps telling me to watch your Says channel. Thought I'd come to the source instead. Pon, honestly, the best thing to do is watch the Says channel. That's the highlights. This is all the crap stuff. This is like you wading through all of the offcuts. The good stuff goes on YouTube. But I appreciate you being around here. Thank you for that. You can put Crusader on the axe, and I don't think it costs that much, maybe 50 gold. I have 32 gold. You could put +7 fiery, +7 damage, +9 damage. Okay, so Maybe we do fiery. The clip channel is way too overwhelming. The context is what makes it special. I'm glad that you guys enjoy this. Right, True Het. Where are you? I'll see what you've got going on. Weapon damage or fiery is cooler than Crusader. Yeah, that's a good point. It's just straight up cooler. Because we are going with like a red and gold vibe going on right now as well. The red and gold vibe does make it cool. Oh, you're on your way. Okay, brilliant. Hey, Josh, nice axe. Thank you. Thank you, Jizz Tin. I appreciate you being able to say that. Yeah, the fiery enchantment I think we have to go for because it's just straight up cooler. The red and gold vibe. You know the one thing that I need now? You see this breastplate right here? Check this out. There is a body called the Carapace of Tutankhamun, which is dropped in Razorfen Downs, and it looks like this. I think that really completes the look. That, to me, looks good. That plus the white and gold cape we've got going on, plus that I've got the spider silk cape. I don't think there's a better cape that I could really get. Like, if you guys can find me a cool black or red cape, I would wear it. I would definitely wear that. It looks good, doesn't it? The belly button one-out chain is better. We need like a black or a red cape. Who drops a black or a red cape? That's also a really cool weapon that we could have got, the Excalibur. But for the time being, I'll just stick flaming onto this axe. How? I mean, the 6-pack, of course, is important. We need this. When the other expansions bring the transmogs, that does look pretty cool when that happens. Congrats on the axe. Thank you very much. We got there. True Het, you take your time. We're in no rush. No rush at all. The warrior looks better with the cape hidden. Well, we can always do that. It's actually cloak, I believe. So we can hide the cloak. We can go with this. That's still a pretty cool looking warrior right there. I'm happy with that. I've got the... Also, I should probably continue with the Scarlet Monastery because I've got the Scarlet Gauntlets, I've got the Scarlet Belt, I've got the Scarlet Leggings. So that's 3 pieces. We need the boots, the chest piece, and the wrist guards. Now, I don't know where the boots... We could flex, couldn't we? Oh, there we go. I don't know where the boots, the chest piece, and the wrist guards drop from. Possibly the tabard as well. Boots and chest are hell to find. Well, you know what? Maybe that's what we're doing today. Maybe we're just doing constant Scarlet Cathedral runs until we get the boots and the chest. Because where do you get the boots and the chest from? Let's just have a look. Right, Scarlet Cathedral. White Mane, you don't drop them. Who drops... Are they trash mobs? Scarlet chest piece. Okay, cool. The chest piece is a trash mob drop straight up. It's unlikely to ever happen. Boots might be bind on equip. Scarlet boots. They're trash mobs again, that's the thing. They're good, but they're trash mobs. Which means anything can drop them, it's just super unlikely. And then there was one more piece, wasn't there? There was the wrist guards. Check the auction house. Yeah, they're going to be so expensive, though, that's the thing. That's going to be crazy expensive. Now, I can have a look. Oh, True Het, there you are. You look cool. Hang on. Let me just inspect for a second. Okay, oh, we've got some... Ooh! Primal Mooncloth shoulders and Primal Mooncloth robe. You look amazing. That is a seriously cool drip we've got. I don't know what this is, but it's very cool. That staff's also pretty badass. It's like a kind of crazy mace. Oh, the flex. Right, let's do this. Here is my Whirlwind axe. Now that will be enchanted with fiery, I believe. Oh, beautiful. Now, how much would you like? How much does this cost? What is the charge? Tell me how much you wish me to pay you right now. Hi, Josh. I love your YouTube videos. Oh, thank you very much, Paladin. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a lovely day. Guild discount, 4 gold. Shut up. Take 5. And that gives me... Oh, that looks cool. I will shut up and take 5. Enjoy the weapon. Thank you very much, True Het. And Parker, man, have you come in here just to flex the fact that you have the stuff that I need? Let me just inspect you. Hang on. Right. You've not got the correct halberd, though. You've got the gloves. You've got the belt. Have you got the boots? You've not got the boots yet, but you've got the wrist guards. He's got the scarlet wrist guards. Full on. Hang on. Have you got the same weapon as me? Oh! Look at us. Look at us. Look at us just hanging around. Just being cool. Just guys being dudes. Just straight up guys being dudes. You're lighter than I am for some reason. Probably because you've got the tension. The tension between two warriors. He's gently holding my axe. He's cradling my axe against his hips. Love. That was too much tension. I know it's Slutter Day, but that was way too much tension. Oh, because I'm targeting him, so he goes, I see. He has no six-pack, though. You don't know. He might be ripped under there. Okay, question now is, what do I do with the day? Obviously, I want to start grinding toward being able to wear plate. Getting a tanked-up plate warrior is going to be good for me. So I think we do Razorfen downs. I think we just do the old Razorfenny. Anyone up? Who up Razorfenning they down? Who's up for RFD? Anyone up for Razorfen downs? Could hit up the dungeons, do some chest pieces. That's my plan. We're not doing... Moradon is great for plate as well. I want to do Moradon soon. Pally is going to be tanking it. Fantastic. You could hunter it. Yes, you could. Who else is up? We now need a healer and one more DPS. We need heals and DPS for RFD. DPS here for RFD. Fenrisian, yep, get involved. Now we just need a healer. Almost 40, and then we get that plate. That's what's going on. Hope Grey is healing it. It is the dream team. Let's go. Right, Razorfen Downs. Where is it? I always forget where it is. I think it's over here. I seem to remember that Razorfen Downs is in Kalimdor somewhere. It's near the other thing, isn't it? There we go, Razorfen Downs. So, quickest way to get there... It's down there. So it's going to be a case of going to there and then running. Like Barons. Hurry to the boat near the 1,000 needles. Right, so we take the boat to this place, then we fly over there. Okay, cool. Let me go get the boat. Let's go and get the boat. Hey, Josh. Hope you're having a fun time in Azeroth. You know what? I really am. Thank you for asking. I'm having a good time. Oh, there's Fenrisian. There he is. Guys, I want you to know that if the blue kind of ice metal barboot helm drops, I won't be wearing it because it's not cool. It's very important. Well, the boat's gone. Damn it, boat! Off it goes. Maybe we can jump on it. Maybe we can make it. Maybe we can make it. No. Nearly ran off the edge there, but we just about missed it. It's fine, don't worry. You can hide your helmet. Oh, can you? I didn't know that. Hang on. Options, hide, is it show? Okay. Right, show helm. Alright. Show cloak. That's kind of a cool look right there, though. Like, I'll take that. I'll take the powerful old man with the white hair. That's my vibe. But it is an iconic helmet. You haven't been to the stream in ages, and now I'm wearing Scarlet Monastery gear. I'm also equipped with the Whirlwind axe, which has had a fiery enchantment. But Josh, that's only a single target axe. Don't worry, we've got the Ravager as well going on, just in case. We are alive and ready. We've also got the amulet preparing. We've got the Aegis of the Scarlet Commander shield ready for level 39. We've got a hammer ready for level 45, actually, just in case for the future. And I've also got a couple of new things all good and ready. So, that's there. That's there for one-handed. I feel that the Glutton's Cleaver is going to be better than the Giant Club of Power. 19.7 to 28 damage a second. Do I have the Fiery Blaze enchantment? It's just called Fiery. I don't know if it's Fiery Blaze. It's just called Fiery Weapon. And I've got the Funny Cleaver and the Knife. Yes, we've got the Glutton's Cleaver, and just in case, we also have the little stabby knife. There it is. The dagger. So all I really need is the armor from this place, and possibly... Oh, those... That's so cool! You've got, like, lightsabers going on. Hang on. What are these weapons? I need to inspect you. Right, you've got the Vanquisher's Sword, which is... Isn't the Vanquisher's Sword the one that you get from doing the relatively complicated... That was the quest that involves you to finish the Scarlet Monastery, isn't it? The Razorfen Downs reward... I thought the Vanquishers was what you got from... Oh, it's the Razorfen Downs quest, which I haven't done. And you've also got the Reforged Blade of Heroes, where you've got damage, fire damage, strength, stamina. It's blacksmithing. Okay. That's so cool, though. If you get the quest from the Cathedral. The Vanquisher's Sword I like. It's Bring the Light, slay the last boss of RFD. That's just the Crusader enchant glowing white. Swords themselves are easy to get. Okay, gotcha. That Crusader enchant. That's very cool. No, it's the Icy Weapon enchantment. The Vanquisher is icy, and the Reforged Blade is fiery. That is nice. Have I experienced profession grinding yet? No, not yet. Not yet. I mean, I think, don't get me wrong, I think my character looks kind of cool right now. We have got the Berserker helm on, but I quite like the no helmet vibe. Am I going to take part in the upcoming OnlyFangs 3? I don't know. I'm pretty sure the guys said that they wouldn't be doing it on the Burning Crusade, so I've got no idea. The chest... Hang on. I am not a fan of that chest plate, followed by Nano, and you're going to need to explain this to me. That chest is kinda woke. Nano, what do you think woke means? Like, what about the... What... I'm trying to follow your through line on your thinking, man. Someone walks up to you in this chess piece and you're straight away thinking, they're aware of societal imbalance. What are you doing? What are you on about? Does woke just mean something that you don't like or feel uncomfortable around? At some point, people just started using the word woke for things they don't like. He meant gay, but he was too afraid to say, oh god, this chest plate is hella gay. Look at it. Like, you walk into a club and you see a guy wearing a metal chest plate like this, you know straight away that the cocktails are going to be fantastic. That's what you know. Also, there was another massive sea creature right there actually being attacked by something. I love the fact that we could just try and fight this huge thing. This is metal. Oh, god damn, okay, I've not seen this before. Can we kill Tether? Can he kill me? Can I attack him from like a distance? These guys are in the... They're in the water fighting. He can. Is it worth me going to help? You have to be on the quest. Oh, okay, gotcha. Right, that's so cool that there's like a massive evil creature. Love that for us. As long as we don't take any damage, we're okay. I love this kind of stuff. Right, I think we're good to go. We did it! We defeated Tether. Good job, Oz. Are you doing... So when the guards of this outpost defeat a massive Lovecraftian horror from the deep, they do the Macarena and then just fade into memory. What a beautiful thing to do. We will do the Macarena and then we will turn invisible and people will remember our deeds. Their battle cry was a Macarena. That's what it was. Right, where are we going to? Razorfen Downs, that way. Gotcha. I've actually got a quest here to hand in that I could do. Hey Josh, was finally able to catch a stream, love the videos, saw one of your clips. Oh good, here we go. Talking about how retail doesn't appeal to you, the parts about the story and feeling out of the loop. Do you feel this about all of retail or just the introductory early levels? I don't know all of retail, I haven't played all of retail, I just didn't get into it from the early game loop. I also haven't given it a hell of a lot of time recently, because I don't have a lot of time recently. I've been playing Classic. Why aren't you using your mount? Don't have one. I can't give you my deep opinion on what retail is like at the end game because I'm not at the end game of retail. I'm not even at the end game of Classic, and this is the one that I'm actively playing. So, just give me some time. A mount at 38. I mean, you can get a mount at 30 in the Burning Crusade. I just haven't got one. Am I mounting up at 40? No, probably not. Let's be fair. It's not going to happen. I've got 27 gold and a dream. I'm actually going to return and sell some stuff to whatever shops are over here because those guys are going to get to... Hope and Fenrisian are going to get to the summoning stones way quicker than I am. So... I'll just wait for those guys to sort that stuff out for me. That's fine. Just wanted some context. Thanks for answering. I didn't enjoy retail when I played it earlier. I mean, whether it was years ago or last week, I can't remember. I think it was years ago. The story was so convoluted and so complicated that I didn't care about any of the individual characters that were mentioned in it, and I didn't particularly care about getting to know them because they had told me that I had to save the world, but I didn't feel like I was part of the world, so saving it didn't mean anything to me. I'm only going to want to save the world if I also feel like I belong in the world. And I didn't. Hey there. You! Fix my stuff. Also, let me sell some things to you. Do you want this necklace? It's not as good as my strength and stamina necklace. Do you want these trousers? You can't have that axe, that's my axe. Do you want... I'm probably never going to use the Cold Rage dagger, let's be fair. I might use that, though. I might use the Giant Club of Power. I will probably use that hammer. Right, what else don't I need? Life Root, you can be sold. Sell all this silk cloth. Who uses silk cloth? I'll tell you who. Nobody. Nobody uses silk cloth. 22-year-old game, as of yet, absolutely nothing found for silk cloth to do. Dagger good for Fury. Sold it away. Sorry. I mean, look, even if I were to buy it back, it's Cold Rage Dagger. It's gone. I don't need it. Do I have first aid? Nope. Don't need first aid. I'm a warrior. Just don't die. Silk cloth. Okay, fine. I'll save some silk cloth for you guys. The Slayer's cuffs are not as good as my banded leather ones. I'll save cloth for some of you. All right. Let's get rid of the healing potions. Can go there. So level 12, level 12. Can they just not stack? Okay, the stack's going to go to 5, I see. More silk cloth. God damn, there's so much cloth. I'm touching so much cloth every time I play World of Warcraft. It is impossible to avoid. There is even more cloth. Why do I have a heavy leather ball? Who threw that at me? That's for a quest. Silk sells great on the auction house. Wouldn't know, don't do it. Turtle meat's part of a quest. Woolen cloth, that can be sold. No one needs that. Hang on, do you not want to... Hang on, yeah, merchant. Sell. Ah, here's a problem that I've got. I've got 2 shields on me currently. The 2 shields that I've got are the Aegis of the Scarlet Commander, which is this shield that's on screen right now, which is good, but I just don't think looks very cool. You know, 1,548 armor, 7 strength, 8 stamina. It's a good shield. Like, that's just a straight-up good shield. Now, this shield down here, the Golden Lion shield, is an objectively worse shield. However, look at this. That is so much cooler. Like, if we are going for a gold and white vibe, that is infinitely cooler. Can you dual-wield shields? That's the question. Like, can you put... Oh, you can't put a shield in your main hand. Looking good is a 20% hidden damage buff. Yes. Yes, it does. Using any shield is lame. The best shield, of course, is the enemy being dead. Alright, so I've currently got the Whirlwind Axe going on. I will be using the Whirlwind Axe for bosses, and I'll be using the Ravager Axe for trash mobs. That's my plan. The good one matches your gear better. It does, doesn't it? But I can't wear it until the next level. I'm going to start doing some experience grinds today, get some dungeons going on. Yeah, Josh, which class do I enjoy the most? I'm enjoying Warrior, because you don't have to press many buttons. Fenrisian is also trying to take the shortcut, I believe. Hope Gray's down there. He's going to be on his way soon. Fashion maxing is much more important. You've got to spin to win with this classic one here. Now, you guys actually said that with the With the Ravager, there were a couple of abilities that kind of instantly triggered it. What were they? What were the abilities that triggered the Ravager? One of them was Whirlwind. Heroic Strike is actually not an instant attack, so I don't want to use it because it's not going to trigger the Ravager. What I might use is instead... Hamstring is going to be the easiest because it only takes 10. But what about Sunder Armor? Does that also... Yeah, I bet Sunder, because that's an instant attack with 15 rage. I feel that Sunder is going to be a good one to use at some point. Overpower, Whirlwind, Sunder, Hamstring. So just keep spamming Hamstring and we'll be okay. Your JoshStrifeSays channel convinced me to watch and lurk in your stream because you have good communication skills. Oh, thank you very much. You've been enjoying the vibe. We are Whimsy maxing and casual pilled today. That's the plan. We'll lurk to gain experience passively. Thank you, Fran. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. Right, so we've got Whirlwind, 25 rage, instant proc. We have got Sunder Armor, instant proc, doesn't have a cooldown, which is going to be what I'm using. We've got Hamstring, which is 10 rage, instant proc, potentially triggers spinny, spinny, spin, spin. I'm just fashioned. Do I drink much coffee? Probably not enough. Probably too much. Probably somewhere between those two values. In my opinion, Sunder would be better as it also boosts the rest of the group's damage output by lowering the enemy armor. That is a really good point. My counterpoint is I don't care about the rest of the group. Okay? I appreciate what you're doing, but I really need you to focus entirely, and this matters quite a lot, on me. Alright? Like, what their DPS meters are doing, don't care. It increases your damage too. Sold. You should have opened with that. You should have immediately started with that. You should have said, Josh, you'll do more damage if you do this. Cool. Numbers are higher. I'm on board. If anything, the fact the team benefit, that's purely a... I mean, that's great, but that was like a bonus. That's not the focus. Open any conversation with this is good for you. Don't open it with this is good for them. That's a nice outfit on the warrior, thank you. There's one thing that I need from this dungeon we're going to, and if I can get this item, I will be super happy. The item is Razorfen Downs, the Carapace of Tutankhamun, which is going to make me look like that. That is... You know what, that's cool. All I need then is a red and gold cape. Are there any red, gold, or black capes? Very important that we have a red, gold, or black cape. Purely for vibes. And remember that right now we could even equip the Whirlwind Axe, which is going to look even better. We stick that on. Dark Tide Cape from a quest in Stranglethorn Vale. Oh, I don't want to go back to Stranglethorn Vale. Ah, that would be bad. Onyxia Cape is black. Yeah, great call, Teb. Let's just jump over and kill her. Let's do it twice for fun. Yeah, I'm going to struggle to kill Onyxia. Some folks were born made to wave the flag. Yes, yes they were. Right, I can't summon, I'm too high. You'll have to get over here the hard way. God damn it. Right. Is anyone else able... Right, to get over... I'll do it. I'll do everything, shall I? I'll just sort all the problems out. Josh, check WoW PMs. Icy Cloak. Okay. Requires level 35, takes 200 tailoring, Spirit Frost Resistance. I mean, that's white and gold. That's no different to the one I'm currently... Oh, I suppose it's red and... Yeah, you got red and gold around the edge, but it's the majority white color that I'm not actually a fan of. That majority needs to be red or gold. Are there any red or... I mean, good choice, though. Good idea. Thank you, Dacus. That's a cool idea. Tailoring Crimson Silk Cloak. That's perfect. That's what we need. That is the cloak right there. That is stunning and gorgeous. That is what we need. The Crimson Silk Cloak. Requires level 31. Can anyone make that? I will wear that purely for fashion. I don't care what the stats are. The Blackwell Cape as well. Black Veil Cape, sorry. Requires level 48. I don't know if I like that as much. That's it's an interesting shape that they've got going on, don't get me wrong. Interesting shape with the Black Veil Cape. But I think... yeah, I think I'm kind of sold on this one. That one is gorgeous. Wouldn't it be more fun to go with players within the level range instead of over-leveled players? I mean, Gorsk, we're doing Razorfen Downs. What is the level range of Razorfen Downs? Because if we're too high, then we'll just do something else. 33 to 41. 41, 42, 44. We are within the level range, seeing as we've got people that are still like 39s here. And 42s. I'm 38. So it's not going to be the easiest thing to do. We're still going to do fine. Onyxia Scale Cloak. I can't click on that without having the actual thing. But I think the Crimson Silk Cloak is what we're going to be doing. The level range right now is good. It's going to mean that it's going to be a challenging fight, but it's not going to be super difficult. And you know what? If we can do a couple of runs of Razorfen Downs, then we'll just... what's the Scale Cloak look like? That's gorgeous. Okay, so the Onyxia Scale Cloak. Obviously it's good. Armor, stamina, fire resistance. But I just think the Crimson Silk Cloak is nicer. I think I'd rather go with that. Right, Crimson Silk Cloak. We're going to buy one of those next. That's going to be the plan. I'm not 38, I'm 35 in real life. Lycan is there. Fenrisian, you're on your way. I'm running. I'm going to get there. Check out Tibu's Blazing Longsword. The red cloak is a lot less loud. Yes. Isn't your need to skip Onyxia multiple times to make... I don't know. You can skin Onyxia many times. We will get that cloak if we need to. The level ranges are for this stone. They're not that important. The level range extends 2 to 4 in each direction. Yes. Yes, it does. So we'll run to Razorfen Downs. We'll do a couple of runs of this place. We'll try and get the chest piece that I need. And once I hit... in fact, you know what? Once I hit level 40 and I can wear plate, what I would be interested in, if you guys are okay helping me with this, is I've never done Zul'Farrak. I don't know what Zul'Farrak is. I've also never done Maraudon. So Zul'Farrak and Maraudon, I don't know these two at all. The Emperor's New Cape is the best looking cloak. Is it just not there? That's perfect. That is fantastic. It just isn't there. Agility and stamina, actually quite a good one. I've heard Zul'Farrak is quite fun. Zul'Farrak is great, Zul'Farrak is boring. Look at that. The duality of man on display right there. The two comments right next to each other. Zul'Farrak is great, Zul'Farrak is boring. Immediately. And this is why I don't take anything Twitch chat says seriously. Nobody agrees on anything. All we agree on is that we don't agree on things, and some people don't even agree on that. Some of you are saying best dungeon in the game. Some of you are not saying that. Lynn, you should be able to summon, actually. Yeah, Lynn, you should be able to summon. Zul'Farrak is great, don't get one guide. I might get one guide, Hob. Maybe you're that one guy. Maybe I can't get you'd. Also, I agree with your take. Zul'Farrak is a dungeon. It's one of the dungeons ever. Am I pronouncing it correctly? What's it called? Yeah, Zul'Farrak. And then, oh my god, there's even more dungeons that we don't know. God damn. Like, what's the Steam Vault? What's Alcatraz? What's opening the Dark Portal? Who knows? Never been done. Zul'Thraze the Lasher. Okay, two-handed, unique sword. I mean, that's cool, don't get me wrong. Where does that drop from? Requires level 50. Is that what... is that the drop from the thing? Oh, good, we can be summoned, finally. Has the boss that can only be summoned if you have a mallet. Okay. You got to kill Arthas. I mean, we'll discuss it. Where does that come from? That's a very cool weapon, though. Strikes the enemy with the rage of Sulthraze, lowers target strength and deals shadow damage with an additional damage over a few seconds. Alright, quite powerful. Is it bad if you feed chunks of boar meat to your boar? No, not at all. Fenrisian, one of us is going to have to change. Alright, we are wearing the same outfit. Apart from you have an elephant. Oh, I see. It's two swords that combine together into that. Gotcha. So the deflector, one-handed, the protector, other-handed. So you want to get both those things and then go and combine them into the big badass sword. I see. I see what's going on. Right, I'm going to use the Whirlwind axe up until... Why are you guys roleplay walking? Oh, fine. Goodness me. You guys just have fun roleplay walking and being lame. I'm gonna go and hit stuff with a big axe. Because that's, you know, cool. Why aren't you? Because I have a limited amount of time, and this is not about whimsy maxing or being casual pilled. This is about gaining experience fast. Alright? Fast experience gain. Let's go. There we go. Sunder armor is instant, so we use that as often as we can. If only I had a mount. Don't need one. Just gonna run this way. You don't need a mount. Alright, when you can just charge, hit things like this. I will be using my spinny Beyblade axe for the majority of the dungeon, just so you are aware. Let's kill this cultist for a second. Yes. Right, all I really care about is the armor drop from the spider. Who is tanking? At this point, I think Jesus. So we're just going to kind of run in and kill everything before it kills us. Now, I'm pretty sure that Sire is tanking. So Sire will be tanking. I'll be whimsy mogging. I mean, I'll be hitting some good damage, to be fair. Right, Heroic Strike is that one. And we'll see how much damage we are doing. I'm level 38. When can I go to Zul'Farrak again? Like 42-ish? Right. Because if Zul'Farrak's a good dungeon, we are running it. That's what's happening. We're going to get plate. We are going to run. That ability isn't ready yet. 42. Okay. Can you go before 42? Or is it not recommended? You can go now if you want. No, we're going to... We'll do one... We'll do a couple of these guys. We'll get to level 39 at least. You love the fiery enchantment. Oh, thank you very much. That's all I wanted it to be. We wanted the fiery enchantment. I want it to be able to do a big chunk of damage. It makes it more exciting for the rest of the group if I go while I'm massively underleveled. That's true. Do you guys have more fun when I shouldn't be in places that I am? Do you guys find it much more enjoyable? When you're like, Josh, stop. No, you should not be there. You're making it harder for the rest of your group. And I'm like, well, I'm going to be here anyway. Yeah, you know what? Fine, we'll do one run of this, and then we'll go and do Zul'Farrak. Why not? All we see is resist, resist, resist. That's what I call the American police stream. There's just a lot of resisting. Ooh, what am I being given? Rumsey Run Black Label. Sweet, I'll take it. Let's go. Alright, guys. For when you need it. Need it now, thanks. Alright, cool. We've had a drink, let's go. Alright, drinky poos happened, in we go. Right, my job is going to be to try and trigger this, and then everyone just stands here while I do this. Look at those numbers on screen right now. That is a lovely bunch of numbers. Straight into a second channel. That is going to be how this goes. That's the whole plan. Marauder Boots of the Bear. Okay, hang on. I'm currently wearing Strength and Stamina. That is worse. Need neither of these things. And with the chance of me effectively hitting either of these spins, this is some main monitor content right now. I'll try spinning, that's a good trick. I'm just spamming hamstring to try and get a proc every time. Because, there we go. Hamstring could be procking. 444 crit. And I'm drunk, which is even better. This is what dungeon runs should be. Me just messing around and everyone else kind of covering the problems. Be aware the proc locks you in place. I know. So remember that when I do get locked in place, it's your problem to bring me the enemy. Ooh, hang on. That might be better for me. Plus 14 strength. No, it's not. Nowhere near. Hey Josh, long-time watcher. Since I consider you a reasonable critic of MMOs, now you've been playing WoW. How do you feel on many of the subjects WoW Classic? Hang on, I'm going to have to focus on that while also focusing on this. Give me a second. There's lots of stuff going on here. Let me just... Give me a sec. I've got to finish this fight first, then I'll be right with you. There's a lot of stuff happening here. And I was hoping I'd be able to spin on at least one of these attacks. Tools that... Oh, things that you began complaining about. Staying in Capital City, spamming with dungeons. Many of us felt the Soast adventure gathered. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be difficult for me to answer Twitch questions with any real in-depth focus when I'm also trying to not suck at the dungeon. MMORPGs make decisions and they make design choices that developers at the time see as being beneficial that players claim that they want. And sometimes what players say that they want will change the game in a way that they don't always see. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, you think you do, but you don't, because that's condescending and stupid and wrong. Players are excellent at spotting problems. They are not always excellent at spotting solutions. And they are not always excellent at spotting the problems that a solution is going to potentially cause. So, whenever we have the issue of... Do I have the right axe on? Yes, I do. Whenever we have the issue of this is going to cause this, it might actually be what most players want at the moment. But you are losing something, and what you are losing is friction. I had this conversation with Jagex recently about some RuneScape updates, and I basically said to them, removing friction from a game is often a short-term gain at a long-term cost. You don't want to remove friction, all friction from your game, because there is good friction and there is bad friction. And part of the... Hang on. Part of the skill of being a game designer is understanding the difference between... I'll be honest, your opinion is devalued by not playing a PvP server. You are only experiencing a small fraction of the game, whereas on PvP servers you get equal parts. It's quite literally the easiest way out, has nothing to do with superiority. Moistflap, I'll be honest, your experience of playing the game is devalued by not streaming it to 2,000 people when you played it. Because I'm getting so much more input and so much more value from the community talking to me while I actively play it than you did. Do you see how stupid that sounds? Everyone's opinion and input and experience of a game will be different to some degree. One of the important things is to understand where your kind of remit and where your specialties end. I am experiencing the game in a different way to the way that you experienced it or will experience it. I have input and ideas that you don't. You have input and ideas that I don't. And immediately saying your experience is less than because it's different is going to create an immediate hostile environment, isn't it? If you want to actually sit down at a table and approach and chat to someone in good faith, one of the worst things that you can immediately do to them is say, your experience is lesser than because of this. Using the word different than, that's absolutely fine. Different, totally okay. Opinion being devalued by not being on a PvP server, I found Moist Flap, I'm not giving my opinion on how they should change PvP servers, am I? I'm giving my opinion and my input on considering the impact that choices made within game design will have on the game as a whole. That's what I'm giving. On PvP servers, you get equal parts. It's literally the easiest way out, has nothing to do with superiority. Red Sky, you don't need to delete these comments. Alright, quick word. Mods, if someone makes a comment that I don't agree with, don't delete it, because what you're then doing is creating an echo chamber where I think that everyone agrees with me, which turns me into an arsehole as well. Just because I disagree with something or call it out, don't be like, the world doesn't need to see this. Leave it there so we can reference it. We do not create an echo chamber where everyone agrees with me. That is also a stupid thing to do. These people are just rage baiting. No, Captain Fupa, they're not. These people genuinely believe this. Unfortunately, I think whenever people go, oh, don't worry, these people are just rage baiting you. No, they're not. Rage baiting is normally better. These people genuinely believe this is how the game should be designed. To link this back, and I know that I'm playing terribly in the dungeon right now. To link this back, there is a difference between good friction and bad friction. Bad friction is making the game difficult to play. Good friction is having difficult gameplay. If you don't know what your controls are, if you don't understand what you're meant to be doing, if the game is poorly translated, if it's poorly optimized, that is bad friction. Bad friction makes a player want to quit because the game isn't working the way they think it should. Good friction makes a player want to keep going to overcome the problems within the game. That's what it is. So when we're talking about, do I think that the game has, fundamentally changed because you can now just queue up for a dungeon, then yeah, of course it's fundamentally changed because of that. You've got this idea of... Let me just try and kill this guy first. Hey, we got it! No way! Perfect! That's what I needed. But we might be rolling need on that, because that was the one thing that I wanted from this dungeon. Let's roll for it. Let's see who gets it. It's okay if we don't, I'll just do it again. Hey, there we go. That is ready for me. Woo! Right, so to talk about this, hang on. You asked an original developer about the friction. Give me a second. If you asked an original developer about the friction between factions and you remove it entirely, I'd say you're missing out big time. I understand the broadcasting side of it. I hope you get some fun out of PvP in the future. Moistflap, I enjoy PvP when it is fair and balanced. I do not enjoy PvP when it is a massive gank fest of someone trying to ruin your experience. I'm not saying that people that enjoy PvP that way are wrong. In order for someone to die, someone else, has to survive. Someone else has to have experienced victory at some point. In that kind of way, it's almost balanced. But how do you know that someone prefers PvP servers? Don't worry, they'll tell you. I often find that people that are focusing on the PvP side of it make that almost like an integral part of the experience when it doesn't have to be. And if people are saying, oh, well, you take it away, you ruin it, you change it, no doubt. You absolutely change it. But you have to ask yourself, what is the experience that you want from that? Moistflap just said it's pure. No rules is beautiful. It's pure. No, it's not. There are rules within PvP still. You just like them. Here's my problem with PvP players. They use words and they use phrases and they use this method of communication that serves to put people that don't play PvP in a lesser category than them. They are inferior. They are experiencing a lesser game, a worse game. They are They are players who are not getting as much out of their experience as they would be if they were playing PvP. And I don't think that PvP players are able to understand that people play games differently to them. And that's okay. That's what people struggle with. Someone in the chat just said Josh is getting one guide. Okay, here's the reason why I hate that phrase. Do you want me to actually treat Twitch chat? Do you want me to treat this chat as one big, massive, faceless monolith where I just respond to you all as if you are the Borg? Or do you want me to actually read the messages from individual people and respond to them as if they are individuals? Because if you want me to read messages and respond to people as if I'm talking to them, it's kind of stupid to then be like, Josh got one guide. Yes, because I am responding to one person who wrote a specific message about a specific thing. If you want me to just completely ignore each person's individual input and respond only as if you are one massive amorphous blob or a mass, then where's the connection? What's the point? Me and Josh would have a great chat over coffee. It would be best buds and I'd love you all. Moistflap, actually no, if you are drinking coffee, you're drinking an inferior version. It's lesser. You need to be drinking tea. You're not getting the full experience. It's not pure if you don't do that. PvP players seem to have this thing where if people aren't experiencing the game the same way they experienced it, they're telling other people they experienced the game wrong. If you're actually comfortable in yourself, you wouldn't really care how somebody else experiences the game. Just be fine with the way you experienced it. You did one battleground, couldn't be happier having never touched PvP after that. Yeah, fine. It's like saying, yeah, anything being... There are different experiences. Framing it as better and lesser than or greater than is what I think immediately gets people on edge. Because people want to defend whatever experience they have or haven't had. PvP is... I mean, to be fair, you can still do PvP on the version that I'm playing now. Like, if I walked into the enemy city, I would be flagged for PvP and somebody would be able to attack me and kill me. That has happened. Let's not be skipping the stuff and actually do the experience, because I want the experience from this. If people want to experience PvP, that's totally fine. What I think I have a problem with is people almost pressuring other people into playing games their way. That to me seems silly. Why can't people just let him play? Because, Tony, it's very important people know that I need to play the way they played, otherwise I will enjoy the game less. Froggles, the way you connect with your audience is unique among streamers. Most refer to chat. I'm willing to have an in-depth conversation with one or two people. The reason that most streamers do refer to chat is because it gets overwhelming. You have to see chat as this one big faceless amorphous blob, but then of course, what's the point? Like, if people want to subscribe to a channel, they're subscribing to one person. They're supporting that one person. I don't want to ever lose the connection with chat to this faceless, nameless entity. It's important to me that if someone has taken the time to write a message and has genuine input, I do try to give some genuine, direct one-on-one feedback. You need to re-roll a shaman. No thanks. And ZZ Fear says he thinks he knows how to play the game but doesn't. Are you referencing me or the person that's chatting to me? Because I'm sure I've got a hell of a lot left to learn about this game. But people want connection, people want to be noticed, people want input, which is fair, which is totally fair. You are the only streamer I watch and interact with. Oh, thanks, Backslicer. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, man. Oh, let's just switch to the old Whirlwind axe and now try and do some single target damage if we can. Might be able to, might not. Let's see how it's going. There's no real... Sunder doesn't necessarily do weapon damage. Flesh, hide, shoulders I don't think I need because they are leather. I was being sarcastic about the people... Oh, gotcha, I see. Because, you know, you'd be right if you said that I don't know how to play. I've still got lots to learn. This dungeon looks awesome. It's good fun. The guys helping me out are doing a really good job with it, to be fair. I think the idea was to have Horde and Alliance fight in the world. Yeah, no, I totally get that. I totally get that. Now, there will be a subset of players that, you know, focus on PvP does appeal to. That's a fact. You guys are out there, and you know what? Those players, they deserve a good PvP-focused game. But what we have discovered is that the majority of casual players don't necessarily want that. And building your game to focus on the hardcore is always a business risk. Now, building it to focus on the casuals it's got good parts and bad parts. The good parts is that you appeal to a greater target market. The bad parts is that a greater target market does not necessarily mean a greater market of people who actually care. Because it can sometimes be more beneficial to have 100 people who are deeply invested as opposed to 1,000 people who don't really care. That's the thing. So I think a lot of choices, especially with WoW, have been made to appeal to the mass player base who don't care as much at the cost of alienating the player base that do care. Now, what I've also tended to notice about PvP players is that when I say, hey, I really like balanced PvP, I like it where, you know, the battles start off from a fair position, there's no power imbalance between one person to another, it's mostly about skill. A lot of PvP players push back against me and say they don't like that because to them, the preparation before the battle is part of the experience. And that makes me think that you don't want the same type of PvP that I want, you just want to be able to gank someone. You want to be able to engage in a battle that is inherently unfair. And I don't find that particularly enjoyable. Those shoulders were good for you. Agility gives 1 attack power and a bit of crit. Yes, but they don't look cool. And it's very important that my shoulders look cool. Right now they look cool. I'm Herod maxing. Is this retail or classic? This is classic Battle for Azeroth Anniversary Edition. Hey, there we go. 1k damage difference. Love it. Love it. 244 DPS. Doing pretty good. You clicked off the YouTube video for this and it opened into another PvP conversation. Jake, that's just what people want to talk about. You mean, oh, Burning Crusade, yeah, sorry. But I was thinking about PvP stuff and someone mentioned Battlegrounds, which made me think of Battle for Azeroth. This is the Burning Crusade. PvP can be fun depending on what you want. If you want to gank someone with your mates, cool, go and gank someone with your mates. But everyone likes being the person that is ganking, not the ganked. And that's what I think people tend to struggle with understanding. I mean, if you want to go and just do full-on big open-world PvP, there are games like Mortal Online 2, that will facilitate that. There are games that have been built around allowing open-world PvP stuff like that. Like, there's lots of games that are out there that have built themselves on hardcore PvP. They just don't have as many players because the hardcore online PvP community is remarkably loud, but not necessarily remarkably big. And when I try to explain to people, look, this type of gameplay does not appeal to as many people as the more casual type of gameplay does, I'm not saying that you don't deserve that gameplay. You absolutely do. I'm not saying remove PvP. Not at all. I'm saying that it's not as appealing to a casual crowd as non-PvP stuff. And what I'm beginning to get irritated at is the amount of PvP players who come in here and tell me that if I was playing their version of the game, I would have a better experience. No, I would have a different experience. The fact that you aren't able to understand that my experience and your experiences are different, and that's fine, is honestly a sign that you just can't understand people experience things differently to you. Hello from Warhammer World. Hello, Warhammer World. You actually aren't that far away from me. How are you doing? Yeah, they want you to funnel new players into PvPs to get some easy kills. Yeah, probably. I never particularly enjoyed easy wins in PvP. I didn't like that. Winning by the skin of your teeth. Winning based on skill. Winning based on when you can see your opponents really trying. That's good. I like that a lot. Let's try and get some more damage going on here. So I think that's what bothers me about it. Like, I don't hate PvP, I just hate the fact that PvP players don't seem to comprehend that I don't want to play their version of the game. This all linked back to, what do I think about the friction in gaming design? Have we lost something by removing the ability to run to a dungeon? And the answer is yes, of course we have. And this links back to what I said earlier. We have prioritized the experience points over the point of the experience. If you said to someone, hey, we're going to go and do a dungeon, we're going to get one dungeon run done, it's going to take 5 hours, we've got to run all the way there, it's going to be super slow, and we might not get the drops. And you said, okay, or we can do 10 dungeon runs in the same time, but it's going to be hyper mega focused. There will be some people who would prefer the first dungeon run that doesn't necessarily make progress, but they hang out with their friends. Because I think what people have forgotten is that MMORPGs are digital third spaces. When you log into an MMORPG, you are not necessarily signing the social contract of you must make progress. You are signing the social contract of I am no longer at work, I am no longer in education, I am now enjoying my chilled moment out of work, out of education. This is my free time, this is my time off, and I'm going to chat with my friends, I'm going to explore a cool world, I'm going to go and kill a tough boss, I'm going to get a nice item. It doesn't necessarily matter. Hey, cool, we got the good helmet. It doesn't necessarily matter if you don't make a huge amount of progress. But when you prioritize reaching that is a one-handed axe with agility and stamina for 20 damage. Don't need that, but I will need on the helmet, because the helmet is something I need. Hey, we got it. Fantastic. Got some good stuff going on. Bone fingers. Right, more armor, agility, and stamina. Don't need those. They are for the mages. I agree with you. My only argument is who has the time nowadays? Agi, that depends. Who has the time is the people that make the time. If you have 1 hour free every day, first of all, some people might not have that. But if you do have 1 hour free every day and you log into a video game, what is your priority? Talking to your friends or making progress in that game? Because these games used to be the social areas. They used to be the social connections, digital third spaces. However, they are not anymore. They have moved on and taken on kind of a multi-role function. They are not just a digital third space. They are now a game that you progress through as well. How many of you back in the day, if you did, how many of you would log on to MMORPGs and use them as chat rooms? Just to talk to your friends. Just to message people, just to hang out, just to have that conversation. Some people still do. How many of you have slowly over time stopped doing that because it's not efficient? Because it's no longer the best way to play the game. Because you feel like if you aren't making progress, you're wasting time. If you aren't actually achieving something, what are you doing? You're wasting time there, you're not progressing as well as you should be, you're not advancing, And suddenly you've started to prioritize the experience points over the point of the experience. That's what's happened. I could have made way more progress in this game by playing in a different way. I could have made way more progress by focusing on one character, by making sure everything I did was absolutely 100% meta, by accepting every gift everyone gave me. But I specifically have pushed back against that, because I don't want to do that. I don't want to turn a fun hobby into an efficient job. So when people say, how do I think these things have changed? Of course they have changed, because businesses are looking at them from a sense of, numerical advantage. Appealing to 1,000 casual players is, of course, as far as a business goes, more lucrative and more important and more interesting than appealing to, 100 hardcore. But it's those hardcore who are logging into the game, who are making those connections, who are chatting, who are keeping the subscription going. It's those hardcore who will not leave when a new game comes along. Because the problem with appealing to a casual audience who have no connection to your game is when another game comes along, they have no reason to stay. They will move on. They will travel. They're transient from one to another. Let's try Zulfarak. I think we can do this. You grew up in TeamSpeak, game was never a chat room for you. That explains why I can't imagine logging into a game just to talk to people. Therefore, if the content takes 5 hours and I have an hour, I'm not going to launch the game. But if it takes 30 minutes to run a dungeon, I will play instead of, okay, gotcha, you'll play instead of talking. People used to turn these games on because that was their social life. People used to log into MMORPGs because EverQuest was the world's prettiest chat room. The actual content that the game had was, for some people, not the focus. And you know what? For some people, it still isn't the focus. They just turn the game on in order to be in their social place. That's what it was. This was when I say third space, I mean not your home and not your work. The idea of the third space used to be... You guys might need to hang around for me, by the way, because I haven't got a mount and you can't summon me. The idea of a third space was a place that you go that is not where you live and not where you work. So you had third spaces like cafes that you would hang out at, third spaces like pubs, the neighborhood pub, which of course is being shut down, the community center, the library. These were the third spaces. MMORPGs were just a digital version of that. And now, when people log on to an MMORPG, they don't log on to treat it as a third space to simply be. They treat it as a thing to progress through. Moist Flap, a bit preachy in here now. I just like games. Moist Flap, can you understand that sometimes I will talk about the psychology of the online gamer without necessarily preaching at you that you're doing it wrong? Why overanalyze? Because I'm literally paid to analyze games. Look at this guy doing his fucking job. It sounds condescending. Have I ever said you are playing a game wrong? Have I in one way said that you are experiencing the game wrong? No, I haven't. I have told you that different people experience different games in different ways, and you want me to experience a game in one way. I am explaining why people experience them in others. I'm not saying that you are wrong for the way you experience it. I'm saying that we need to discuss and think about the fact that these have changed their place in society. They have changed. MMORPGs give people different things to what they gave them before. Are you annoyed that I'm not analyzing efficiently? Right, what do we do? Do we jump? Okay, let's go. I might die. Oh, we landed. Perfect. Right, cool. That was a very cool jump. When you say this is getting a bit preachy, I am not saying, and if you don't log on to use it as a digital third space, you are wrong. I am explaining to you that these used to fulfill a different role in gameplay and socialization than they do now. And some people still use them as a role, as that kind of third space to fulfill stuff. I'm not arguing over whether people are right or wrong to do that. I'm explaining their point within gaming culture. I'm not preaching at you to change your gaming habits. I don't want people to feel that they are in the wrong for the way that they approach something. The way that you enjoy a video game, whether it's for a mechanical input or for a social facilitator, you are not wrong. But we have to analyze how the role of games has changed as the games themselves have changed in order to appeal to different markets and different demographics. Does anyone in the chat, do you feel that MMORPGs are more difficult to get into now because the player base as a whole don't want to treat it like a digital third space, but instead want to treat it like a series of mechanical challenges to be overcome? I mean, Dan Olsen has a video, why it's rude to suck at World of Warcraft. That's effectively saying, if you do not engage in the correct mechanical way, you are wrong. We're going this way, I think. You played WoW, you played exclusively with your online friends. Okay, we're going this way? Okay, so we've pulled some enemies there, we're fine. You've only played WoW and Final Fantasy XIV for the past 20 years. That's fair. If that's what you enjoy, then great. I think one of the reasons companies come to me and ask for my input on general gaming culture is because I have a broader overview of what different communities value. And none of those communities are right or wrong. They are just valuing different things, which is okay. Parko, that's a great sentence. You don't meet people in MMOs anymore. This actually links back pretty heavily to the Dungeon Finder idea. I don't want to be there going, oh, Dungeon Finder bad, because actually Dungeon Finders do have a huge value in kind of social interaction. They take away an aspect, but they also add an aspect, and that's why none of these things are necessarily good or bad. If forming a dungeon group is itself a challenge, then you are going to value the individual people within that group, because replacing them isn't easy. If replacing people is easy, people become replaceable. If replacing people isn't easy, people become trainable. And you have to ask yourself, what's more important? Being able to immediately replace this human being because the reason they are here is to fulfill a mechanical role, or being able to talk to and communicate and train and grow with this human being because we are creating a community. Neverton just said cringe. Is it half term in America or something? Are the schools out? We seem to be getting a lot more people that are just giving one-word answers in general, or repeating kind of online phrases. Yes, actually, that explains so much. That explains so much, the fact that we're talking about analyzing stuff, and then people are going, ah, it's cringe. So, if you in a game have to contend with the fact that replacing someone mechanically is difficult. There we go, just hamstring them. Then you're not going to want to replace people too often. I think it feels like MMOs are going away the moment they start. Players want to get on the train and ride it. That's a great way of putting it. They want to immediately ride the train. It doesn't allow them to stop or chat or... If you start a new MMORPG and you go to the opening zone, how many people are just sat there chatting? The answer is not many. Most people in the opening zones want to immediately leave the opening zones to go and do something, to go and experience the first boss, the first enemy, the first quest. Very few people are role-playing, walking around, being amazed, and the reason for this is online worlds are no longer unique. They're no longer individual, they're no longer novel. We do not see a big online world as a new thing anymore. However, when we had Meridian 59, when we had EverQuest, when we had Ultima Online, they were still relatively novel. And the exploration of that world itself was part of the social experience people wanted. It's no longer novel to explore an online world. There is nothing around here, good lord. It's no longer novel to experience an online world, and replacing people to deal with a mechanical kind of complexity like a quest or a dungeon or a raid or a boss is easier than it ever was. So you have no reason to see players as anything other than gears to slot into a machine that defeats the boss. Players are now simply mechanical components for defeating the boss. That's what they are. Unless you actively choose for them not to be. You've tried multiple times to play through ESO, and every time you get stuck because the world is empty. I see people run past me, but we're all playing our own game. Yeah. Yeah, straight up. You dinged 70 and raided with my guild because they invited me. Super fun, but couldn't kill Prince Mark. 10 out of 10 would do it again. Absolutely. Because you do not need the success. The mechanical success is not always how you measure your enjoyment of a game. I know a lot of people that are very mechanically successful at what they do and incredibly unhappy in general. I also know a lot of people who spend a lot of time socializing and don't make a huge amount of progress in their career or their, mechanical advances and whatever they're trying to do, but they are super duper happy. The question is, when you sit down to play an MMORPG, what matters to you? Mechanical advancement or social connection? If I sent you tea and biscuits, would you check out Monsters and Memories? I get people asking me to check out Monsters and Memories every single day. I do not have the time to dedicate to another game right now. Also, I need a flight path around here somewhere, I think. Everyone keeps saying there is a flight path, so let's see if I can get the flight path. Recently found your channel. I'm enjoying the content. Oh, thank you very much. You're an OSRS player starting endgame content. Can you give the pros and cons to starting Classic WoW? Pro, pretty fun game. Con, big game, takes a lot of time to get into. Very addictive. Apart from that, I think the community is very split on being people who want to play it to experience the social connection and people who want to play it because, that's cool. People who want to play it because they effectively have 22 years of memories and knowledge and really want other people to play the way they want to play. Coming here from your stream clips, kind of chill to hear you talk. Here I am. Oh, thank you, Glass. Welcome to the stream. The problem with the stream clips, of course, is that it's only the most emotionally resonant, only the most critical or the more extreme things that get clipped. So people often come in here with like, hey, I watched you say this about this. What do you think about this? And I'm like, I didn't really think about it that deeply, to be honest. Let's just grab the flight path, which is... There you are, you cheeky little chap. Goblins are pretty cool. Goblins are like gnomes, but fun. Alright, so we've now got the... Oh, Gadgetzan. Okay. This is Gadgetzan. Josh, I have to tell you this. My Italian father-in-law came over recently and I served him tiramisu pizza. He just stared at it for a few solid seconds like I'd committed a war crime, then started laughing. Said it was deeply cursed, but still tried it out of respect. I think it broke something inside of him. Mickey, if it broke something inside of him, then that thing wasn't solid and stable enough to begin with. People that truly deeply believe things can take challenges to their beliefs without being destroyed or broken. So I am sorry if serving your Italian father-in-law tiramisu pizza broke him, but maybe now he can be rebuilt. Maybe the pieces can be picked up and he can learn that maybe his love for pizza wasn't as deep and as solid as he thought it was. Because truly held and truly understood beliefs can face scrutiny. They can face challenge, and they can come out the other side better for it. I am about to die in the game, so I'm just kind of walking forward. I've been... Slowing poison has happened. Thank you, Linkel, I appreciate this. I can run faster now I've had my gamer subs. Can someone write me down the email of Josh where I can write video game ideas? Vin, I mean this respectfully. Please don't. The amount of emails, Instagram messages, Twitter messages, Twitch messages, and Discord stuff that I get of, hey Josh, I have an idea. All due respect, I don't care. Because so many people have ideas. I don't know if you're joking or not. It's really good you've never heard this one. Cool, in that case, tell me, I'll steal it, I'll invest someone to make it, I'll make the game, you'll get really sad. Sounds great to me. I don't know if you're joking or not. I don't know if you genuinely think you've come up with an idea that I've never experienced before. But I absolutely guarantee that what we do not need more of in the creative industry are the ideas guys. Are we fighting these people? Everyone in the creative industry is the ideas guy. I get full-on essays sent to me. I don't know if someone's written them or ChatGPT'd them. I don't know which would be worse. But I get so many full-on essays sent to me of, hey, I've got this idea, this is what should happen, this is what's going to work. How about this, how about this, how about this? Where's the money coming from? What we need is idea implementation guys. People who can actually sit down. People who can actually create. People who can take the idea from a possible concept to existing. And if you can't do that, then the best idea that you could probably have is learning how you can do that. Right, now I've never been to this dungeon before. I do not know what it does. Everyone's got ideas. So please, I don't know if you were joking or not about what my email is, but please, if you have an idea, don't send it to me. If you want to make a beta, a playable test, an alpha, if you want to create something and say, hey, look, this is the wireframe model, this is what might work, this is it, cool. Healing totems base, okay, kill the healing totems, gotcha. What if the email contains a 40-page professional game design document and it came from someone who actually knows how to write software and use blueprinting software within UE5? Okay, cool. If that's the case, why do you need me? If that's the case, what am I doing here? Am I here to massage your ego? To tell you that it's an incredible idea and you should absolutely be really proud of what you've done? Because if what you need me for is to say, oh, this is so good, well done, fantastic, I love it. Okay, cool, I don't need to be doing that if it's a good thing anyway. If what you want is consultation on the specific idea that you've got, then you will be paying for that. I'm not going to give you consultation for free. This guy would just shit on it anyway. Grimsmoke, do you mean me? Am I shitting on your idea? Because I can see the other messages you've written and you don't seem like a very happy person. Grim, do you want to chat? Grim, I can approach you if you want to in good faith. We can chat right now. Is it that I would shit on the idea? Hang on, no, Grim's in the spotlight now. Grim, I mean, there are a couple of rules in general. Just let's be respectful. Let's have this conversation. We can do this. There's a lot of negativity being thrown around today. Fuck me. Wobble, the schools are off in America, unfortunately. So people tend to pop online and start saying shit. And I think yes, you're a smarmy negative D-bag. Why are you in the stream then? I mean, that's not entirely fair up from me, actually. Maybe people want to come into the stream to hate watch. Maybe people want to come into the stream to make themselves feel better. Whatever your reason for being here is, that's entirely up to you. Do you think that I would shit on an idea just to hate it? Do you genuinely believe that? He's stoned and confused. Possibly. I mean, if he wants to be, that's fine. But do you really genuinely believe that? Because this is what a lot of people in the chat will say to me, oh, he's just trolling. But this is actually genuinely what a lot of people end up believing and thinking and acting like. I just wanted to chill out there. Answering these people and not banning them reduces the quality of the stream. Mega Dude, no it doesn't. Answering these people and not banning them shows everyone else in the stream what the general online vibe is, and it allows me to, at some point, connect with somebody. Menethil Spike Shield plans. Cool. I can't mount up, guys, by the way, so just wait for me for that. I'm not trolling. You could have fooled me. Do you genuinely just think I hate things, then? Perhaps, but for the 527th time answering it becomes tiring. Mega Dude, I'm here 8 hours a day talking to lots of people. Do you not think that I already have these thoughts and these ideas? I'm sorry if the stream is no longer serving you specifically, but in general, having this kind of conversation is, at least to me, an important part of what we are doing. You've been in these streams a lot, I understand that. You've been here almost as much as I have. And talking to people who disagree with you is an important thing that we do need to do. Explaining why you think the way you think. Right, Pally's dead as well. And I'm dead too. Right, well, we tried. Josh can stop any moment. That's true. You come from the Zaryu reaction video. I don't know what that video was. I enjoyed your takes and wanted to come give you a follow. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Why should we bother to improve anything we care about? It's totally okay. And then Moist Flap says, yapping and wiping. That's pretty much what we do here. Do you think maybe we're underleveled for this place? Where do these people come from? It's school holidays in America. I assume we wait to be resurrected. Wait for res? Because I can wait for res, that's fine. Is a WoW streamer. Watched your first 100 hours in WoW video. Oh, on the Says channel. Gotcha. I appreciate. I haven't seen that one. But no, we generally try to... I generally try to connect with and talk to people who have input and opinions. On a positive note, you made me realize in the past 10 minutes you have a third space on the abandoned Minecraft server. Oh, cool. As long as you enjoy that. Saw you on TT, Josh. TT? Can't see Dark Souls anymore without thinking of Dark Souls. Oh, cool. Oh, I enjoyed the Dark Souls stuff. That was fun to do. You're here to find your opinion, and just here to find your opinion. Oh, Trash Taste. Yeah, the Trash Taste was good. I enjoyed those guys. They were nice people. But to loop this back to the guy that was saying something before, do you genuinely think that I just take ideas and shit on them? The problem with having a larger audience online and the problem with making more popular videos is that you as a content creator then get reduced down to W's and L's. That's all it becomes. Everything you say, either if someone agrees with what you say, it's a W. If someone doesn't agree with what you say, it's an L. That's it. It's a W or an L. And it's what it creates is it creates content creators who just chase the yes or the no. That's all it becomes. You get content creators who chase their chat's approval, and then you get content creators who run away from their chat's disapproval. That's the problem. Because chasing approval of a huge faceless entity means that one of the best things to do is just have safe takes all the time. And trying to push away from disapproval means effectively never challenging what you or the people around you think. There are content creators who will put videos out there, and if those videos don't match the public approval, they'll delete the videos. I've put out 2 videos that I thought had bad takes after people explained them to me, and so I put out videos apologizing for those and explaining where the takes came from and explaining what I'd learned from the experience. Instead of hiding from the fact that I fucked up there, it's right, okay, input from that has been useful and valuable, here's how it's changed. And I think it's important to be able to keep those problems and mistakes up and visible, because that shows that I've learned from them as well. Megadude, thank you very much. That's very, very kind of you. I know that this might be too negative for you, but it's important that we we do address the negativity because people need to feel seen. Most angry people online are just lonely. Angry people online want to feel seen. They want to feel valued. They want to feel like they have some kind of input or some kind of power. So whenever someone comes into this stream and insults me, whenever someone comes in and, you know, just gives an edgy take or says something dumb or something offensive or something stupid, let's be real, all right? They are hurting about something. Something in their life's not going great. I don't know them, they don't know me, but something's not going great. In order for them to come into a chat or leave a message on YouTube or send a hateful tweet, something's going wrong. The old saying is that hurt people hurt people. So if someone wants to come into this stream and straight away say, hey, this is what I think, this is what you're doing, yeah, it's a douchebag thing to do. You can't deny that. But at the same time, I then have a choice of what I can do with it. Do I want to take that idea and say, well, I'm going to be an extra douchebag to you, you're hurting, I'm going to say something mean, you're going to hurt even more? Or if I can take that tiny chance to say, okay, cool, if you really think that, then that's a shame, but here's how we're going to try and connect with this. And if you come away from that conversation, put it this way, if they come away from that conversation still hating me and still, you know, wanting to be negative, that's exactly where we started. Nothing's changed. But if they come away from that conversation thinking, you know what, maybe I did just want a little bit of attention, maybe I was just hurting about some stuff, maybe stuff isn't going great, maybe I'm taking it out with that, maybe we need to try and reassess this, then, you know, great, cool. We've changed a slight amount of the world, just a tiny bit of the world. And that's important. People say sometimes it's just to be a troll. I mean, it's an outlet, not necessarily a cry for help. Ronin, healthy, well-adjusted people do not need an outlet to go and troll on. Healthy, happy, well-adjusted, mentally stable people do not necessarily need an online outlet to go and be a dick on. Because they understand that that is not necessarily a stable thing to do. People want to troll and try and be funny, that's fine. People want to try and be a dick online, that's because something's going wrong and they're using this as an outlet. So whenever someone comes in being a little bit, you know, a little bit difficult, my first thought is, how's this person hurting? I'm currently using the Ravager, so the spin to win is going to happen at some point. So I do try to at least approach people on a good faith level. Some people do just need a hug, man. People hate the... They hate the condescending sound of that. But some people just straight up do need a hug. And when people come on and start saying negative stuff and being horrible to you, and just jumping in and insulting you, some people are far too comfortable just being behind a screen. But do you know what that means if they're too comfortable being behind a screen? It means they're behind a screen a lot. And it means that they're going to lose that inhuman person-to-person connection. And if someone is behind a screen a lot and they're losing that person-to-person connection, I get a chance to remind them that, hey, just because you're behind a screen doesn't mean that you're not communicating with someone. Where can you find information on consultation? Fran, you can email pr@JoshStrifeHayes.com. Moist Flap, you have more input. You have a lot of input. I'm happy to read it. Can you get a hug? Yeah, I'll make sure you get one. I feel like you are trolling me. How? I wasn't talking to you directly with anything I just said. We were talking about the general situation. I've also not paid any attention to this dungeon because I've been speaking entirely to you guys. By being positive and real, that is a wild take. So, you think that what I've just said has been personally focused on you. I don't quite know how we got to that, but I'm happy. Hang on, yes. You think I'm personally trolling you? Okay. I don't think I am. Hang on, with joy bait, which is the opposite of rage bait. By generally trying to be positive, I'm making you angry. He was joking, Josh. Okay, gotcha. That doesn't translate well over chat. We want moist flap on voice. No way. Definitely not. Because some of you will be like, oh, I was just joking, I was just joking. Have you seen what people are like in this chat? You have no idea whether someone is or isn't joking. Is this toxic positivity? Love that. Oh, love it a lot. You guys are fun. Thanks. Someone has to be. I'm trying to kill this witch doctor. Let's get rid of you. There we go. There's a lot of enemy witch doctors here. There we go. Let's get a channel thing going on. Anyone who is in the stream often, do you feel that people are being worse today than they normally are? Do you feel there's more negativity, more trolling, more edgy humor today than normal? Why? Why do you think that is? Alright, I just pulled those guys over there. That's entirely my fault. That is 100% my fault. It's Saturday. It's the weekend. It's Saturday. It's the weekend. What does that mean? Does that mean that younger people are online? Okay, let's attack you. So the fact that younger people are online means that we get this kind of general behavior. Sparhawk says, I'm constantly in awe at the bullshit you deal with. This is just normal online stuff. This is what kids are like. But you have to understand this as well, guys. Think about this. I'm currently playing Classic WoW, the Burning Crusade Anniversary Edition. These are not regular school kids. These are normally mid to late 20s, early 30s, possibly late 30s. It's not like there's a load of teenagers in the chat because, you know, based on the nature of the game that I'm playing being an old game. This is what late 20s, early 30s adults are acting like. Just because somebody, however, has left high school does not mean that they are mentally anywhere different. You've probably attracted a larger WoW crowd at this point, and yeah, that's what's happened. There's no age limit on acting like a child. That is unfortunately true, and I think the online World of Warcraft vibe in general has definitely created a society or an online culture that allows that more immature nature to exist. The online kind of the nature of online games does push itself ultimately into immaturity. Maybe your audience is role-playing the way they were in 2007. Maybe they are. I'm glad I'm not. WoW Classic community has a negative relationship with streamers. Vac, is that true? I actually don't know that. What are you doing? You do know that Crimson Desert is out, yeah? Keel, that's the first message you've ever sent in the chat. Are you paid by Crimson Desert to advertise? Or are you just incapable of going to someone who's already playing Crimson Desert? Have you met Taliesin and Devital? I don't think I have. I know of them, but I don't think I've met them. Streamers ruin open world. Look at the existence of the Herod server. They would camp streamers off the server. Streamers definitely have a different strength, agility, and stamina. The Scorpashi cape. It's not cool! Right, is it better than my current cape? Lower armor. It's got strength on it. That's actually good for me. The Shriveled Heart is absolutely not, because you lose strength. Thank you guys for carrying me through this dungeon, by the way. Streamers bring a different vibe to the game that a lot of players don't like, and you know what? That's fine. You have a similar vibe to Taliesin. I'm familiar with his work, but not with him as a person. Carrying, lol. We're getting wrecked. You guys are doing fine. You guys are doing absolutely fine. I won't even remember this dungeon, by the way. I've been focusing so much on the chat. Was I ever interested in Dread Mist? Nope. Maybe one day I will. But again, the nature of any online connection is that people are comfortable behind the screen. People are comfortable behind the mask. And more human beings are driven by emotion than we like to admit. So if someone does like you, they will agree with everything you do. If someone doesn't like you, they will disagree with everything you do. Someone earlier said that I would just shit on any ideas that people bring to me. That's not true. I will pressure test ideas to see if they will stand up to scrutiny. Because if they can't stand up to me, they will definitely not stand up to an audience or an investor. People want to agree with people they like. Therefore, one of the most important things that you want to do in any kind of connection is make someone like you before you try and connect with them. Emotions are essential for decision making. They really are. Josh wants you to, I want you to justify your position about why I should be involved or why I should care. And the answer can't just be because you care. Emotions do make us all human, guys, and we all have them, and we all need to, deal with them. Let's try and see if I can trigger the spinny spin with this. There we go. The witch doctors are healers, you can skull those. Okay, cool. Witch doctors, kill them first. Got it. You'll agree if you like, disagree if you don't like, and we'll only do both. And we'll do both only if you respect them. That's an interesting way of looking at it. But what you guys might notice is that a lot of people will come to this stream with a preconceived idea of who I am, how I'm going to treat them, what I value, and how they're going to treat me. You'll get people that join the stream with a more combative approach. You'll get people that join not in good faith. And when that happens, they don't want me to acknowledge or respect them. They want to argue with me. That's any stream, though. I wouldn't say it's any stream. Some people are willing to have a conversation. The complexity of that, of course, is... Ooh, let's kill that totem. There we go. People want to be argued with. You're doing 50 Hunter. Oh, congratulations, Vol. Well done. People want that thing to be an argument. Perfect. Really glad I got the proc just then. I mean, there are a couple of sayings that would relate to this. It's honestly stupid wasting your own time on negativity when you could be doing something nice or meaningful. Negativity itself being negative about something does not always mean shooting the idea down or destroying it. Sometimes it can be pressure testing it. Like if I say to someone, hey, let's prepare for the worst case scenario, and they're like, oh, stop being so negative. I'm like, no. We need to at least acknowledge and prepare for this. We can hope for the best. Josh's chat does seem more combative than other streamers I watch, but I don't think I watch any other streamers with a large audience. Roll, it might also be because the audience know that I'm going to try and respond to them as best I can. Someone said earlier that, why do I get one guide? And it's because pulling out one comment is the only way that you can have a conversation with one person. You get one guide because you're willing to have a conversation with one person. That's what it is. That's the complexity of that. Otherwise, you have to just treat chat as this big amorphous blob that you don't actually connect to. What do I personally get out of engaging with all the emotional immaturity online? Not that I necessarily disapprove. I think what I get out of it is the knowledge that what I am doing is entertaining. That's what I'm trying to do. And to me, having that one-to-one connection with someone matters. And like I mentioned earlier, people want attention because they either feel bad or they feel something. It matters to them in some way. Because if it didn't matter to them, they simply wouldn't have typed anything in the chat. They would have gone, I don't care, and then move on. The opposite of love is not hate. They're two sides of the same coin. The opposite of love is apathy, is not caring at all. People are in this chat asking questions because on some degree they care. Whether it's about the game, whether it's about me, whether it's about just getting some kind of focus, they care. So to me, engaging with someone that cares, even if it's starting with a basis of negativity, does at least give us a foundation of emotion to build off, which matters. And some people were also messaging stuff. Hey Josh, I sent you a game idea in an email that you've never had before. Could you please read it and confirm? Kissing me, not right now, no. If it's actually a possible thing, I'll do it off stream. If you're using the stream as just a bit to have a joke, that's fine. But I will read that later, if you've actually emailed it. Zevi, it does feel a bit worse than normal today so far. That's because it's the weekend, and we're attracting a larger audience. And as you attract a larger audience, you're going to get more idiots. It's just going to happen. If it were me, I'd ban and move on. You do that, you create an echo chamber for yourself. I don't want people to feel that they don't have an immediate connection. I also don't want people to feel super comfortable in being arseholes. It's about finding that balance between it. It does feel that you invest proportionally more energy in negative comments than positive ones. Gatto, that's because positive ones don't normally lead to a discussion. They don't normally lead to me being able to learn anything. If I talk, I can only say what I know. But if I read and listen, I can learn what you guys know. And the problem with positive comments is, as great as they are, they tend to not lead to any new discussions. Echo chambers will stagnate. Let's kill this guy here. I mean, if people just keep saying, oh, I really like your video, what can I say? Oh, thanks, that's great. Agreeing with the situation is lovely, but we grow through, friction. We grow through pressure. We grow through analyzing and interrogating the ideas that we already have. So it's important to me to be able to try and interrogate that. We don't want to create toxic positivity. We don't want to create that at all. But at the same time, we also don't want to give too much negativity toward people that think differently to us. If someone has a negative opinion, that's fine, but I want to understand why. And I want to understand if it's something that I've done wrong that I can change, or something that they just genuinely hate. Josh, who's my favorite Prime Minister? They're all just so awful. Friction is necessary to grow. Could be negativity not targeted at me is totally fine. That's okay. Do I miss the Bonsai rap? Oh, Simon Bonsai. What a good lad. How often do I think that people like your content, write controversial comments because they like your entertainment when you talk about negativity? Dragonov, I try not to think about too much stuff at all in general. I've found that the less I think, the happier I am. What do I think of Scotland? Infrequently. What is this? Okay, goddamn. You guys are on the dungeon quest and I'm not, because I don't think I have the dungeon quest. Right, let's pull you guys over here if we can. And now we fight. There we go. I really need my hit to trigger and do the thing. Because if it doesn't, we're in trouble. Do the spinny thing. I get notifications when you go online. You've been online a lot recently. Why? I think Slack because it's my job. That might be... I might have something to do with it. But I'm at least hoping to be able to do that. I'm being consistent with it. I'm probably too low level to quest, that's true. Holiday when? Ah, we don't think about that too much at all. There was the guy earlier that said... I mean, it's been a while. I think it's because you're addicted to your job. I just like the game. When are you going to lock into the Inferno in OSRS? TJ, probably never. I wouldn't want to make everyone else feel bad. That's what it is. Yeah, imagine going into work and they're like, you've been here a lot lately. You need to leave. Go do something else. I got a message on Discord from someone saying, hey Josh, just so you know, I am genuinely concerned about your mental health and think you should take a few days off streaming. And as kind as that is, tad condescending, because this is also the job. How can someone say that? People have the best intentions. People have good intentions, and I love that, and I respect that, and that's fine. But it is also a bit weird that people will say, hey, I've been watching your streams recently, I'm noticing a lot of negativity, I think that your mental health is suffering, I think you should stop streaming for a while. I don't think that, you know, the guy flipping burgers at McDonald's is going to be treated the same way with someone going, hey, you've been flipping a lot of burgers lately, and I've noticed that you're not super happy with this, so maybe you should take a few days off. People don't have that luxury. It's an absolutely incredible luxury to be able to just take time off from your job whenever you want it. Hey Josh, first time viewer, welcome. Sorry if it's been addressed before. Have you considered DC Universe Online for the worst MMO ever series? It's on the list. Wait, Josh asked me if I was okay the other day. Yes, I did, Inju, because you're here every day. And of course, I know what it's like here every day, so I'm worried about you. But don't you have that luxury? Yes, I do. I absolutely do. I could take days off streaming or making YouTube videos, and I would be fine. Which is, to my working class upbringing, utterly insane. Ridiculously insane. Right, if I don't want to attack these guys at random, I'm changing to the axe that doesn't do the spinny thing. It's incredible that I've been able to have that level of life. You had a thrilling time reading the YouTube comments. You are amazed at how unhinged they are. Ah, it gets better, doesn't it? It's just great. You know how to start a convo with positivity. Josh, do you like being so based? Honestly, I dislike the fact that people say whenever a thing is good, oh, based. And whenever a thing is bad, they're like, oh, you know, that's not based. That's cringe. That's just the longer version of W's and L's. I think that honestly, it worries me that online takes have been reduced down to based or not based. Because that comes across as, again, it's almost like a barometer that the streamer has to chase. You've been playing Guild Wars 2 for 3 years. Oh, sweet. Well done. Excellent. You've been surprised you don't bring up Guild Wars 2 more often in your videos comparing it with WoW. I bring up Guild Wars 2 a lot because I think it's an excellent example of a good game. Communication is getting codified into good things and bad things, and that's kind of it. Let me just stick on the Ravager, see if I can get a spin going on for this. There we go. Bro loves using big words to make me feel small. Not at all. Not at all. If you ever are unsure of a word that I've used in the context I've used it, you can just ask. I will never ever mock anyone for that. Asking someone to explain something to you is one of the best ways to learn anything. And if I ever do say something that doesn't make any sense, ask me to explain it and I will. And you know what? If it doesn't make sense to me, I'll be like, you know what? Yeah, that was the wrong word. One of the things that I learned many years ago that I've tried to hold on to, and sometimes using longer words I think helps be specific with the situation. But I think one thing that I've always tried to hold on to, and it was a teacher of mine that said this to me many years ago. They said that the amateur will use very big words to explain very small concepts, whereas the master can use very small words to explain very big concepts. And that stuck with me. The idea that some people focus on sounding smart while not actually getting the information required across to the person who is asking for it. And other people focus on getting the information to the other person, even if they don't sound as smart themselves. And that's the important bit. Getting the information to the other person matters more than massaging your own ego to sound smart. So if I do ever use a word that you're like, what the hell does that mean? Honestly, just ask. Just totally ask and be like, hey man, what are you on about? What does that word mean in this context? That's fine, I'll try and answer. I'll try my best. There was a famous saying, if I had more time, I would have written a shorter letter. And what that means is removing the surplus information, the stuff that is no longer required, actually results in less information being delivered, but the information that is delivered is condensed and focused and needed. Being precise is good, removes the filler. But whenever I'm talking on Twitch, I am using all of the filler because I haven't had time to cut it down. I can't do it live, if that makes sense. So, as a songwriter, that is very true. That's an interesting way of looking at it. Sometimes some of the best, most impactful lyrics are the simplest. Sometimes what takes a huge amount of complex words to say is delivered in the most emotionally impactful way with fewer words. But complexity can also have a beauty all of its own. Sometimes overdone is underrated. You've started taking some time before answering, even if people think you're slow at times. That's one of the best things to do. Holding a silence is a sign of confidence. Holding a silence is difficult. But we have definitely had people today that I think approached with negativity. Okay, boss has ads here. I'm trying to focus on what I'm meant to be doing in the game, and I have no idea. I've got the barboot helmet, and I've also got the plate that I'll be able to wear soon. Oh, goddamn. Okay, cool. Well, that was easy. Right, kill this guy. See what I can do. As soon as I've hit him once or twice, should be able to... I can't sunder him, which is super annoying. I can shout, though. I can improve your guy's damage. That's what I can do. Right, I'm going to focus on improving your damage and sundering this guy if possible. Thank you very much for gifting all the subs, by the way. That's very, very kind of you. Good communication does involve adding pauses, adding cadence to the speech, up and down like a roller coaster. It really does. Are you even getting experience from this? In the game, doesn't matter. From the chat, absolutely. I'm trying to read as well while also focusing on this fight as best I can. What class do I like best so far? I always love drama the most. I'm probably doing no damage as well to these guys at all. Like, literally no damage. Hey, we killed it. Vice Grips of the Bear. Plate. 11 stamina, 11 strength. That's like the perfect thing for me. Is that... Okay, cool. That was the exact thing that I needed. Can I need that? No sword, though. No. You guys okay if I need this? Good luck, warriors. Alright, let's work this out. Vice Grips of the Bear, level 43. Increase attack power by 14. They are better, way better, than my current Scarlet Gauntlets. Let's need and see what happens. I got them. Streamer client, baby. That's how you get it. I will help you guys run this dungeon as often as you need to get the cool stuff. That means that right now, waiting for me, I have got the Vice Grips of the Bear at level 43, the Ice Metal Barboot at level 40, and the Carapace of Tutankesh at level 40, and the Aegis of the Scarlet Commander's Shield at 39, and the Hammer at level 45. I've got so much stuff. Josh, your racial sword mace proficiency helps with hitting higher level enemies. Yeah, but the axe is cool. You know, I get that I've got advantages in other stuff, but this is cool. So I'm going to go with that. I'm glad Josh will farm this for me. I need much loot. Yes. As much as I can get, we will farm. Can I ask your opinion on in-game voice chat in dungeons? In-game voice chat in any game is a danger. Because you are effectively allowing people that you have no idea about to chat to you. They might be fine people. They might be weird people. Who knows? Right, was that the final boss? Or are there more? I wasn't paying much attention to the dungeon, to be honest. Oh, you have the Crimson Silk Cloak, Archimedes. Thank you. I might buy that off you soon, then. Josh, have you already got a red gold cape lined up? I've looked into the one that was the first boss. Okay, gotcha. We're going to be here a while. I was thinking, oh, that boss is quite difficult. I hope that's the end. No, not at all. Apparently, there's just way more stuff going on here. I mean, I'm having fun. Did I get my Whirlwind Axe? Yes. Yes, I did. I got the Whirlwind Axe. I got a load of armor. I got some weapons. I got some shields. This one is a bit longer than usual. Honestly, love it. Absolutely love it. Josh, what will be the next MMO you play or test? I don't know. I'm very addicted to World of Warcraft right now. I'm not sure. I've just pulled that guy by mistake. Entirely my bad. Cannot wait to level up. As soon as I level 39, I will unlock this shield that's going to be potentially useful. Don't think anything else at 39 happens. No, then we've just got the helmet and the carapace. As soon as we need that. I'm addicted to providing high-quality entertainment. That's what I'm addicted to. Guys, I just pulled the enemy. My bad. Problem. There we go. Yeah, so because I'm lower level, my aggro range is huge. Stick on the Ravager. Continue to attack. There we go. I'm trying to trigger the... trying to trigger the spin. You kind of miss the Saturdays at 7, Sundays at 4 era. You know what, Soku? So do I. Unfortunately, This is just more fun for me. And at some point, I've got to prioritize what I find fun. I'm enjoying Zul'Farrak. These guys are resisting me way too much, but I swear, once I'm actually doing damage, oh, I'm going to be useful here. You're doing really well, further in ZF than expected. Oh, we'll finish this. I'm sure we'll finish this. Don't you worry about that. It might take us some time, but we will finish. TBC is temporary. Yeah, of course it is. Everything is. Switch back to this weapon while we can fight now. The final boss is hard. That's fine. We'll do our best. We'll see what happens. I don't get why people like two-handed warriors when dual wielding is more consistent. I think it's because with a two-handed warrior you can equip a weapon that has a very high damage threshold. And when you use abilities like, cleave or heroic strike, it rolls using that higher damage threshold. You also, when you dual wield, have a higher chance of missing on the offhand weapon, which means any procs that the offhand weapon have to have are going to be more inconsistent. But I think the most important thing that it does is big number dopamine. That's what happens. It is less consistent, that is true. But big number dopamine, good. What are these things? Shallow graves. Okay, I'm more worried about the gauntlet. What is the gauntlet? If we can't do this, then I just train up for a bit. Hey Josh, sorry to keep asking, what's the class you've been enjoying most in WoW? Swam, I'm just enjoying the game in general. All the classes have different fun things about them, depending on what mood I'm in. If I want to, do single target big damage, I'm going to go with either the rogue or the warrior. If I want to stand there and not die, I'm going to go with the paladin. If I want to be useful for the team, I'll go with the shaman. I've enjoyed all of the mechanics that I've so far been presented with. Click them for a gift. Click all of them at once. I could do. Fury gets more consistent once you start getting gear at later levels. Yeah, that's what I'm excited for. Once we get more consistent gear, I'll be happy. Are you liking the warrior more with two-handed weapon or dual wielding? I prefer dual wielding. You can click graves, just don't go crazy. Right, let me grab a real quick drink. Give me 2 minutes. Pop to the bathroom, grab a drink, grab yourself a bite to eat, stretch your legs, and when we come back, we will carry on. Remember, we are whimsy maxing and casual pilled. The negativity will be pushed back by the fact that we're just going to have a good time for the rest of the day. Here's a DVD logo. Here's a countdown timer for 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Alright, I have got a pot of meat. I've got a nutritionally complete meal protein shake. And I've got a can-do attitude. That is pretty much all I need to be able to complete Zul'Farrak. That and 4 way better players. Okay, cool. So, meat, protein, drink, water, focus. Let's do this. Right, what are we doing? You got some biltong earlier. I've got some biltong right now. Love me a bit of biltong. Isn't meat the protein? There's protein in the meat. That's true. Did he take Apollo and Piper's dinner? No! No, they do also get meat, though. Here we go. Right, ready. What are you eating? Chili-flavoured biltong. There's a guy, or a company in the UK, that I think is just called the Biltong Company. Amazing stuff. Hope ain't ready. Alright, that's fine. We can wait for Hope. We can wait for you, Hope. We're in no rush. Day 38 of me eating naught fibre. Fibre is a DPS loss. Moist Flap says bong rips give you extra boss damage. I have never done any drugs. Apart from alcohol. And even then, I'm a very casual drinker. Never smoked. Never done the green. Oh, solid sharpening stone. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I've actually already got some of those and should probably use them. Let's stick them on the weapon. Hey Josh, go loot that chest. Where's the chest? Where's the chest you want me to loot? I can do it. You told me to go loot the chest. Alright, can do. This one here. This one. What the hell? Why would you say go loot the chest? You literally said to me, go and loot it. Oh god, now I've got to do this. Now a boss is happening. I thought I was doing the right thing. You said go loot the chest. I thought if there's one team I can trust, it's my team. These guys are gonna... Why Ninja pull... Shut up. Shut up, Hope. They said go and loot the chest, and I trusted them. And now we've pulled the Witch Doctor. Oh, greedy. It best give me a good thing. They literally said... It's in the chat. I feel bad now. Right, we best get a good drop from this guy. Whatever the drop is. Royal Headband of Fiery Wrath. I don't even know that's good. Is it good? Is it bad? What's happening? That's just more fire spell damage. Give that to a mage. God. Okay, right. No, so delete back to this. I've never done any drugs apart from alcohol. And even then, I only ever a social drinker. And the mead that I have while playing with you guys, which is it's social. But, no. Never partaken. I do social meat every now and again. You know, I'll have some meat, entirely socially. But you drink coffee. Yeah, like, there's drugs and there's drugs, you know? No one's gonna look at you and go, that's your third coffee today. Maybe we need to have an intervention. They're gonna look at you and go, that's your third coffee today. Work harder. That, and, you know, Irish coffee. And a Christmas Baileys. And me, whenever you want. Touch them all. Alright, cool, can do. Why would you tell me to do this if it spawns enemies? I don't know who to trust. I'm trying to trust you. And you're all lying to me. Why would he do this? I'm gonna trust no one, not even myself. You are not gonna make me feel bad for doing what you told me to do. Right, I'm going to boost all of your damage, guys. This is a cool dungeon. It's a shame that I'm massively underleveled for it. Oh, did I click the wrong one? Right. Let me put the Ravager back on. Maybe we can get a bit of a spin to win thing going on here. Because I really... The Ravager's not pinged that many times. Maybe it doesn't ping as often on higher level enemies. You can use mounts. I don't have one. You can use stronger armor. I don't have any. I need to level up again before I can do it. Am I using the voice chat in-game? No, I'm just hoping that most of the team in the game are watching the stream and also really good. Because they are carrying me. It doesn't ping on parried hits. That makes so much more sense. This team are doing so well. I think it's mostly the fact that I'm here helping them. Are we getting carried? It's not that we're getting carried, it's that I'm definitely... I mean, what's the DPS charts looking like? Some of you guys might have the DPS charts. You're watching the stream with like 10 full seconds of ping. It's as fun for you then. Someone's going to have a DPS chart for this dungeon and we'll see what's going on. Cozy blessings. Thank you, Corpus. Welcome to the stream. Also, guys, the sun's out right now. Go and touch some grass. Do it. That's an order. Go and touch the touchiest grass right now. Mine is broken. That's weird. I'm doing too much damage. My lobster is too buttery. My steak too juicy. The damage oh fuck. I've pulled the sand crab. That's my bad entirely, guys. Alright, we've pulled this guy's as well. Oh, fun. Right, here we go. Ravager time. Right, don't you worry. Don't you worry. We've got this. Time to get some... Fuck it, we ball, guys. We do this. Right, Shadow Hunter. We take you guys down first. I'm going to stick on the ability that does more damage to more enemies. It won't work. But we're here just in case. Come here, you. Oh, that was easy. That was all me, baby. All me. I wasn't worried. I was a little worried. I don't have a target. That's what happens when you have a protein-based snack. The warrior spirit comes out. Thanks for carrying that fight, Josh. You're welcome. ZF Contenter. On YouTube, I've never seen you higher than 30. That's because I keep the good stuff for the Twitch. In fact, Visa, if you're going to put this clip on YouTube, could you put some really crap gameplay behind it? I've just realized what he's going to do is just put this gameplay behind it. He's not going to change it at all. It's going to be the same clip. That's... Yeah, that's fair. I can see you doing that. That's definitely a choice you would make. Appreciate it, Visa. This is the best biltong ever. Moist Flap. BDO is trash. Alright. I'm glad you got that out of your system. In a way, Zul'Farrak is just sandy dead mines. It's not an opinion. Alright. I mean, it is. HMK knows. I don't know who HMK is. I don't... Most people in here know what I mean. Okay, cool. I'm glad. I'm glad we're all getting along together. It's a fun time. Josh, you know who I am. Hang on, do I? I assume. There's a lot of people in the chat right now. I haven't laughed out loud until you called this guy out. I'm not calling him out, I'm just questioning that it's straight up saying a game is trash is fine. You don't like something, that's okay. It's okay to not like something, but you don't have to say that it is objectively bad, therefore you don't like it. Or you not liking something does not make it bad. Your fire cape helped me get my first fire cape. Oh, congratulations, T. That was a good video. I enjoyed making that video. That was a good one. Josh, what are your favourite games in order and why is Expedition 33 number 1? Expedition 33 is so great. Imagine if France was real. I didn't say I didn't like it, I said it was trash. Okay. Am I interested in Crimson Desert? Not particularly. I think curating the vibes that this stream needs to go for needs to be done. Is it customary for Brits to make fun of France at every opportunity? Yes, absolutely. Yes, it is.
Let the executions begin.
Alright, let's kill this executioner. E33 being great is also an opinion. How would you legitimize it? I'm curious. It is my opinion that it's good. Someone would say it's an objectively good or an objectively bad game. Different art can be criticized in different ways. I think that Expedition 33 does a lot of good stuff. The execution is key. Hey Josh, never catches streams, more of a YouTube guy. Oh, thank you. Oh, Nathan Briggs was lovely. He was so nice. Zizzy, I'm really glad you enjoyed that. I've got the key. Right. Do I free these guys? Okay. What's up? You're being freed. Hang on, let me... There we go.
Keep it real.
I will free all of you, I suppose. Oh, everyone gets freed. Cool! We're all free together. Yay! I'd say most new games are of lower quality, so it made E33 look better. Actually, no shade. Okay. Josh, well, what? Look what you've done. Okay. Time for death. Josh, what did you do? I do not like this. I refuse to believe that I was responsible in any way for what's about to happen here. This is my fault entirely. I think that we've definitely had a few people in the chat today who are upset. Or, I think socially awkward is probably a good way of putting it. Terminally online might be another way of putting it. I feel that's a good way of doing it. This is a visual representation of what it's like talking to Twitch chat. Right, so do we need to actually fight down the steps? Keep the AP buff up. I'm keeping the AP buff up and I'm keeping their AP buff down if I can. I'm just screaming, don't you worry. We're all screaming and fighting together. Do I feel that streaming WoW has brought in more terminally online people? Yes. Without a doubt. Now, there's nothing wrong with being online a lot. The phrase terminally online is usually used to mean people who spend so long online they forget how to socialize offline. I think that's where the issue comes in. Because just being online a lot's fine. I'm online a lot, but it's also very important to occasionally, step back from the online lifestyle and interact with people face to face. Because there is an understanding, there is a connection, there's a level of social contract that's important to still kind of validate and have. I think because my work tends to cover MMORPGs, which people use not necessarily as an addition to their life, but a replacement for it. That's the danger, that's the risk. The MMORPG is uniquely positioned to be able to offer people a replacement. It's meant to be the everything game. It's meant to take... Hey, there we go. That was good. We survived. And unfortunately, when you take something that people use to replace their personality with, critiquing the game is no longer a mechanical critique. It now becomes a critique of them as a person. And that's dangerous. But to link that to Warcraft specifically, I, for the longest time, have not been a part of the World of Warcraft community. And now, I would say that I'm getting involved in it. And I think the World of Warcraft community has a certain community expectation for how people communicate with each other, how people act, how people talk, how people respond, that I am still learning. And I think the World of Warcraft community, especially on Twitch, definitely has a more negative slant to it. Now, when we say World of Warcraft community, that itself is a bit of a complicated thing, because the game is divided into like 6 different versions of itself. And even within each version, you've got people that focus on raidings, people that focus on this, on that, on the other. There is a... There we go. There are mini communities within the communities. So saying the WoW community does not mean that you're going to appeal to everyone. It means that you're going to be connected to those people within that area. I think what I'm trying to say is the kind of people that consume a lot of World of Warcraft content online have become accustomed to a certain way of talking to other people who also consume a huge amount of World of Warcraft content online. Moist Flap, this is a retail-free zone. No, it's not. I mean, I don't particularly like retail, but if you want to talk about it, that's fine. I mean, if other people want to say they enjoy retail, that's okay. I don't want to demonize players that enjoy one type of the game over the other. Do I like Darktide? I played it a while ago. But I wouldn't say I played it recently. Oh, Hope's dead. Why don't I like retail? Because I have a limited amount of gaming time, and I want to spend my gaming time playing Classic. Because I never experienced World of Warcraft growing up. And people keep telling me stories, and these stories often involve the old times. The stories of the Lich King, the stories of the opening of the Dark Portal, the stories of Ankaraji, the stories of leveling and getting those epic items and epic weapons, the stories of Onyxia. The stories and the legends of old are the ones that I want to be experiencing myself and focusing on. And it seems that it is difficult for those stories to exist in modern WoW, but they do exist here still. And these are the stories that I want to experience myself. So with a limited amount of gaming time, I am choosing to prioritize playing this. I have already watched you shit on it, don't lie. Do you think that critique of something you don't like is shitting on it? Critique of something you don't like is not necessarily shitting on a thing. It's just slang, bro. Words matter, dude. When someone says, oh, you're shitting on that, no, I'm not, I'm critiquing it. Words can matter. Inju, please don't time out Moist Flap. Can you time him back in? I literally said earlier, just because someone disagrees with me doesn't mean we need to kick them out. Bad Mojo Mask. Increases damage and healing done. Oh, cool, we survived. That was decent. Good job, guys, with that. People can be in this stream because, honestly, sometimes this is probably the only place they can be. Good job, team, by the way. Well done to everyone. If I need to time somebody out for acting a certain way, then I'll sort that out, don't you worry. People are not going to be attacking the mods either, don't do that. The moderators in this stream give a huge amount of their own time, their own attention, and their own focus to make sure it can be the best possible type of stream. And I appreciate a lot of those guys. I'm not expecting anyone to be perfect. Unfortunately, I sometimes do have to deal with people who are deliberately being obtuse. And dealing with people who are deliberately being obtuse is irritating. Am I enjoying Zul'Farrak? I have no idea. I can't remember any of this dungeon at all. If you ask me what this is like, I have no idea. What about the part with the trolls? Yeah, they're great. You're about halfway. Cool. These guys are doing really well. I think some of your critiques on retail are based on how the game was in Battle for Azeroth. Yeah, sure. I do think the game is in a different place now. You might have a better perspective now. Neek, I completely agree. But please understand, Neek, just bear with me. Let's just wrap for a second. People have come in here asking when I'm going to play retail, asking when I'm going to play Monsters and Memories, asking when I'm going to get back and play Guild Wars 2, asking when I'm going to return and play Guild Wars 1 Reforged, asking when I'm going to get back into the Elder Scrolls Online, asking when I'm going to jump into Final Fantasy XIV again, asking when I'm going to get back into Dreadmist. The amount of people that want me to dedicate the amount of time that would be needed to their specific MMORPG game to give it anywhere near a fair shot is ridiculous. People come into this stream and asking, when am I going to play X game every hour? And if I say to them, yeah, I'll play it for an hour, they would not be happy with that. So unfortunately, while I get that it's your game and that you love it, I cannot dedicate that amount of time to it. And the alternative is I just ignore people who are saying that. So what I'm going to do every now and again is just, you know, just ignore people for a while. I was going to agree with you, but Twitch messages are only so long. Moondoggy, that'd be nice if you ignore these questions. Yeah, we could do that for a bit, couldn't we? Whimsy Max for a while. What type of meat is this? Beef? Beef biltong. It was lovely. Mike, when are you going to try going to the gym? There's a gym downstairs. You're feeling sufficiently ignored. Good stream. Good. There we go. What do I think of the aesthetic of the dungeon so far? Feels lovely. Aesthetic is absolutely lovely. Wilkinator, I'm going to try and change it around here. Josh, what's a memory from childhood you look back on fondly? I think I enjoyed this stream before it started to be about, you know, this. I think I enjoyed 3 hours ago was nice. Lots of stuff. I was very privileged. I was very happy with it. Lots of good friends. What's biltong? Biltong is a kind of dried, thinly sliced meat, similar to beef jerky. What happened around here 3 hours ago? Don't ask. You don't need to know. Is that around the time I joined? Sorry, it is, ZZ. Everything started going downhill after that. Tanya versus Boris. Who wins? Good question, Toxic. If you tell them both to run at each other, then Tanya probably wins with the guns. You enjoyed when Slutterday meant something. That's true. There have been very few sluts going on. It's sad for all of us. We've all been unhappy. Where's... Okay, so hang on. Where is everyone? So there's... Right. Oh, there's Syrah. Who are we waiting for? We're waiting for... Oh, waiting for Hope. Hope's going to run back and be able to resurrect. Gotcha. I see what's going on. Did I study psychology? No, I studied performance, although there was a psychology module within that. There's 2 people who could res died, waiting for people to get here. Gotcha. Oh, the 2 people who could res have both died. And there you are. There's Hope in the distance, riding majestically in. How's the Zul'Farrak run so far? I'm having a great time. I'm having an absolutely great time. These guys might not be, but I'm really enjoying it. I got some gloves. I got the vice grips of the bear earlier. We got the ice metal bar boot from Razorfen Downs. We got the carapace of Tutankesh from Razorfen Downs. We've got the Whirlwind axe. We got the good shield. You know what? This is just like a really good bunch of stuff. I did great. I'm glad one of us is having fun. Yes, good. Linkai, are you having a good time? Look at that face. That is the face of someone who's just straight up having a good time. Don't look away. No, keep looking forward. Beautiful. Yes. Perfect. That's a good time right there. You having a good time, Lynn? 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 How's it going? It's my customer relations face. It's the customer service face. Everyone that's worked customer service knows that face. Customer relations. Lynn. Didn't scan. Must be free. Also, apparently the NPCs have despawned. So, why must you do this, Josh? The NPCs have despawned. Is this a problem? Is the despawn a problem? Do we? Yes. Okay, cool. Shall we do other dungeons? Because I think that we've taken so long, we have bugged the fight. Oh, there's an enemy there. Unless we can jump this way and over that way. The dungeon reset itself because we took too long. Well, we've made it to here, so good. What are we trying to do, guys? Oh, we're trying to get up and over there, are we? Okay. Like, I assume there's a place to jump to. I'm stuck. Too fat. Oh god, I feel that. Can you glitch your way out of here? Is that an option we have? Didn't realize it was. They killed wall jumping, it won't work. Okay, right. So we can't be wall jumping anymore. It's just not a thing we can do. Right, so just reset. argued with Twitch chat so much, even the dungeon got fed up. So... new dungeon? Maybe a lower level one? You guys are all running around here now? Is this a different... oh, okay. Hang on a tick. Can we just jump up here instead? Is it that you're not meant to be able to do this? Or that you are meant to be able to do this? Well, that's a problem. Hang on. Hang on a tick. Oh, Fenrisian, you've made it. Is that where we're meant to be? Where Fenrisian currently is? Are we trying to do this to unglitch the dungeon? Okay, well I've made it to... that's a problem. I've made it to here. Ah, hang on, this might work. There we go. Yeah. Easy peasy. Right, we've made it to here. Was I meant to be here? I don't think I was meant to be here. Right, is this not the place to go? I mean, like, now what? We've made it to here. Where now? Lol, no. Okay, cool. So maybe we should try another dungeon because I am only level 39. It's not, you're just exploring. Oh, this is just getting us out faster. Shall we just do another dungeon for the XP? Because we're level 39, which means what dungeon can we do? We can do... oh, Alderman. Alderman's got some good stuff. Alderman? Let's do Alderman. Time to do an Alderman. We okay with that? Alderman is better for my level. It's also got some good plate stuff. I don't quite know what you guys were originally kind of going for with this specific jump. Whether it's just trying to get over this gate. I think it's just trying to get over the gate, isn't it? You need the Herod helmet. I've already got it. I'm wearing it now. Actually, I'm wearing it now, genuinely. Right, let's do an older man. Okay, telly out. Meet at... one last check to see if the NPCs have spawned back in. What is my favourite button to press as a warrior main? Definitely spacebar. Spacebar is a good button to press. What if I attempted to just do this again? Okay, cool. Right, telly out. Is it true that England was made? I have no idea. The spacebar is just bigger than the others. You're not doing the rest. Is the dungeon being silly? Yes, the NPCs we needed literally despawned. And with the NPCs we need despawning, we weren't able to complete the dungeon. Now that, I would say, is objectively bad design. Anyone fancy Ulda? I'm happy to do Ulda, which would mean flying to Ironforge and then going south? Yeah, that's definitely janky. Don't forget to reset the dungeon. Oh yeah, good point. So I'll reset all instances. Cool. Unless there are still some people inside the dungeon. We can't reset it yet. Let me sell some stuff to these guys. Right, what don't I need? Troll Sweat. You can have some of that. Flask of Mojo. The Scorpashi Cape. Oh, I can wear that now. Hang on, that might be better for me. It's got strength, agility, and stamina on it. That is straight up better. Level 39 compared to 35. Yes. Hope you can link me that SP drink. What's the drink that we need? Sell some more stuff. Can I sell all these Stranglethorn pages? Like, I'm never going to do it. I can probably sell the Stranglethorn pages, can't I? Yeah, I can sell these. Auction them? No. Now I can sell more stuff. This is going to be my bag of cloth. This is my entirety, my cloth bag. Completely here. With other stuff. No, we sold them. Sorry. They've already been sold. This bag is becoming a cloth bag.
Safe travels.
Thank you, Theodun, for running up to me in-game and simply saying, "You're fatter in person. Bye." That's a weird thing to do. Sometimes people wonder why I struggle to connect with the World of Warcraft community, and I think that's just kind of, yeah, the longer I spend interacting with you guys, the more I realize why every other MMORPG started to pull away. Right, let's go to Uldaman, whom is, where is Uldaman? I can't remember where this was. It was south of Ironforge. And it was over here in Lochmoden. Lochmoden, that was the one. Right, let's go to Lochmoden, and then we should be there. Right. Where can I fly? Send me to Lochmoden. There we go. Why have we attracted so many weirdos? This didn't happen 2 weeks ago. Bree, that's a good question. I think the fact that we're putting up more World of Warcraft content on the JoshStrifeSays channel is, of course, allowing more of the general terminally online World of Warcraft community to be exposed to the videos. And it's also Saturday, which means you're going to get a lot more people who are not at school. Villas, hello to you. Welcome to the stream. It is, unfortunately, a combination of people who are going to sit on Twitch during the weekend and people who are socially inept or people who have not emotionally matured. That's what it's going to be. Are you drinking Gamer Subs? I am here. This one is, yes. This one is a protein shake. What's the current loop? The current loop is we're going to go to Uldaman and see if we can farm some of the drops there. Yeah, but I am definitely thinking that the World of Warcraft community, especially the terminally online aspect of it, is remarkably socially challenged. Most people do seem to be normal. Unfortunately, you do get the couple of people who stand out from it. But that's just like saying that if you go to a restaurant and order a 5-course meal, even if there's a really small bit of shit in one of the meals, it's still going to taint the rest of the experience around it. And when you tell people about your experience in that restaurant, you're not going to say, yeah, it was great. It was only a small bit of shit on the plate. You're going to say, unfortunately, I think that was the main focus that we're going to have. The conversation about React content and monetization and the naming of the... I didn't name Asmongold at all within that. Oh, no, I did. I said about him reacting to me originally. Caused some commotion in certain circles. Yeah, that's fine. And again, I've said that Asmongold and I have spoken off-stream about various things. We've had occasional social chats. We've wished each other happy birthday and all that vibes. I think people get far too comfortable being connected to whoever their streamer is, and they feel that they need to defend them whenever anyone says anything not necessarily negative, but challenging about what they already believe. And you're going to have a community that is so big that you're going to get weird people within it. That's just undeniable. Unfortunately, some people socially connect with their streamer so strongly that they struggle to kind of emotionally or socially disconnect. It's like a parasocial security force. Oh, when I said someone that messaged me personally, a lot of people do it. It's not even like one person, it's quite a few people. People do message me occasionally and force me to remember or remind certain things. Oh, Archimedes, there he is. The fact that it causes a stir in certain circles. It's like, I'm not even saying anything negative about you as a person. I'm just saying that behaviors that people you are fans of can have negative consequences for processes as a whole. And if people can hear that, and instead of going, yeah, that's fair, they will go, I'm going to go and insult the person that said this because I can't bear to watch the person that entertains me being attacked in this way. Then, I mean, to put it in a nice way, you probably just need to go outside and touch some grass. You focus on the behavior and the actions, not the individual, because any of us can act as such, and discussing the idea of a thing is better than the person. Rev, as much as I agree, most people wouldn't. Most people don't focus on the... There we are. Most people focus on the person, because if they like the person, if they're a fan of the person, it becomes their duty to defend them. Why is the internet angry today? Because I've said bad things that upset them about their favorite entertainer. And also, it's Saturday. What happened to the idea of fake grass? I've got that downstairs somewhere. That's what you've been trying to teach your high schoolers. Yeah, don't feel that you need to defend the... People have literally messaged me saying, hey, this guy is saying bad things about you. I'm going to argue with him to defend your honor. And I'm like, are you 7? What are you on about? Oh, the Crimson Silk Cloak. Oh, Archimedes, thank you. That was the cloak that I wanted because it looks badass. How much do you want for it? It was 1 gold, 80 silver. In that case, here's 2 gold. Because you, my friend, delivered the cape to me. Thank you very much. Are you trading cape? We are indeed. Check this out. So, the Scorpashi cape is cool. However, consider this. Look. The Scorpashi cape was 29 armor, strength, agility, and stamina. Like, that's a good cape. Mechanically, that is the better cape. But, consider this. That looks cooler. That looks way cooler. Now, you know what we could also do is we can go to... And then we can go to... Show helm. Okay. Now we are looking good. In fact, we changed that to the Whirlwind axe. Now we're looking like a warrior. I think I prefer the first axe because that has the red and black bits with it. Sit down, my friend. Fashion is the true endgame. It really is. This is more important. Anyway, back to the conversation we were having. People were asking why the internet is angry today. Twitch streamers cultivate parasocial relationships with viewers. And viewers, may I interest you in some enchants? We can definitely see what you've got. Viewers that don't necessarily have and I'm not trying to insult people here, but I'm just trying to be direct. If you don't have a fulfilling social life within your own day-to-day circle, you are going to feel a stronger pull and a stronger connection to defend any entertainer that you watch because they are your social life. Right, let me put the... it's already reinforced. I don't believe that can be Upgraded again. Oh, it can be. Superior health. Well, thank you very much. How much do I owe you for all this? I'll pay for all of this. What's your weapon? That one is the Ravager, and the other one is the Whirlwind Axe. Taran, not always true. Taran, it's not always true at all. I'm trying to talk in a more general idea. I'm not saying every person that connects to an entertainer does not have a fulfilling social life. I'm saying, in general, people that don't necessarily get the connection or the support or the comfort or the confidence that they need from the rest of their life in general are going to normally be the people who get slightly more invested in defending people online that they don't know. It's not a case of everyone will jump up and go, well, that doesn't apply to me. Because I'm sure it doesn't apply to you. But we've also seen a lot of these people who get parasocially attached. Right, Dakers, how much do I owe you? I'll pay you. People defend people they like, even if they don't necessarily know them or feel any kind of connection to them, because they feel the need to defend them. I don't know, I got it free from greens from random mobs. In that case, let me trade with you. Have a shiny gold. Right, you are welcome, thank you. You know what, Moon, that's a great way of putting it. I'm going to insult people who don't like me because that'll make them like somebody else more. It's so silly. It's so silly. Right, who are we waiting for? And who else do we need with us right now? Do you want me to summon you guys? Oh, the drip looks cool now. I'm happy with how we look. We look good. To link this back to the conversation, Twitch streamers, YouTubers, micro-internet celebrities, however you want to see them, will cultivate a fan base that treat them in one way or another. Unfortunately, the larger a fan base grows of anyone, the higher the chance becomes that there are going to be some very unhinged people within that fan base, simply by the law of large numbers. And when you have a lot of people who are fans of someone or something, sometimes people will take it upon themselves to defend that someone or that something against any perceived attack, because they see themselves as soldiers within the army of that entertainer, and they see the fan base as a collective that must be supported and defended against any perceived attack. And that sounds silly, but that is absolutely how a lot of these groups see themselves. It is the honor. There is a reason people sometimes refer to these groups as the army of something, because that's how they see it. Genuinely. It's, you know what, social tribal warfare. That is a great line, actually, Seth. That's a really good way of putting it. We don't have as much tribal warfare as we used to have, and so societies and tribes form around the types of entertainment that we have. That's normal in fandoms online and cults. Yeah, it really is. Unfortunately, we are seeing it online more and more. I mean, we have the Eminem song Stan that we've got the phrase stans from. Fans of an entertainment medium that gets so entrenched within their connection to that entertainment that they take any slight against the entertainment medium or the entertainer themselves as a personal affront and feel that they need to defend it. And sometimes the reason they do this is because, and as horrible as this sounds, it's true, they really don't have that much else going on. So sometimes people defend their favorite entertainer because if they didn't, they would be forced to contend with the fact that their favorite entertainer and their favorite type of entertainment is such a massive part of their life that they've not got that much else. I'm sorry, but that's just how it is. Right, that went way easier. Hey, I got a quest. Cool. Got the Shattered Necklace quest. I don't know. That was the first thing I've ever killed an older man on this character, and we got a necklace. The problem, of course, with all of this stuff is, at what point do you just say, you know what, I'm not going to bother trying to engage again? Do I have any tips on how to teach people with attention disorders? I'm tutoring 2 kids and keeping their attention is impossible. Gamifying the lessons works only half the time. At some point, you need to expect people to say, hey, your attention has to be onto this. Teachers do take a lot of responsibility on for how a student reacts and responds, but it is also a level of the student. And mostly it's a level of the parents. If a teacher spends a couple of hours a week with a student, they still do not see the student anywhere near as much as the parent sees the student. So it's also the responsibility of the parent to explain to the child that sometimes they will need to focus on stuff. If you gamify everything, you're explaining to someone that absolutely every interaction, every situation will have a fun, positive outcome. Dealing with the boredom and dealing with a situation that necessarily isn't fun to deal with is something vital to learn. If you can't learn that, you're in trouble. I'm sure a lot of you in this chat will understand that some situations in life just require you to deal with them. He did not read what I wrote, Sag. Alan, let me scroll back up. Problem is, these soldiers of a certain persona or ideas is they feel they're part of something bigger than themselves, and as such, they can lose accountability for their actions and the consequences. Yes, they do. They feel that they're doing something in the name of somebody else. Do you also get the irony that you wrote that and then you followed it up with, he didn't read what I wrote, Sag? The extreme irony of writing something about the fact that people feel connected to a streamer as bigger than themselves and then complaining about the fact or noting that the streamer did not read it. Oh, beautiful, beautiful irony. We love it. We love to see it. Practicing controlled boredom is important. Kids need to be able to be bored, because I guarantee that you'll be bored as an adult. You can often tell when you're working with someone who has the ability to be bored and comfortable with their own company. Spaulders of intellect. I don't need those. Isn't really a thing with the youth these days, what, being bored? It's very important to be able to be bored. It is a skill. Did you give Final Fantasy XIV a shot? Yeah. Boredom is indeed important. The ability to make doing nothing interesting is, of course, a challenge. They call it raw dog in life. Yeah, people just say, oh, you're gonna raw dog life. Just go for it. Just do the things. Alright, cool. At some point, you do have to be okay being bored with stuff. Why is boredom important, though? Because it teaches you the idea... That's a cool helm. It teaches you that not every moment is going to be about activating the dopamine receptors, and not every moment is going to be about relying on external stimuli in order to cultivate either interest or focus or even self-acceptance. The reason that we say boredom is important... Let me just create this stick real fast. The reason we say that boredom is important is because when you are uncomfortable with being bored, one of the first things people try to do is find a way to alleviate that boredom with external stimuli. There must be a noise happening, there must be a visual happening, there must be something that distracts the brain. And what you're doing then is you are putting the responsibility of being in the moment onto something outside of yourself. And when you begin to consistently lose the authority for your own interests and your own life by constantly giving that power to something or someone else. Hang on, let's kill these first. You are starting the process of becoming a passive observer of your own life, instead of the process of being an active participant in whatever you want to be doing at the time. And becoming a passive observer of your own life means that ultimately you become uncomfortable sitting with yourself. And if you are uncomfortable with a situation and your very first thought is, I am going to alleviate what I'm feeling by seceding control of my focus to something else, you're ultimately cultivating a situation where anytime you are forced to self-reflect, you will then just willingly divert that to someone else. Is that good or bad? It just is. That's a good staff. Strength and stamina. God damn. Don't think it's as good as my Ravager, though. If someone is bored and they demand to be entertained, they are taking the process of finding interest and finding fun and finding beauty within this world and outsourcing it. Instead of looking for it, understanding it, noticing it, feeling it, or wanting to find it. You are outsourcing the process of living your own life to something that will say, hey, your limited time on this planet is worth whatever I've created. Your time is very limited. I want to take it away and entertain you. I know that I make jokes about wanting to alleviate the boredom and not have you guys have to think too much, but all the jokes are based on a kernel of truth. And everyone will jump back with a reason why they can't do it. People will jump back and say, oh, but what about ADHD? Oh, but what about autism? Oh, but what about this specific disorder that makes it difficult to focus? Yes, every person does need to deal with things in their own way, and every person does need varying levels of support. That's why equity is often more useful than equality when it comes to working out how an individual can focus on a specific thing. But we still do need to contend with the fact that it is beneficial to be able to be bored and deal with that, because you are giving the child a skill, because they're going to be bored in life a lot. There will be moments where you are bored and suddenly realize that you've come up with a solution to something. Dealing with frustration. How many of you have ever had to deal with someone who is incapable of being bored? They always must be distracted. They always must have a focus. They always have to have something going on. They cannot possibly exist within quiet contemplation. And be honest, are those people insufferable to deal with? Because unfortunately, they normally are. Sometimes the way that you feel comfortable with someone is knowing that you can just sit in a room and do nothing and not have to feel the responsibility of entertaining them. So when you say, how do you get a kid to pay attention to something? Unfortunately, you as an individual don't. The situation that child grows up in and learns to accept and the problems they learn to deal with, that's going to help them. It is a process. Learning to be comfortable in uncomfortable silences. Learning how to process information that you do not enjoy processing. I don't mean stuff that's traumatic, I mean stuff that you don't look at and go, oh, this is fun. That is itself a skill. it is not cultivated because it is easier to simply allow someone to be distracted. And if you think trying to teach someone to be that way is difficult, I guarantee that dealing with them when they're an adult is even more difficult. When I say those people are constantly insufferable who have to have a focus going on all the time, I'm not saying that they're bad people. I'm saying that if you have an interaction with someone, and that interaction with that someone is tainted or marred by the fact that they must always have something else going on, it can become quite overwhelming to have to deal with constantly. I absolutely do not mind people who do better when they have a distraction or a focus. That's fine. But when you are being asked to interact with someone consistently, strength and stamina, not as good, who needs to place their own need for constant stimulation over your need for connection, it's just draining to be around. It puts pressure on you to almost paint every interaction with them with the brush of this is entertaining. Don't worry, I know what I've got to say is quite dull and quite boring, but I will placate your need for constant stimulation. And that to me is just really bloody draining after a while. A collab account with Dr. K. I like Dr. K. Me and him have... I don't think I've spoken with Dr. K. I think I've spoken with his team briefly. Just because of stuff that we've chatted about before. He seems like a nice guy. Knight's Pauldrons, how do they look? You know what? They still look kind of cool. But I don't know if they're as good as what I've currently got. No, they're not. Just spinning around, doing lots of damage. Josh, this conversation is making me... Hang on. I want to make sure. Want to turn off the stream and go outside. Good, do it. Have I watched Pirate Software talk to Dr. K? Yes, I have. I thought that was an interesting one. I thought there were two very interesting perspectives put together. And psychology is fascinating. Do it. If you're at this stream right now thinking, hey, you'd rather be outside, please do that. I will actively encourage you to go and do that. Come here, that ancient stonekeeper. Let me slap you. Hey, that's what I needed. The Crag Fists of the Bear. Strength and stamina, increased defense rating. That's exactly what I needed. But are they as good as those? That is plate hands. That is plate hands. 300 armor, 10 strength, 10 stamina. 11 stamina, 11 strength, attack power by 14. The Crag Fists, they are not as good as those. So they I can equip at 43. Ah, yeah, good point. Anyone need them? Fen, you need those fists? Let's see if Fen needed them. Fen needed them? You know what? Yeah, you can have them, man. They're all yours. Yours are the DPS. The drop is the tank. Yes. Now, Fen needs them. They are 3 level difference, but I've already got some gloves to look forward to, so it's not a problem. I think one of the most draining things that I experience while interacting with people is whenever I talk in general stuff and people want to bring in specifics, and then you talk in specifics and people bring in general. I'm like, we have to remember what we're focusing on with the conversation. If we're talking about general behavior, then It's difficult when someone brings in specifics that relate to them. And when we're talking about specific behavior that relate to them, it's then difficult that people bring in general behavior. And you'll notice that people often do this as a way to counteract whatever point is currently being given. Because in their mind, maybe they are raising an important point that needs to be considered, but what it tends to actually end up being is relatively derailing to the conversation. And I don't mind people bringing up stuff that is relevant. That's good. We want people to bring up stuff that's relevant. What we don't want people to think or feel is the need to defend. Because if I'm discussing something that affects you, I'm not attacking you. There's stuff that affects me as well, and I don't feel attacked by it unless someone specifically comes out to attack me. Like, if someone comes up and says, hey, I disagree with your opinion on this, that's totally fine. If someone comes up and goes, like, you're wrong, lol, that is, it's the energy that you approach a conversation with that also has a huge effect on it. And I think, unfortunately, I have no problem spending all day with people who disagree with me. That's fine. As long as that disagreement is approached with a level of respect. Totally okay. The problem is that Twitch and YouTube comments are the majority of how I interact with people who enjoy my content, and those are not exactly systems that are beneficial to an understanding level of respect. That was a big pull, but we did fine. We did totally A-okay there. Like, I want to be able to interact with lots of people. But at the same time, when you interact with more people, you simply interact with more shitty people. People feel the instincts to protect themselves against things I say. Okay, but I'm not attacking that person. But I can understand why people would respond that way. And that's why streamers and content creators do it. When a streamer and content creator opens themselves up for genuine feedback, the vast majority of the feedback is, honestly, bad feedback. You just said you don't mind if I attack you, you'll probably resist it. Oh, I'm only one level below you now. I'm going to spend my talent point on do more damage to dwarves. There we go. There's the big deeps. That was the big damage right there. Hey, we got Grimlock's Charge. Two-handed, agility, stamina, polearm. That's a hunter item right there. It's not... To be fair... That's pretty good. Is that better? Is that better than my current... I don't think it is. Agility and stamina isn't strength, so no. I don't need that. So to loop this back round to... Thank you for not making me regret my previous joke. You're welcome. To loop this back round to chatting online in general. Being willing to accept feedback from one person places you into a position of vulnerability with that one person. And It is often said that you should not take feedback from people that you would not go to for criticism. Or, to rephrase that, you should not take criticism from people you would not go to for advice. Deciding who you are willing to take feedback from is very important. Deciding the level of focus and care, the weight that you give to that feedback and that input, of course, matters. Now, the more people observe your work, the more people can contact you, and the more people offer unsolicited input. We often say that unsolicited advice is criticism. So it's very important that you are able to mentally disassociate actual actionable critique from emotional criticism and input. The thing is that I don't want to ever feel that I am losing the connection to people that enjoy my work. You guys. And one of the things that I will do to make sure that stays is always do my best to focus on listening to input and listening to feedback. Are you talking about people talking at people instead of with people? Just say that is a great way of putting it. I think what a lot of people do whenever they go to a stream is... Oh, hang on. Is that a good cape? Is that a good cape for me? It's actually quite nice. That could work. The Ember Scale cape. Stamina and Spirit. I've got Stamina, Fire Resistance. Yeah, it's a straight up upgrade. But I've selected Need. I will wear it. I'll wear it if I get it. It's cute. Go for it. Like, it's red and gold. It would work. Hey, thank you. It goes up there. So to connect this in, I don't want you guys to feel that I'm ignoring you or treating you as a simple faceless monolith. It's very important that if people want to give input and advice, I'll listen to it. But at the same time, I kind of need to curate what is worth the time to focus on and what is an emotional outburst. It's difficult to talk with someone when you're in a crowd of 2,000 people, so they might feel their only recourse is to talk at you, not with you. Fiddlesworth, I completely agree. And I think that is something that Twitch suffers with as a platform. I think that is definitely something that Twitch suffers with. And I think it's been something that people have become accustomed to. If you spent the amount of time on every chat message, you would lose your mind. Valor, I completely agree, which is why, again, it's my job to kind of filter through the noise and find the messages that I think I can engage with, whether those are positive or negative. You got to be the filter. It's very mentally draining. Oh, Seth said it before I did. There we go. And I think that the difference between a lot of Twitch streams is my approach. I'm trying to keep as personal as possible. I mean, you're only human. Your chat interaction is impressive. Thank you, Moist. I appreciate that. That's kind of you to say. What I'm trying to do is keep the interaction human and direct while also focusing at least on the game if I can. Now, the problem with that, Leia Maria says, as soon as a stream has more than 200 viewers, you change your mindset to assume the streamer will not read my message. They might not. And Sir Toadstool says, thank you for inspiring me to play WoW. You are welcome. Thank you for the chair. That's very kind of you. It ends up, I think, and again, correct me if you disagree with this, I think quite a few larger streamers have almost conditioned their chat to behave as a monolith, as a groupthink, a Borg, a hive mind. Which means when they respond to the chat, it almost becomes streamer versus chat. You almost have two entities. You have the streamer, and then you have the chat as this homogeneous blob of voices. And one of the reasons that a lot of the larger streamers do that is it becomes easier, because then in your mind, you're actually only interacting with one person. A person whom is collectively represented by the desires of the chat. Which is why you say, chat, are we cooked? Chat, is this, that, the other? Chat, what do we think? I actually, when a streamer says chat, what do we think, they're not asking each individual person for their input. They're asking the collective blob of hive mind chat to give them an answer. And the answer that they give, they will simply kind of collate into focused data and go with that. It's like chat becomes an elected representative of itself, in a way. When you have 50,000 viewers, it's actually impossible to engage with chat at all. Savory, yeah, spot on. That's absolutely spot on. Will I ever have that? I don't know. Am I building toward that? Not sure. I think 2,000 is a good number that I'm able to deal with, while at the same time gives us a sizable and stable community that is definitely possible to turn into a career. Look at how some streamers tribalize their chat by calling them things like an army. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to stay away because these guys explode and I've not got enough health to survive. There we go. But I still want to be able to call out individual messages and understand that individual people have individual ideas. But I think that there's a lot of chatters or a lot of new viewers within this chat right now, sitting at their computer watching or watching on your phone, however you're doing it, who still, they approach it as if I won't see them as an individual person, and therefore they approach it as if I'm not seen as an individual person. What do we think about the chat right now? Are we a single entity? Crit, you can ask chat. Josh, are we still Whimsy maxing? No, I'd say that we're currently doom maxing and philosophy pilled. You do this naturally without realizing if you're hesitant to type it. One person will become the voice. Yes. Yes, they will. One person does often end up becoming the voice of an idea, and normally it's the streamer that becomes the voice of the chat, which is why the chat want to find a streamer that always agree with them. You're new, Wiley. You can be here for a few minutes and still get the vibe of what's going on. If I write something in chat and it doesn't get picked up, I just assume the comment wasn't interesting enough. That's entirely not true, Albardo. Normally you can write really interesting stuff and it just scrolls past too fast. There will also be times when I'm focusing on the game and I'm unable to keep up with the chat. When do we get the DVD logo? If we finish this dungeon in record time, I will consider giving you the DVD logo. Twitch chatters are the Tyranids. If there aren't that many, you can see individuals. If there's enough, you have the swarm. Yes, that's a way of looking at it. If we are the Union and the Union alts wanted to switch what the main was from one to another, I think you'd have to chat to some of the Union representatives within the guild. They can probably do that for you, though. Overall, I feel you have a pretty balanced take when it comes to curating the message of the stream and ensuring things aren't taken out of context. Sometimes it can feel like it takes too much focus away from the gameplay. The gameplay was never the focus of this stream. It never has been. It's never been the focus. Let me just see if I can get another... I'm not even doing damage sometimes. I'm just... There we go. Sometimes I kind of have to hope that my Ravager's proc happens, because that's the only way I know that I'm doing something. Okay, boss is up now. Yeah, I don't maliciously skip any of the messages. That would be a cruel thing to do. So there's definitely there's no malice involved in that. Now, do I want the Ravager or do I want the Whirlwind? I'm going to go with the Whirlwind for the one-on-one target damage here. Josh, skip this message if you feel malice toward it. No. Told you. Right, you guys ready? I think we should be ready. This is just an interactive podcast. That's what it is. This is an interactive podcast. It might be at some point my fault for the whole wanting to be able to feel a level of connection towards you guys as individuals. And maybe it's just that people who tend to watch larger Twitch streams, which this is slowly becoming, aren't used to being replied to as an individual. That might be what it is. It might just straight up be being replied to as an individual ends up being intimidating. How I spent time with the FF14 community? Nothing, you know, huge. The Rock Pounder, +5 strength, requires level 40. Is that just a better mace? Oh my goodness. Okay, so 5 strength. Right, what have we got? 100 speed 3.7, it's even slower. 42 damage a second. Increases your critical strike rating by 28. That is just a really big mace right there. Fine, I'm going to need that. And that's another warrior item that we have picked up. God damn, we are... Right, don't need frost spell damage. Mistscape, don't need those. We are drop maxing today. We have full-on drop maxed. Plus, as a human, I get the... You're heading off 14-hour mark online and I am dead. That is understandable. Thank you for joining us, bro. When you are the streamer, address an individual comment, every viewer is then having attention, which is intimidating. Public speaking, confidence to ratio. Rev, again, that's a great point. But at what point, if someone makes a comment online, let's say that a streamer has 2,000 viewers, which this stream currently has. If someone makes a comment online and I read that and I call that out, is that me being inappropriate to then focus the attention onto that comment? If the person is willing to leave the comment and have me read it, surely they would then want me to be able to call it out. Also, I need to leave the place this way. We'll find somebody else if you guys want to continue doing dungeons. Because some people don't like the attention. I've had it before where someone has made a comment, I have mentioned it and called it out, and the first thing they've done is left. There is a quest in the end room. I can't take it, Gub. I'm not the high enough level for it. I'm pretty sure the last time I tried, I wasn't able to. Only if you feel responsible for what your audience might do in response to that attention. Set, if you don't feel responsible for what your audience might do, I would say you're acting relatively irresponsibly as a creator. And I don't mean that you have to take responsibility for what the audience might do. I say that you have to at least consider it. If someone goes to do something stupid in my name, I will not take responsibility for that because I didn't tell them to or ask them to or want them to. But if I put a work or an idea out into the world, I have to at least, before I do that, think, right, do I have a responsibility to not do this? That's always a question you have to ask yourself at some point. When you have a larger kind of viewer base, things you say or do are going to reach people that are... Sarah, where are we going? I'm following you. Oh, this way. Okay, cool. And yeah, not disagreeing with the take doesn't mean you're attacking the person. What do I think about the gamification of every peripheral associated with video games? How so? Could you give me an example of that? I think you're overthinking this, bro. Lamau, it's a 20-year-old video game. Okay. Hydro Katana 99. We're not talking about WoW specifically. We're talking in general right now about the kind of psychology of the human condition while playing a 20-year-old video game in the background. If you just want me to focus on WoW, I'm sorry, but this is not the stream for that. I'm playing WoW, but I'm absolutely not focusing on it. Right, you guys fancy doing another dungeon? I also think it's... Whenever someone says it's not that deep, while I understand, and you know what, sometimes I even completely agree, it often has the energy, and if you guys disagree with me, feel free to disagree. But it has the energy of, stop thinking about this, you're wasting your time thinking deeply. It feels like it's dismissive to the intellectual journey that you're attempting to go on. Just because somebody else doesn't think that what you're focusing on is worth the time that you're dedicating to focus on it. At least that's the way it comes across to me. Like, if something matters to someone, I shall sub out for someone else to have a go. Cool, right. So we have a 42, we have a 45, so we probably want to stick around either the Cathedral or Alderman. So Cath or Uld. And we'd need... which archetypes? We have a Paladin, we have a Paladin, we have a healer and a tank, to be fair. 2 DPS? Most things are only surface level deep and don't actually have a deeper meaning. Most people forget things like this easily. I mean, Katana, that's an interesting way of putting it, but sometimes the thing itself is not what you're discussing as much as it is the societal or cultural impact that the thing can lead you to discuss. Consider it this. Okay, hope goes off as well. I might go do some questing for a while then. I shall quest. It's easier for me to chat while I also quest. Consider this. What I used to do when I was doing drama teaching, one of my favorite lessons I used to teach was I would take any group of any size, of any age, and I would give them a piece of paper, a blank piece of paper. And I would say, I would like you to create a piece of drama, a piece of artwork, a short play, poem, spoken word, performance, whatever you like, inspired by this piece of paper. And they would say to me, what, do you mean, like, you want me to make something about the piece of paper? And I would say, no, inspired by. And they would say, what does that mean? And I would say, okay. What are you looking at? What is this? And they would go, it's a piece of paper. And I go, okay, cool. Be more specific. Exactly what are you looking at? And they would say, what do you mean it's a piece of paper? I would say, no, describe it to me. They would say, it's a piece of white paper. I'm like, okay, no, describe it to me again. And they'd go, it's a white rectangle. I'm like, okay. And now, where did it come from? They go, well, I don't know, the shop. No, be more specific, where did it come from? And they were like, it's paper, so it's a tree. Okay, cool. So when you look at that, what you see as a piece of paper, what we actually have already is color, shape, size, location, origin, idea. What do you do with it? They're like, you write on it. Okay, what is that? What is the process of writing? Like a story, like a diary. Okay, so this is a thing that can hold a story. This is a thing that can hold a diary. This is a thing that represents the container of knowledge with something else. And people might think, oh my God, this is so incredibly pretentious. But when we say pretentious, we can sometimes mean ascribing significance to stuff which isn't there. We don't necessarily mean we are trying to find a process of thought inspired by something. So if I give you a piece of paper and say, make me something inspired by this, I don't mean make me a thing based on a piece of paper. I mean consider what this paper means. Where did it come from? What does that mean? What kind of journey has that gone on? What's it going to be in the future? Can it hold a limited amount of knowledge? Is it an unlimited amount of knowledge? Now, sometimes a piece of paper is indeed, Mike, just a piece of paper. I get what you're saying with that. But the purpose of this lesson is to explain to people that something that isn't itself deep can be used as the nucleus point to grow something deep around. That's the idea. You don't need to look at something and say, this isn't that deep. You can look at something and say, I can think about this as deeply as I want to think about this. And the purpose of that lesson was to try and teach someone what deep thinking about something means. It does not mean taking something at face value. It means saying, where does this make my mind go to? Your mind is far more powerful than you think it will be. Far more powerful. And people limit themselves when they say stuff like, it's not that deep. Because what they're saying to themselves is, there is nothing worth thinking about with this. When you look at something and say, there is something worth thinking about with this, that's fine. Now, I'm not going to apply critical thinking to everything. I'm not going to start picking up a cup and going, what does this cup mean? Where did it come from? Where is it going to? But what it can mean is when I need to think of a solution to something or think through a problem, that solution can come from a weird part. You need to have the ability to turn it on and off, of course. You can be as deep or as shallow as you want to be with something, but often I've found the people that say it's not that deep to you are often finding a way to say, I don't think it's that deep, and I think what you are doing right now is silly and stupid and embarrassing. People find, and I hate this, we seem to have cultivated a society where there is a great deal of respect and admiration within anti-intellectualism. People want to be proud of being ignorant. People want to be rewarded for being dumb. Now, there's nothing wrong with not having all the information. There's nothing wrong with not being as informed on something as somebody else is. But when that lack of information, when that lack of understanding is treated as a badge of honor, instead of a process that you could go through to improve, that's where you start to get people mocking those who try. And when you have a society that mocks those who try, or laughs at those who want to think, you are only left with people who will not try and will not think. And I think, unfortunately, we are seeing that more and more. And I think we've seen some of it today, to be fair. Have any of you ever met someone that you think, how the hell have you done any of this? You are not thinking and you are not trying. Do you have higher education? You seem like you have schooling in philosophy or religion. I'm university educated and I was a teacher for a while. Nothing specifically within philosophy or religion, although those subjects are touched on briefly within performance, because a lot of theatre and a lot of performing arts shares a huge amount in common with philosophy and religion in general. You had this conversation with your father last night. While you understand and respect that we should give time to listen to people who struggle and understand the concept of thinking deeper, it's hard for you to do that personally. You cannot understand how people choose not to think or are incapable of it. I don't know the battles that other people are going through. I don't know the struggles that other people have got. They don't know the struggles that I've got, because there is a level of privacy between any two human beings. So I try to remind myself that I don't know what people's backgrounds are, and I don't know what people are going through. And you may be struggling with stuff that I'm not struggling with. It might be the opposite way around. But if someone comes and starts mocking, what I've often found, and you can correct me if you think differently, when someone mocks somebody else for thinking deeply, it often comes from the fact that they themselves have been mocked for thinking deeply. And it's sometimes it sometimes germinates and grows into an attitude of almost defense, where in order to protect themselves from the shitty feeling of being mocked, they then do it to other people. Because that's what they've been shown you should do. If a child comes to you with interest and fascination in a certain subject, and you just mock that subject, you are teaching that child showing interest is worthy of mockery. Which means when someone else shows interest in something, that child thinks, you know what I should do? I should mock them. Which means you are then raising someone who is potentially being held back from their own interests because they fear a level of retaliation to it. So when someone says something that I see as, you know, directly attacking or trying to cause offense or trying to push back, maybe it is the years teaching, but sometimes I do just see a scared little kid who really wishes that they could engage with something in a way that they think is cool and interesting that they were prevented from doing in the past. And that genuinely makes me really sad. Now, I'm not saying that. Eye of Cthulhu, great thing. Eye of Cthulhu has just said, I'm not sure I agree with that. I was mocked in the past and I don't do it to other people. This is not a direct, linear correlation. This is not, if you have experienced this, you will be this. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that people who act within this way often have a background which is built around these kind of circumstances. So if you have been able to push through the negativity of being mocked and being bullied and being, having the piss taken out of you and being pushed back against, and still manage to keep your kindness and your whimsy with that, then great. But if you have seen all of that negative pushback congeal into insecurity that expresses itself as doing that to others, that's where I hope that people can listen to this and maybe think, you know what, yeah, it sucked when someone did that to me, but I don't want to do that to somebody else now. Of course not. You're just telling me your experience. I appreciate that. Has it always been like that, or do you just naturally pay more attention to societal phenomenon like this? It depends how much attention you had available to be free, because we don't always have a huge amount of, mental focus and mental freedom to do that stuff. What was I doing? Right, where's Crush Ridge Bounty? That's in the Alterac Mountains. Let's go and do that. That's going to be easy to do now. I've got way more stuff. Right, if I was the Alterac Mountains, where would I be? Let me just check I'm on the right continent, first of all. I think the Alterac Mountains is near Taran Mill. Where are the Alterac Mountains, guys? Hillsbrad, thank you. Hillsbrad is, I want to say, around here somewhere. There we go, Alterac Mountains. And north of Hillsbrad, which has got... there should be a... Is there a flight path here? Is there a flight path on the Alterac Mountains somewhere? North of Taran Mill. Alright, cool. Just go and get the Darla Harris in Hillsbrad and then go north from there. South Shore Hillsbrad, that's the one. Thank you. If there is ever a stream bingo card, Josh goes on a minor philosophical debate against one or two viewers should be the free space. Yeah, absolutely. Hey Josh, randomly came across your YouTube video where you were a bartender giving out advice that was worth... Oh yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed it and was wondering what the chances were for another session. Honestly, you've just missed one for like 4 hours. Is that an enchanted whirlwind axe? Yes, it is. Are we min-maxing? Probably. So I'm going to go to South Shore, then just run north. Thank you for showing me there are still decent internet personalities around. I'm an absolutely average guy. There are people way better than me. I guess that's why it's sometimes... I guess that's why I push back sometimes. When I see someone in the chat make a comment like, it's not that deep, bro. It's not that it irritates me, it's that I know there will be someone in the chat who wants to think deeply about stuff, and when they read that comment, it's not that deep, bro, they will feel minimized. They will feel reduced. They will feel that their interest and their focus and their intellectual curiosity with that has been belittled. And I don't like thinking that. I don't like thinking that one or two people in the chat will read the comments, will feel the vibe and think, well, you know what, in order to protect myself, I'm not going to engage with that because I don't want to be the focus. It's comments that can prevent growth, which I don't like. So I try to push back against comments that prevent growth. I mean, most people are just, content to sit there and watch. Anima, I agree. Most people are content to just sit, watch, listen, engage. And I've often said that I don't want to just start reacting to give the chat whatever the chat wants. First of all, treating the chat as a monolith, and secondly, just looking at the W's and L's and thinking about whether I'm saying the right thing or not. I would rather try and engage with people on at least a fair level and hope people feel, if not completely listened to, at least seen. Any tips to be a deep thinker instead of an overthinker? That's a really, really nice way of putting that. What would you think, guys? What is the difference between deep thinking and overthinking? I think overthinking would be when you get caught in a mental loop inside your own head and you are trying to find what effectively will become a different answer to what you're currently giving yourself, which is generally unhelpful. It's almost like going over the same thing again and again and again, but not changing where the results are going to go. Whereas deep thinking is about working out the doors that are being opened in the process of thinking, and then working out where those doors go to.
It's too far away.
I can just hang back and then chase this guy. There we go. Right, these guys no longer give experience because they are level... It's level 36, which means it should give experience. I can kill the level 32 if that works. That still gets me some experience. Overthinking is knowing something and looping over and over again, trying to find a new answer or validate a wrong answer. Deep thinking is exploring the process. That's a great way of putting that. I like that a lot. It's okay to consider an idea without necessarily resolving it as well. That's an interesting way of thinking about it. So this quest is not going to get me any experience, but I think will at some point unlock a better quest. You come back here. There we go. Overthinking might be something like thinking of a problem you have no way of solving. That's true. But at the same time, when people say, oh, just turn your brain off, that's also bloody difficult to do. Right, this quest is too low level, it's not going to help me anymore. Where do we need to be going to? Hang on, isn't there a quest now that I could accept from the Stormwind Cathedral? Let me check something. Right, where's Stormwind? Stormwind is... that's Ironforge. Ironforge is north of Stormwind. So we go to Elwyn Forest and then Stormwind. Yes! Brilliant! We've got Bring the Light, which is going to be important because that's going to get me the Vanquisher. Cool. Stormwind it is. Let's go get the Bring the Light quest and go and do that. Because that is going to get me, I think, a good sword. It's going to be a long quest, but it's going to get me a good sword. Is that the Whirlwind Axe? That is the Whirlwind Axe, and just in case we run into a mob, that is the Ravager Axe. So we've got the Ravager, which does the Whirlwind Beyblade AoE spinny thing, and we've also got the Whirlwind Axe. Both of them have been enchanted with the Flaming enchantment, so we're doing more fire damage as well. Oh yeah, there we go. Josh, somehow I always feel wiser and smarter after watching your stream, even though I'm older than you. Maybe because you only say things I agree with. I only say things you agree with. As soon as I say something you disagree with, you're like, well, I'm going to stop watching that guy. Stopping watching someone when they say something you disagree with is such a common thing that people do now, which genuinely makes me quite sad. Like, I still watch lots of videos from people I disagree with. Because even if I disagree with someone's take, I want to understand why I don't agree with it.
You need something?
That's a really important thing for me to do.
Be careful.
I know so many people that say, oh, I stopped watching that YouTuber because I disagree with him. Or, oh, I stopped watching that Twitch streamer because I disagree with them. I'm like, in that case, you were never actually looking for entertainment. You were looking for confirmation bias. You were looking for validation. If you stop watching someone because you disagree with what they say, then is it because you just don't want to contend with your own ideas, or is it because you believe they're spreading a hateful rhetoric? You can stop watching someone for any reason. That's up to you. If you stop watching them because you believe they are being offensive or abusive, or they're spreading a dangerous rhetoric, or you just don't enjoy the entertainment they provide you anymore, that's totally fine. That is completely fine. But if you say, hey, this person has said something that I don't hold as fact or true, and I'm going to disagree with them because, I don't want to be focusing on my own kind of ideals with that. That sucks. Also, these mountains in the distance, they just constantly rise and fall. These aren't real mountains, are they? That's just the skybox going up and down. Oh yeah, Cobalt, that's a great way of putting it. It's totally okay to disagree with someone based on a difference of opinion. Oh, they're the loading zone. Are they real? That's the draw distance max. Okay. Like, that's kind of cool then, if that is what's just happening. That's kind of cool. I didn't know that. You're seeing the render draw distance. That's really cool. But if I have a content creator or a friend or a family member whom I disagree with, then engaging with them in good faith about why we disagree with each other, I think personally, can be quite elucidating for both of us, to shine some light on it. Do I know about the invisible ducks? Oh, Frank, I thought they were invisible rabbits. I think I know what you're on about, though. I do think I absolutely know what you're on about. But yes, they have like a load of logic programmed into them, and they have a load of different NPC behavior and visuals and ideals and creations and doors and whatnot. There's lots of stuff that goes on. They're just bunnies casting things constantly to make it work. That was the one. Guys, what the heck? What invisible rabbits? So, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but World of Warcraft in its open world has a load of systems that the developers needed. They needed a focus point for those systems to be latched onto. And so what they did was stick a rabbit NPC in the game, make it really small, make it invisible, and put the logic for governing that system within the rabbit. So there's no way that you can kind of interact with them, but they're there. Oh, Fallout 3's train being a hat. Yeah, because the NPC would just run you really quickly to the location. God, it's silly. It really is silly. Fascinating stuff, though, how games get made and built. I think one of the issues that we are going to face as well, and I think you guys will actually see this happen more, potentially even in real time, as this stream grows, as it gets exposed to a larger audience from the JoshStrifeSays channel uploading clips of it, as you know, I just play more games and do more stuff, we will get more people wanting to be involved who don't want to think about stuff and just want to be told what to think, just want validation, confirmation bias. They just want to have a streamer friend who agrees with them and tells them they're always right. That will happen. And I'm not comfortable doing that or being that. So we're always going to keep having these conversations. And people might message me saying they're getting fed up and bored of the conversations. People might message me saying that they're getting irritated with it. But, and again, I think this comes back to teaching. Imagine that you are a teacher and that you have to teach a class of students a module. And then the next month, you teach another class the same module. And then another month, another class, the same module. You as a teacher are going to think, oh my God, I'm so bored of this module. If you were an observer watching that module being taught, after 3 or 4 months, you might be bored of the module as well. But for the people that are in the class, it's the first time they've seen it. So it's sometimes important to those people, which is why these conversations sometimes loop and sometimes happen again. It is a literal loop as well. Your mental health wouldn't survive. There's a reason there's a massive burnout in education. Isn't that just teaching as a job? Yes. Yes, it is. You always told the teacher it's boring, teach something else. Ah, you were the one the teacher didn't like. Strange to try and shift someone's content when there is so much other places that could be entertained. Oh yeah, absolutely. I will rather, focus on what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. Taught the same module 2 to 3 times a week for 2 years. Oh god, yeah. No, I get it. Congratulations with that, though. Pretty sure there's a cool quest line you can start. Yes, there's the cathedral kind of quest line that ends in, I think, Razorfen Downs. So I'm going to go and start with that. So what I might do is go and have a chat with the warrior trainer, because I think I'm behind on being able to train some skills. Then we'll go and start the cathedral quest line, and we'll see what's going on. But when someone says, this stream gets a bit too deep, we do vary between watching the DVD logo and occasionally thinking deeply about stuff. You're in the background as I paint Warhammers. Oh, lovely. What are you going to finish painting? 20 identical demons. It's nice to finish something you've been working on for a long time. Oh, congratulations. It is such a good feeling when you look at your painted Warhammer armor and you're like, those guys are going to get shot off the table turn 1. Does anyone know if I've tried Warlock? Yes, that was my first character. I think the most important thing about this character is honestly the drip. The drip is immaculate, and I'm really excited to get level 40, because then I'm going to have... I've got this stuff on me already. That is good to go. That's ready. We've even got the Ember Scale Cape, which is also going to work, and we've got the Vice Grips of the Boar, even redder and golder. Oh, that's gorgeous. Okay. This is looking good. Are we close enough for the first mount? I definitely won't be. Right, you. Teach me. Thunderclap. Make it better. Pummel, rank 1. Interesting. Pummel the target for 20 damage. Also interrupts spellcasting and prevents spells in that skill. Oh, cool, that's my interrupt. Hey, I've finally got an interrupt as a berserker. That's fantastic. Slam I'm not using too much of, so I don't really care about that. And plate mail is still... Oh, 1 level away. 1 level till we get plate. Then we're going to be a real warrior. We've got the interrupt. Sweet cloak, thank you very much. We're going to upgrade it to another cloak soon. But I think right now we are looking good. What warrior spec am I playing? I'm playing a Fury warrior entirely spec'd into Fury that is using a two-handed axe. Now you might be thinking, Josh, that sounds like a really bad build. You should be speccing into arms if you want to use a two-handed weapon. To which I say... Right, let's go and do some cathedral quests. Because I believe I've got some stuff up here to collect and start. It's a very me build. I will be going into double swords at some point. Alright? We're going into Fury. We'll be going into double swords at... Let's go this way. At some point. Good afternoon. Welcome to you, Bobby. And what am I thinking about WoW? Never played. Curious my first playthrough. I enjoy it. I'm probably... benefiting slightly from the fact that I've always got a group of people ready to do any dungeon with me whenever, but I'm definitely enjoying it. When people level the first time, it's recommended to not level every skill since it's so expensive. Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to push away from leveling up the defensive stuff. I'm not too bothered about that at all. I am a DPS and I'm okay with that. Two-handed Fury is a thing, not optimal, but it is a thing. It's a thing right now. You can see it on the screen right here. This is a two-handed Fury thing. Suboptimal is fun. We are not min-maxing. We are whimsy maxing and casual pilled. That's how we're playing. At some point you mean with warglaives. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, but we're getting warglaives. I'm gonna demand the guild give them to me. You PvE DPS arms for multiple expansions while it was trash because it was about the vibe. Yeah. Vibes matter. You, Archbishop Benedictus.
You are welcome here.
Cleansing the eye. Here you go. Have this weird eye. Thank you for giving me the Eye of Paleth. I appreciate it. The Scourge is a persistent threat to the Alliance. A fact I am sure you know quite well. Recently, we have come across some very peculiar findings. In the Barrens lies a horrid tangle of briars called Razorfen Downs. While once it was the home of simple quillboar, now it has become apparent that a pact was made with the Scourge, creating creatures far worse. They are now ruled by a lich. Amnaminar, the Coldbringer. Align yourself with the light and put an end to this evil union. And in doing so, we will gain the Vanquisher's Sword, which I think, when wielded with another offhand weapon, will be better. Let's do this. Razorfen Downs, I shall go... Oh, you blessed me. That's really cool, thank you. Now, I believe there is another quest here that I can do. Ah, Brother Crowley, the one below. I think he's down here. Let's just see where this dude's gonna be. Nope. Maybe he's outside somewhere. You? No. Badass Dwarf, did you know that the Archbishop was actually evil? It happens in Cataclysm. No, Badass Dwarf, I didn't, because we're not at Cataclysm, are we? But cheers for that spoiler. Sometimes, Badass Dwarf, you need to think, maybe I'm not going to type something. My brother-in-arms, Brother Anton, heard rumors of an undead infestation in distant Kalimdor, in a land known as Desolace. Anton immediately booked passage to that place to seek and destroy the undead menace. Well, I will go to Desolace and destroy the undead menace for you. I like how people are like, did you know that the story goes here? No, I didn't. But now you've absolutely ruined it, thank you. I'm also pretty sure that he's probably not evil yet. It's going to be one of those things that they write into in the future of saying, hey, we should make a character evil. What character could be evil? And then they do that. Yeah. Spoilers for an expansion you'll never play. Dwarf, you do realize that when you're called out for shitty behavior, you can just say, my bad. Instead of being like, well, no, I was actually right because it doesn't matter because you won't do this because of this and that and the other. You can just accept that you've sometimes done a shitty thing. Unless you're going to double and triple down. He's doubling down. He's tripling down even. He left. Yeah. Bye. Sometimes it's difficult when you call someone out for doing something that you find irritating. And instead of just being like, yeah, you know what, that was my bad. Plus, maybe I want to play Cataclysm at some point. Maybe I'll go through the story and think, you know what, hey, now it's time to go and do this or that or the other. I think people, I say people, kids, just want attention at all costs. That's what it is. It's just attention. Just because a plot twist happens in old media does not mean that that media has been experienced by everyone. Right, where is Desolace? I seem to think that Desolace is on the... is in Kalimdor somewhere, isn't it? Kalimdor, I think, is in Desolace. No, sorry, Desolace, I think, is in Kalimdor somewhere. But I can't remember where, specifically. It's in... God damn, it's a long way. You've been there before. Yes, I've been there before on another character. South of the Stone Talon Mountains. Ah, Desolace, there we go. In fact, that's actually perfect for my level. That's brilliant. There is... ah, there's the Hippogriff Master. Desolace... okay, step one, let's get to Kalimdor. So, fly me to Menethil Harbour. That'll get me to Kalimdor. I'll work that from there. Now, you do tend to find that people who are trying really hard to get involved in the conversation by saying anything are often people that just really need some attention. I helped another player kill an elite boss in Glenshire. That was very difficult to solo. That's what the great thing about MMORPGs is, man. Absolutely. The updates to the world in Cataclysm will be more impactful because I've experienced the world as it is now. Yes, that was my plan. I want to be able to experience the game as it is now, to feel it, to understand it. Sorry for asking, but how much time are we going to play for today? I've been streaming for 5 hours. I tend to go for 8 hours a day, so we'll probably be going for another 3 hours. Hi Josh, big fan. My mum is missing. Have you seen her? You can't start every time you join the stream with that. Like, it was funny twice. The Centaur quests are pretty awesome. Oh, that's where you have to choose a side, isn't it? I do remember doing that. WoW is literally a full-time job. You know what? I'm wearing the helmet, I'm wearing the axe, I'm wearing the cape, I'm wearing the legs, I'm wearing everything. And someone said to me, oh my god, I can't believe you got all the items. And my first reaction was, it was quite easy, really. And then my following reaction was, all you have to do is play for 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, and have thousands of people willing to help you. I'm like, that's why it's easier. That's the advantage that I've got. Watching your content, but stuck in the hospital. Oh, Twitty, thank you very much. Hopefully that situation resolves itself for you, and you end up doing okay. Yeah, sometimes even I have to remind myself the only reason that I've got everything is that I know enough people to be able to help myself get everything. I don't have the tabard yet, no. I really... and maybe do a sneaky dungeon or two off stream. Of course, every now and again I'll just do a dungeon run off stream. Because it's nice to be able to just zone out and play some stuff for a bit. Because, you know, it's not that deep. There's the joke. There's the joke. Yeah, the only reason that WoW is easy for me is because I'm able to dedicate 8 hours a day to doing it and have thousands of people help me do it. If I didn't have that, I wouldn't have a tenth of the stuff that I've got in the game. The Union is genuinely really friendly, though. I'm being able to gear up in dungeons with guild groups. That is good. I actually got a message from a friend of mine, a guy that works for Jagex, and he ended up saying, hey man, I didn't even know the Union was your guild. I just ended up playing classic WoW, joined the Union, and people kept mentioning you. And it turns out it was a guy at Jagex that I've met and worked with before. So we're healing. We're healing the world, guys. It's cultural connection. That's what it is. I have to be honest, I really enjoy that you are having fun with a game that some of us dedicated much of our time to. Yeah, I'm never going to have the same experience that you had in WoW. But I'm going to have my own experience, and my own experience involves you. And if you want to come along for that adventure, just be willing to be patient with me and be willing to get involved in a way that I enjoy. That's the best way to do it. I don't want people to think that if I don't have the same adventure they had, I'm having a bad adventure. I'm having a different adventure. And I'm still here. And I'm enjoying the fact that we can just take a griffin and fly through. Like, someone said to me earlier about how modern day games, take Retail WoW as an example, are about instant gratification of getting places. Some people would look at the fact that you have to take an actual 7 or 8 real-world minute flight path as an imposition. But this is going to be the formation of a memory. You don't form a memory unless you do things, a couple of times. This view is gorgeous. And I can remember grinding around here. I can remember dying over there. I can remember this bit. And that's what I like about this. The flight paths were a break. They were the downtime, which is essential and important and matters a lot. A little bit of sightseeing. Right, I need to get to... I think this is the way that I want to go now. Are there 2 boats from here? I don't think there are 2 boats. I don't think that boat actually leaves, does it? It will be the one that's going to arrive here that'll leave in a minute. Josh, how do your vocal cords keep up with the amount you talk? It's practice. It is practice. It is whenever I'm not streaming, I tend to be very, very quiet. And it is the fact that I am allowing the microphone to pick up most of what I'm doing and letting that do all of the work. I actually talk... Whenever people talk about singing, they talk about whether you have a head voice or a chest voice or a throat voice. And that is where the resonance of the sound you create is felt. And one of the ways that I find places the least amount of stress onto your voice if you're using it for a hell of a long time is to allow the creation of the sound to be closer to the back of the throat instead of in the chest or instead of in the head. Singers will know what I mean with this. And then I don't use a huge amount of breath when I'm projecting. Is that a sock? Yeah, it's the microphone sock. I don't use a huge amount of breath whenever I am projecting talking. I also have a lot of water. Like, I've got water, 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 more. I've got bottles of water everywhere. Stay as hydrated as you possibly can. As focused as you can. People that get into acting, public speaking, singing, or presenting often end up frying their vocal cords too early because they try to create all of the sounds they need to make here. And this is using... It's going to sound silly unless you kind of get it, and it makes a lot more sense to explain this in person. Having the back of your throat be the origin point for sounds is excellent for low intensity, high... When I say volume, I don't mean the loudness, I mean the amount that you are doing. So using the back of your throat to create the sounds is excellent for very low intensity, but a huge amount of talking. Once you start to get into musical singing, that's when you're going to get down to the chest, that's when you're going to go up to the head. You also need to be able to relax into talking. In fact, there's an exercise that you guys can do that will help you understand and this is where tongue twisters come from. I was actually, when I was doing the Jagex event, I was talking to Savix, Yuzu, and Jokerd, 3 World of Warcraft streamers, about this, and they were lovely people. We were talking about how tongue twisters work. And we were talking about the physical act of producing sounds in your mouth. And the fact that there is actually, believe it or not, there is an exercise that you can do to understand the differences in the origins of sounds and the phonics within your mouth. Oh, Savix is lovely. Savix is a really cool guy. Very attractive dude, by the way, in real life. Like, super good looking. But if you want, guys, I can show you the exercise that we do. I can show you and help you understand how you can change, whether it's accents or singing or notes or all that kind of stuff. You learned this stuff in theatre studies back in the day. Yeah, you did. So let me get to the safe point here, and then I will be able to tell you exactly what we are doing with this. You just got promoted I got promoted to a second monitor stream. Thank you very much. I will explain the lessons to you in a moment. I've been streaming for... How's the mount budget looking? Dire, and we're not going to talk about it. But what we're going to do right now is... I'm going to pop to the bathroom, I'm going to grab a cup of tea, and then I'm going to come back and teach you guys a theatre thing about the origin of the sound pronunciation within your mouth based on tongue, teeth, and lip position. And you will understand where you place the origin of a sound. Right, guys, take 5. Here is a DVD logo, because I know that you have no attention span. Here is a 5-minute countdown. I'll see you beautiful people in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Alright, I've got a cup of tea and I'm ready. Let's go do some questing while we talk about stuff. Right. We've got the Whirlwind axe. Yes, indeed. People have noticed that. I feel very, very powerful within myself. Right, let's go. Right, where are we going? Oh, I actually don't think I want to be here, do I? I want to fly somewhere. However, I do want to go and hand in this quest over here, the James Heidel quest. Dad's back, guys. Everyone chill. Everyone calm down. Where is that quest? James Heil. Oh, that's my alarm to get back to work. There we go. How does your kettle boil so quickly? I've got one of those, it's called like a one-touch thing, which is, it's just a kind of container of water with a spout, and you press a button on top, and it dispenses exactly 1 cup's worth of really hot water. Not quite boiling, but really hot. It's decent. For the amount of tea that I drink, it's, yeah, it's super useful. How the other half live, guys. Yeah, sometimes you just want to press 1 button and get exactly 1 cup of very hot water. Also, the UK electrical grid is substantially more powerful. Josh, will you marry when you get to level 60 or just go raiding? I mean, I don't know. I've got no idea. I'll probably carry on into 70 and see what's going on there. I'll do some raiding, I've got no doubt. Right, where are we trying to get to? We're trying to get to Desolace, which is over there on literally the other side of Kalimdor. And, right. How far can we get? You. Oh, God, I'm nowhere near. Right, I'm going to have to run through the Barrens, aren't I? How do you get to Desolace? Mulgore, the Barrens, Stone Talon Mountains. How do you get to Desolace? From here. I suppose we could run through the southern Barrens. You want to go to Stone Talon Mountains. Okay. So to get to Stone Talon, we need to go through the Barrens. Where are we currently? We are there. I probably want to go to Ratchet and then just run west. Right, let's work it out. Head to Ratchet, run west. We're going to do this. There is a cave in southern Ashenvale straight into Stone Talon. Is that true? Josh finally found his main. I don't know, but we're playing warrior for a bit at least. Why leave Dust Wallow Marsh? Nice zone for leveling. Because I've got other quests I want to do in Desolace. Josh, is it fair to consider the statement constructive criticism redundant? No, not at all. I think constructive criticism is rightly important. Constructive criticism is critiquing something that you believe can be built upon. Constructive criticism is saying why you have critical thoughts of a certain aspect of a process and then explaining what you think you could do or systems that could be implemented to make that process better. Not all criticism is constructive. Not all constructive feedback is criticism. You need the modifier constructive. Just criticizing something needs to be done in a way that the critique can actually be beneficial with something. If, for example, if you're making something, and if you've been involved in the creative industries at all, you'll understand what this is. So many people, because there's non-constructive praise. I hate that as well. Non-constructive criticism is good, and non-constructive praise is bad. And by this, I mean, how many of you have ever shown something that you've made to someone or asked for feedback, and what they've done is they've gone, yeah, it's good. I'm like, okay. Why? What about that is good? What about that is decent? What is good? Sometimes it is good. Toxic Rabbit, I agree. But why? Because sometimes when someone knows what they have done well, then they can think good things about that. Okay, how do I get to Stone Talon and then go straight north? Okay, cool. So, where am I currently? I want to go west to the Stone Talon Mountains. Let's go. It can sound like, yeah, it sounds like they interacted with it out of obligation. The why takes time to get into. Sometimes you need to play a game twice to appreciate it. Potentially. I'm just going to run straight across. This is going to be fine. Feedback is important. Constructive criticism matters. Non-constructive praise also can sometimes feel nice, but doesn't give you something to work on. Because people often... Everyone wants to know how to critique correctly. But believe it or not, there is also a correct way, or at least a more beneficial way, I would say, to direct praise so the person getting the praise feels that they have earned the praise, not just been given the praise. Consider this. This is something that was pointed out to me many years ago that I've tried to... The Barrens is finally going to have some life brought back to it now that Chuck Norris can't kill everything instantly. Rip Chuck. I thought critique includes positive things too. It does. Of course it does. Thanks a lot for getting the guild together, Josh. You're welcome, creepies. Have fun, stealthy tiger wolf thing. Consider this, guys. If you want to praise someone for something, if you want to give someone a compliment, try and compliment it or focus it on something that shows that you acknowledge a choice that they have actively made and not something that is either inherently true about them or is out of their control. And by that, I mean this. If you want to compliment someone, and you do it by complimenting a feature of theirs that is out of their control, such as if a guy is really tall, complimenting them on how tall they are, is great, but ultimately it's out of their control. If you see that they have styled their hair in a nice way, or they're wearing a nice pair of shoes, or they've got a decent, interesting style in general that you like, complimenting them on that, that shows that you have recognized a choice that they have actively made, and you are complimenting that. That, to me, has more benefit and more personal input, because you're not just saying, hey, this thing that you are, it's great. Instead, it's saying, hey, this choice that you've made, that's great. So, let's get back to the idea of constructive criticism. Do you believe that there is constructive and non-constructive criticism? Because I do. I think there is absolutely non-constructive criticism. Hey, that choice you made is great, Josh. Thank you, I appreciate that. I'm glad somebody would finally start to notice. Right, we don't want to go that way because those guys are level 40. It's crazy to me to think that I might actually be able to beat some of the town guards in a fight at some point. You think that me making the Claire Obscure video 33 was a good choice? Thank you, it took me a hell of a long time to do. I'm glad somebody noticed. Right, we're going to go this way to the Stone Talon Mountains. I think just straight this way and then left. Sit down, Savannah Huntress. This doesn't seem like the right way, but I'm going to go this way just in case it is. When teachers examine homework, why is so much of it just basic crosses and ticks? Because, wham, teachers often mark homework in their own time at home. They don't actually do it during school time, and they don't do it during paid hours. They have to do a ton of work at home, normally while sat on the sofa eating dinner or prepping for the next day, which means when you've got 30 bits of homework for every class to get through, and you might have 7 or 8 classes, you suddenly have hundreds of bits of homework to mark, which means that you have to go through it very quickly and very efficiently. You do not, unfortunately, have time to give everyone the individual focus that they would deserve. And when teachers go, oh, I bet it's really fun that you get 3 months paid, 3 months holiday in one go, when you actually average the amount of hours that the average teacher works, that 3 months is nowhere near enough free time. So unfortunately, one of the reasons that so much feedback is not personalized or focused is because generally teachers are asked to do a huge amount of work for a relatively small amount of pay compared to the amount of work they're doing, and they're expected to do it in their free time as well. The best response, if you are a teacher and someone goes, oh man, I'd love to be a teacher, I'd love to get 3 months off, the best response is to just say, oh, we are hiring. We are looking for people. I can get you an application right now. And suddenly, when people are faced with the actual reality of dealing with kids, oh, that 3 months, that doesn't seem like enough. So many people will sit there and take the piss out of teachers having an amazing life, and yet nobody seems to want to do it. Imagine dealing with Twitch chat every day, but smaller. That's a cool level 15 beast. I love the fact that bigger beasts are still just chill. Love that. Why aren't I a teacher? You get paid more to be a Twitch streamer. Turns out that the 3 months off you get as a teacher, not as good as the whatever you want off as a streamer. You had a friend who trained to be a teacher and then ended up quitting because the paperwork was too much for them. Yeah, that seems about average. Oh, hang on. How do we get through here? This is a problem. Right. Thoughts, suggestions, input. You are level 40 PvP guard. I don't think... go right to your north. Can we... I bet we can run around this way. I bet we can go around the mountain. Tell you the tales of the teacher's room, the staff room. Do you wish to know what happens in the staff room? The mysterious teacher's room. The door that you would occasionally knock on during lunch when you had to go and fetch someone specific. Do you want to know what happened in that room? Very, very little. Let me explain the truth. It is the only room that does not inherently have children in it because of the fact that it is a school. There are uncomfy chairs and some sofas. There are tea and coffee making facilities. And there is not enough space to get any of your actual preparation work done. Because most teachers that do their actual preparation work will sit in their classrooms and do the work there. The staff room, any decent biscuits, there were until someone eats them all, and it's always the geography teachers. It is the only place in the entire school with a bathroom that you don't mind doing a poo in. That's the truth. That's all it is. The teacher's room is literally a small oasis, a small haven that hasn't been touched by the lawless wasteland of children. What about English teachers? Oh, you mean boring drama teachers? They're fine. There is a hierarchy within the teaching school. And I'm sorry to tell you this, but there absolutely is. There are certain teachers that get more or less respect. Science teachers tend to be at the top of the pile. Especially if it's a school that is divided into physics, biology, and chemistry. They get the respect. The physics, the biology, the chemistry teachers. Because they actually know stuff. Then you tend to get maths. Maths and physics teachers get on really well. Because they're basically teaching the same thing. Then you tend to have what people refer to as the second tier, which is normally the earth sciences like history and geography. If you have a big school, you can fill it in with RE, or religious education, if you want to go for that as well. Now, some people say that's just one subject. In certain schools, the sciences are divided into physics, biology, and chemistry. When I did my GCSEs, which is showing how old I am, I did an individual physics, chemistry, and biology GCSE. Let's get this way. Right, how do I have... Hang on, have I gone the wrong way? Do I have to go all the way through here, or can I just go kind of up that way, and then... Let me work out where I've got to go through. What is a GCSE? General Certificate of Secondary Education. I've got to go all the way through the Stone Talon Mountains. Oh, Desolace is there. Hang on, how do I get to there? Have I got to go up, around, down, and through? Oh my god. Okay, fine. Just go toward the flight path. I'm going to try and run a straight line. Some people would say high school diploma. Now, you've also then got the... So at the very top, you've got the teachers with actual real, proper qualifications. Biology, chemistry, physics, science, maths. That's all focused. But then you've got the maths teacher, which tend to... Maths teachers are definitely superior to history, geography, and religious education teachers. But I don't think science teachers fully accept them. That's how it works. Like, the science teachers will look at the maths teachers with a level of, we will accept you now, but when the rebellion comes, you're with the history teachers. Then below that, you've got the PE teachers. Now, the PE teachers are normally either absolute creeps or completely chill. It's very difficult that you find somebody in between. Like, the PE teachers either like super cool dudes that you really like, or absolute creep. Sometimes you think they're one, then you find out they're the other. Sometimes you think they're an absolute... Because most people will think, oh, what you mean is that you think they're lovely, then it turns out they're an absolute creep. Honestly, weirdly, I've often found it the other way around. I've thought, wow, that guy's definitely a perv. And then you realise, actually, no, they're giving a huge amount of their own time to coach so many different teams, and they're putting a load of different outside time into work. And I'm like, no, actually, that guy's super cool. That guy's like really caring about these kids' educations. That's fantastic. Remember that Hugh Jackman was an English teacher as well, which says a lot. I had some really good PE teachers at school. One of them was an ex-boy band member from a small-time 90s boy band. I do not remember which band it was at all because he refused to talk about it. But he occasionally did some singing in the school talent contest and was just really bloody good at it. Yeah, Hugh Jackman was a teacher. In fact, was he a PE teacher or an English teacher? Because there was you can find this still online. There is a clip of Hugh Jackman recognizing one of the paparazzi that's interviewing him as an ex-student of his, and he asks him how his education is still going. He's like, guys, no more educate, no more questions. I'm bothered about you. How is your education going? Like, he just focuses in on this guy, which is brilliant. And that just shows you never stop being a teacher with that. Super wholesome. So PE teachers, either massive creeps or super wholesome, really nice guys. Now, there are two more types that unfortunately sit on the outskirts of all of these, and they are the art teachers and the drama teachers. Now, as an ex-drama teacher, I of course have input and feelings on this, and I think I need to share with you something. Drama teachers think art teachers are weird. Art teachers think drama teachers are weird. But we have both collectively decided to have an uneasy truce because no other teachers will accept us. Music teachers, yeah, I lump those in with the art teachers. What about the woodworking teacher? Right, you guys went to a posh school. So we can definitely have... You've got the art teachers and the drama teachers kind of hanging together. Right. I don't know what's going on in this place, but this place looks kind of scary, but I'm sure it's totally safe. Yeah, drama teachers and art teachers got on together, and I think art teachers were the only type of teachers that you knew exactly what they were going to be teaching before you met them. Like, they dress quite eclectically, they dress quite weirdly. You can look at someone and go, yep, that's an art teacher right there. In fact, there's even a Family Guy clip, and I hate how accurate this is. There is a Family Guy clip of when Peter goes to leave the house and he's wearing jeans, a white shirt and a waistcoat. And Chris says, Dad, why are you wearing a waistcoat? And he replies, I'm wearing a waistcoat because I'm an actor who teaches drama at a local college that isn't in LA or New York. And I'm like, you son of a bitch. You can Google it. It is spot on. It is absolutely incredibly annoyingly accurate. The first time I saw that, I had to pause it. I was laughing too much. I'm like, God damn it, Family Guy. You've got it. But yeah, the teacher meta. The teacher meta is definitely there. Now, some people will say, what about language teachers? Sorry, I didn't realize you all went to posh schools. Language teachers tend to just hang around with themselves. Jeans, white shirt, and a waistcoat. They had my number. Like, I look like a drama teacher. You know that. Like, if I walk into a school just dressed as I normally dress on Twitch, the headmaster would probably ask me why I'm not teaching. Now, can I go over these mountains this way? It looks like I should be able to. No, I probably can't. I need to go... Can I cut through there? Just out of wonder. You can certainly try. Nope, we're not going that way. That is some big PvP stuff. That's a horde town right there. Yeah, we're not going that way. But yeah, the school teacher meta is very true. Science at the very top, maths just underneath it, history, geography, and RE under that. PE teachers doing their own thing, either great or terrible. Drama and art teachers hanging out together. Music can be thrown in there every now and again, and language teachers doing their own thing. But there are cliques that form, without a doubt. If you guys think that teachers are less dramatic than students, you are wrong. There is just as much interpersonal drama and strife within the educational system at a professional level as there is at a student level. And sometimes one of the reasons that this is because teachers spend the majority of their working day around kids being immature. Which means, unfortunately, some of that behavior is going to rub off on you. If you spend your entire day interacting with awkward, irritating, annoying kids, you are going to have some of those behaviors become imbued within you. It's gonna happen. I've had teacher friends of mine, once they have, left work for the day and come to hang out, still have the teacher voice on. There was a moment when I was with a friend a couple of years ago and we were going to cross the road, and she literally turned to me and went, "Wait." And I'm like, "What?" And she went, "Oh, shit, sorry. I thought I was still with my class and I thought I was walking primary school kids across the road." And I'm like, no, do it again. Because that was just how focused they were with it. I've only ever done this once, but I have genuinely been in a situation, I think it was once, it may have been twice, but my friends did not like it, where if people are talking over each other, I will just go, "Fingers on lips!" And a few people in the group do just kind of instinctively go, you can do it. English school kids are inherently trained. We're ingrained with this ability. We have to do it. You can do it. You can shout inside voices, and people will shut up. You can do it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Traumatized is another word for it. That works too. Traumatized will absolutely work. But there's an inherent power that you do have that you can bring to heal if you need it to. You once had a chemistry teacher starting drama with a biology teacher because the bio teacher's subject was so overly done that the students were terrified asking for the chemistry teacher's time of her own class to study for the bio tests. It's the great thing about drama teaching, and this is the reason that drama teachers and art teachers have kind of got together. In maths, you can be inherently right or wrong. Like, there is a correct or an incorrect answer to a maths problem. In drama and in art, it's very subjective. Like, you can ask an objective question like, who is Stanislavski? But then you ask a much more subjective question like, what is the best method of preparation or memorization for a script? And that changes based on the individual person. So you kind of need a drama or an art teacher who are willing to work with the students and be like, look, there is no right or wrong answer to this. What we're bothered about is how you get through the process. And it irritates me that maths is starting to encroach on our territory, because the point of drama and art is to show that an individual is able to go through the artistic process of learning something about themselves. And when maths is like, what is the answer? That's fine. And then maths gets into all of the show you're working. No, maths. That's our thing. You can have your objective answers. Drama and art. We are the ones that care about the process. Just take your little numbers and be happy with it. Leave the process to us. Right, that's some deep-seated trauma right there against maths. But in general, art and drama are the ones that care about the process more than anything else. I have no idea where I am, and this is terrifying. This is really scary. I don't like this. I'm gonna... The charred veil gets us in. We did not get to Desolace this way before. This was not how we got to Desolace last time. I am pretty sure when we got to Desolace, we approached it from the south. You know what, that's true. I think maths needs to rein its neck in a little bit, because it's even starting to encroach into letters, which is English's territory. When I say English, I mean any study of the languages. Maths is like 1, 2, 3. All right, yeah, cool. I'm on your side, math. All right, solve this equation. A, B, C. Hang on, slow the fuck down, math. What are you doing? You've got numbers. You've got literally all of the numbers. By their very nature, they are in fact unlimited. You have an infinite amount of things to play with. You do not need to be bringing letters into this. That's our territory. Math is a language. All right, sorry, math teacher. Didn't realize we've got the mathematicians in with us. They're even using Greek letters. They're encroaching on history. They're getting too big for their boots. Just go back to watching old episodes of El Nombre and calm down. It's all kicking off in the school. This is what happens. I was lying. The teacher's room isn't just about having the nice toilet. It's about basically a massive battle royale of which subject is the most important. I'll tell you what the most important subject isn't, as an absolute guarantee, according to the government, drama. If ever there needs to be cuts in a school budget, drama and art will get cut the first, because the government go, you don't really need drama and art, do you? While they're watching their opera or Shakespeare play or going around their lovely art gallery. They're like, nobody needs this. While they're also watching all their films and reading all their books and listening to all their music. They're like, this isn't really important, is it? While lockdown had everyone watching Netflix and Amazon Prime and YouTube the entire time. Yeah, basically useless. You forgot where IT and IT design fit in. Yeah, but so did they. English schools tend to have drama as a class in the majority of the actual schools. And I think that drama is very much a process-focused thing. And the reason that I enjoyed teaching it so much was that it allows me to connect with a student who is struggling to understand who they are and how they fit into the world in general, and give them a way to interact with the world or ideas they have about the world through a process that helps them understand their place within it. And to me, that's extremely important. But I am also aware that it is very difficult to objectively grade anything dramatic or artistic, which is why the government tend to cut it pretty bloody quickly whenever they need to. That is also what parents should be doing. Yeah, straight up, without a doubt. I've explained before the value of drama lessons. And people don't understand that it's not just about memorizing a script. It's about learning to interact with people. It's about learning to take part in a process that you may struggle with and find difficult. How is Josh? Oh, good. The union is now asking questions. When is Josh? Why is Josh? How is Josh? Where is Josh? I appreciate that, guys. Thank you for all asking. We got the Whirlwind axe, by the way. And just to show off, just in case we have a mob of enemies, we've also got the Ravager axe, which was the axe from Herod in the Scarlet Monastery Armory that we ended up getting as a decent drop. I was happy with that. How do I feel about university staff? Wham, that is a good question. So the purpose of university is to provide sports for the alumni, parking for the facility, and sex for the students. That's pretty much, when you break it down, they're the priorities. University staff are often some of the most self-absorbed people I've had to work with. What about student finance? We don't talk about them. I have a student loan. My plan to pay it off is just to die. Like, that's plan A. Oh yeah, I'm going to clarify that that's sex with each other. All right? Not with the faculty. Although, I do remember... when I was studying performing arts, I ended up assisting in some of the lessons with some of the... When I was like a third year before I graduated, I would assist with some of the lessons that the first years did. And in order to do that, we had to sit in on the teacher training days that the new staff, the new faculty, or the new alumni would have. And I think my favorite way this started was when they had all of the new teachers, the new staff, and the new alumni. They would sit there, and they would all be in a big hall waiting, and some HR people would walk in. And I do remember that the HR person walked in, turned, and went, right, do not fuck the students. That was the first thing they said. Like, just get that in there immediately. Which is exactly what we didn't want the teachers to do. But I'm glad they set those expectations extremely early. And you could see some of the teachers there were like, drat. Foiled again. Can confirm, worked as a drama technician, the academics were so full of themselves. Yeah, it's very much... I think that people who work in... You can't call it academics, because they hate that. You have to say academia. You have to say work in academia. And the people that work in academia often... I'll tell you a secret. There are a huge amount of teachers and university lecturers that go from education to education to education. And what I mean by that is they go from primary school to high school to college to uni to teaching. They have never existed outside of the educational system. They have never existed outside of the academic system. They have not interacted with people in a corporate nature. They have not interacted in a customer service nature. They have not interacted in an IT nature. They have not interacted in a hospitality nature. And this means that they are absolutely terrible at dealing with human beings who are not entirely raised within the academic or the educational system. The best teachers I have ever had were people who were not entirely education dependent their whole lives. They were people who had done some schooling, done some real jobs, done some real work, done some shit jobs, had some crazy life experience, and then come to teach. They were the best people. Like, remember any time from your school days, most of us will have normally an older gentleman or an older woman who was teaching and was just the best teacher with the best stories. Because I guarantee they were the people that went out and did stuff with their lives before they came back to teach. People that have just gone straight away from college to teacher training to uni, they are products of a system which is designed to continue to facilitate itself. That's it. It just keeps constantly churning out more and more and more and more and more. It never goes out into the real world, gets humbled, gets broken down, gets rebuilt, and then gets put back into the system to teach with life experience. Doesn't school teach you theory? Absolutely. Good teachers who come straight from the schools would only have the theory to offer. The amount of teachers who have told me the theory about something who absolutely do not understand how it works. And then the amount of teachers who come up and gone, they've said, I've no idea what the theory is, but here's the reality of it. Thank you. Most of your teachers lied, cried, some even drank. We had a teacher at my high school who would always come in drunk, and he was the best English teacher. I learnt more with him because he would do all of the voices for all the stories we were reading. He was fantastic. Then, of course, he got fired for being drunk on the job, but you know what? While we had him, spot on. Fantastic teacher. Oh, God. At least drama lecturers had a portfolio and some experience. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Like, I really did not get on with a lot of guest lecturers. My university just cycled through instructors. The one actual drama teacher that we had that was an actual actor, which I trained with for 3 years, was a guy called Rajesh James. Or Raji James, Rajijames. If you guys watched, he was either in EastEnders or Coronation Street, and then he was in Doctor Who for a bit, and then he was in a film called East is East. He's done quite a lot of stuff recently. He was in the Day of the Triffids film a while back. But Raji James was one of the best teachers I have ever had at any subject, because he had so much actual real-world knowledge and actual real-world experience and knew so many people. And the first time I acted in front of him, he kind of pulled me aside and went, Josh, you're a bit shit. But there's promise. So let's give this a go. And then I just kind of listened and learned as much as I possibly could from him. Don't get me wrong, but it hurt my ego massively. I'm like, holy shit, man, I'm really sad now. But then he taught me so much stuff. And through listening to him, I gained a massive amount of experience. It was quite weird because the other people in my university class knew who he was before we got there. They were like, oh my God, we're going to train with Raji James. He's been in all these TV shows. I'm like, I have no idea who this guy is. I do not know. One of my favorite things I ever heard him say was, a student walked up to ask him a question. And Raji turned around straight away and went, "Hello, young thing." And the kid just went, "Can you remember my name?" And there was a moment and Raji went, "Have you given me a reason to?" And I just thought, oh, damn. He hasn't given him a reason to. He doesn't know who he is. He doesn't need to. What a beautiful challenge to throw down. God damn. From that moment forward, I worked as bloody hard as I could in his class to give him a reason. And you know what? He was the only person that you could email at like 2 in the morning. And he would respond to you. Because for some reason, he just never slept. Right, Brother Anton wants me to go and kill a load of stuff. I can go and do that. Josh, in drama universities, do you believe there's an inherent sense of classism and elitism between the haves and the have-nots? Oh, God, yeah, without doubt. Like, I went on a trip to Oxford and Cambridge, which I did not go to a great university, but I learned a lot there. So I went to a trip to Oxford and Cambridge, which is generally referred to as Oxbridge in the UK. And there is definitely a societal look down on a lot of the kids that didn't necessarily come from wealth. Now, they tend to band together, of which I was one of. But then you get the kids whose parents' names are blue on Wikipedia. And then you get the kids who knew this or knew that or got in from this or got in from that, or the kids who, you know, had the, oh yes, their father runs the local polo group kind of thing. But yeah, there absolutely is. I've spoken about this so much before and so many times about why people say, what I used to hate, and I would argue with my university about this so much, was, what is that? Level 39 elite. I'm going to leave that alone. I'll kill you, no problem at all. So we had a whole lesson. Hang on, I'm going to read some more chat first. You had one history teacher who spent many years dismantling and rebuilding the whole history program. Excellent. 80% guy was a legend. Best teacher you ever had. Good stories. One thing that I will point out is if any teacher ever boasts that their class has a low pass rate, that is not a good sign. They're basically saying that they're not good at teaching their own material. You'll get some teachers who go, just so you know, only 10% of people pass this class. And I'm like, wow, you're a bit shit then. You should probably be higher than that, shouldn't it? Like, if you're saying that you are only going to let 10% of people pass your class in order to keep the pass rate exclusive, then you are not selling a level of knowledge. You are immediately trying to cultivate a level of elitism. You're saying, right, only the top 10% will pass. Why? What if the top 10% are all shit? Because then you're still letting people who shouldn't pass through, or you're failing people who absolutely should pass. You're gatekeeping education behind an arbitrary number. Just, if someone knows the material and can pass, let them pass. You don't need to say, I am going to reduce the amount of people that pass in order to keep the pass rate exclusive. Just, if you pass the test, let them do it. Yeah. I mean, there's an old joke. What do you call the bottom 10% of people who graduate medical school? Doctor. As long as they graduate, they've graduated. That's fine. Anyway, to get through to pull this back to some of the stories about education in general. We used to have a class that was discussing the philosophy of drama, the philosophy of art, the philosophy of society, education, all that jazz, all that connection. And for some reason, one of the lecturers that we had, they were a guest lecturer, they kept going on about how there needs to be more working class actors. We need to see more of the working class. They were very posh. We need to see more of the working class of Britain be able to be represented within the performing arts. And I think this person was a relatively moneyed, wealthy individual who'd set themselves up as the champion of the working class. And they were like, more of working class actors need to be seen. And I thought on what they said for a long time. And I absolutely 100% disagreed with their method. I 100% agree that there do indeed need to be more chances for working class actors. But then I started to ask questions. I started to say, well, why aren't there? Why aren't there more working class actors? When I say working class from England, I mean people that rely on a monthly income or a monthly wage to be able to survive on the minimum. Now, even people who are in middle class, I mean, because England is still a very class-based society, believe it or not. People who are still within the middle class, they don't not work. They're not landed gentry. It's just normally a class of people who could lose their job and be okay for a few weeks to a few months. And I started to think, why aren't there more working class actors? Where have they all gone? And then I thought, well, let's imagine that you want to be an actor. You're not going to be working all the time. There's no way that you've got a job all the time. No actor is working all the time, unless they're like Hollywood elite. So they get minor roles in TV shows, in smaller films. We call them jobbing actors, where they just kind of keep bringing the money in. But you normally have to go to an audition to be able to get a part. What happens if you haven't got a part? Well, then you've got to get a regular job for a bit. Normally bartending. There's actually an entire industry within the UK built around offering short-term contracts for people who are doing jobbing acting stuff. Neil Newbon famously talks about the fact that he worked within a catering company for a long time who worked with actors specifically. But I started to think, why aren't there more working class actors? Well, it's because the lifestyle that will provide benefit to an actor is often one of privilege. Traveling to an audition is expensive. Taking time off from your day job to do an audition is a risk, because you may not get the audition, but you also may lose the income from the day job. The ability to travel around the country, the ability to take time off as and when you need it, the ability to take a risk on something that may not pay dividends very quickly at all. That is all incredibly privileged. The most powerful thing that you could have to make it as an actor is money. You have enough of that, you can go to enough auditions. You can just brute force it. You can write your own film, you can fund your own film, you can make your own company. You can be in whatever you want because somebody else wants your money as well. That works there too. Having your parents know the producers definitely helps. All that jazz. So when I started to think, why aren't there more working class actors? The answer was simple. They're all at work. Oh, there's Moo. Sup, Moo? I can see you. Yeah, the working class actors are at work. Why wear a dress shirt at home? Because I value myself. Like I said, my parents definitely gave me some form of tism. Unfortunately, it was the ore variety and not the Nepo kind. Fancy meeting you here, says Moo. Well, fancy meeting you here as well. I've been want to team up? Yeah. There we go. Let's go kill some skeletons together. Let's do it. The loop has indeed restarted, guys. We're here. We do love Moo, without a doubt. Alright, time to get the Whirlwind axe doing some big hits. Time to see what the crits can do. Yeah, so that's what irritated me. It irritated me that there was this very privileged individual who wanted to champion the working class, who didn't understand that the problems with the working class actors were not that they couldn't act, it was that if they were given the opportunity to prove they could, getting to that opportunity was a bloody challenge. So yeah, that was the problem. Yeah, they just couldn't afford to. I'm sure everyone would love to be an artist. Unfortunately, some people have to work. And I know that it seems very rich of me to say that while sat here playing World of Warcraft and Twitch streaming. but I'm glad that I've been able to make this work while also going through some of the education stuff and arguing with people who think that, oh, working class people, nobody wants to work anymore. Nobody ever wanted to work. That's why you pay them to do it. If people wanted to do it, it would be called a hobby. You pay people to do it to convince them to spend their time doing it. People are just much more aware of the fact that money is tighter. That's a good way. Everyone's an artist till the rent is due. Hi Josh, love the video where you crushed the dreams of that guy who wanted to do the pay-to-win MMORPG. Trust me, if my feedback was enough to crush his dreams, then they were only ever dreams and not a plan. If my feedback is enough to crush someone's ability to do something, then their ability was not strong enough. If you have a real desire to do something, you should be able to... There's an old saying, nod, smile, agree, and then do whatever you were going to do anyway. I've had people literally say to me that after watching my videos, their dreams of making an MMORPG were crushed. And I'm like, if you can listen to my feedback and my input and decide to not do something, then you were absolutely not going to be able to deal with the stress of doing the project itself. If there was a legitimate dream, the body has... Yeah, exactly. The amount of people who said to me, oh, you can't do that. All right. Streamer disagreed, dream destroyed. People pay to go to Ren fairs and work. People love working. They're just somewhat limited what they want to do for work. I mean, potentially, yeah. But that's a good way of putting it. People do pay in order to go and follow what they enjoy doing. People just don't want to be exploited. That's what it is now. People don't like exploitation. Oh, I've got a new ability, haven't I? I've got my... What was the... Wasn't the Whirlwind. The Whirlwind I've already got. Pummel. That was the one. I've got Pummel. Forget Berserker Rage. Who cares about that? I'm going to pummel someone. Right. You! Get pummeled. Cast a spell. Do it. There you go. Get punched. Got to kill 30 of these things. God damn. Let me just have a quick drink. And now we carry on. I hope what destroyed is the realization that it'll be harder than they thought. Yes. People often say if I didn't have to work, what would I do? And like, I'd probably just play World of Warcraft all day. Should I start with TBC? Yeah, you can do. I think that vanilla servers themselves, just the classic server, means you're limited to never getting anything else. This means you might get something more. Not guaranteed, but you might. Josh hasn't even macroed all his hotkeys with an attack macro. Spoon, I've still got attack on my bar. It's number 1. It's the most common thing that I press on my mouse. As a long player of D&D... Oh, thank you. Oh, Viking. Hey, man, how's it going? Thank you very, very much. That is very kind of you. As a long-time player of D&D. I love D&D myself. I've not had the chance to play it too much. I play in the game that Rustage does. He's a very good DM. Gives us a lot of free stuff. I think the reason that I like the Burning Crusade is because the leveling feels good to me. It feels fun. You're not sure it was improved in TBC, to be honest? It was made slightly faster. And want some more health potions? Nah, I'm good, Moo, but thank you for the offer. You knew a sound engineer who had his own company with a few people working for him. He would charge more if he found the job boring and less if he found the job fun. Oh, God, yeah, that happens all the time. That's definitely a real thing. People do have this thing where once you're working for yourself, you set your own price. First time watching me on Twitch. Oh, Stuart, welcome. Welcome to the stream, bro. Hopefully you are going to enjoy myself and Moo traveling around and slowly but surely destroying all of the undead. We're doing some good damage with this Whirlwind axe as well. It's slow, but I'll tell you what, the hits are big, aren't they? The hits are real big. You have just realized somebody gave you a sub. They did indeed. Now you won't get ads. Yep. Welcome. First time watching on Twitch too. Surprisingly, as fun to watch the clips. Thank you. But if you were here earlier, whew, it got tense. Oh, it got heavy. We ended up with quite the serious spiral, quite the loop going on to it. I'm glad I got the Whirlwind Axe, and I'm glad that I worked for it. People could have just given me the items I needed, but I'm really glad that you guys as a guild came with me. We dealt with it together. Is this character being played as a DPS or a tank? They're being played as a DPS, but I'm going to equip myself with tank armor because I like the look of tank armor, while I like the playstyle of DPS. So I will be plating myself up. Even though leather or mail may give me more damage and more strength and more agility, I'm going to go for strength and stamina so I can look like I'm fully tanked up, plated, and then probably with a weapon in each hand. Imagine some people, they only play for 2 to 3 hours a day. Imagine that. Couldn't be me. Will I play Classic Plus if it gets released? My attorney has advised me to answer maybe. I will be Fury tanking. Worry not about that. I will be the most furious tank you ever did see. So I'll be full-on tanked up, 2 weapons, slapping them around until we can go to... Is it the Black Temple? Black Citadel? Something like that. And get the glaives. That's my plan. Oh, goodness me. Streaming for a while. How many more of these have we got to go? I don't think we have to kill necromancers at all. Oh, it's just ravagers. It's literally just ravagers we have to kill. He's confused, but he's got the spirit. Yes. It's one of those two. It's either the Black Temple, the Black Citadel, the Black something. Glaives. Man has to have a dream. You know what? When I started my journey to get the Warglaives of Azeroth, I had only 2 things. A dream and 2,000 people watching me on Twitch. That's what... It's going to happen. It's going to happen. You know why? Because I'm going to exploit all of you until it does. I think the true flex would be to get the Warglaives and then just not use them. That would be the ultimate flex. Get the Warglaives and then just use a different sword. Someone link him the glaives. I know what they look like. I know exactly what they look like. Tazun, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Are you having a lovely day? I hope you're having a lovely day. You watch as Moo and I travel through this skeleton-infested land of Desolace, hacking down all of the skeletons until we can eventually get the quest to go to Razorfen Downs and then do all that. All that jazz. What if the ultimate flex is having just one, but... It's just using one, but having both. Alright, yeah, we just have one as the offhand weapon, but I use a shield instead. Get Warglaives on the warrior and then play on the rogue. The first time the legendary bow from the last raid of the Burning Crusade dropped, it was picked up by a rogue who just used it for the stats. Best bow in the game, and it's just a stat stick for a rogue. Get Warglaives and equip them on the Warlock. Just give them to a different character. Hey man, I find myself listening to your YouTube channel and I appreciate your nuanced views on things. I mean, I'm an idiot sometimes, but thank you. Enjoyable to listen and share your thoughts. Well, thank you very much. I will take that. I'm glad that we can be balanced and fun and chat together. After you get the Warglaives, why would you play the character anymore? You've finished. Because then we've got to get them for other people. At that point, it's pretty much just about, proving a point. Right, so Desolace is... Oh, that's Marudon. Moradon? That's level 40. Hang on. Hang on. How do I pronounce that? Maraudon. Maraudon is level 40. But the dungeon tells me that Maraudon... Okay, 40 to 52. We might be doing some Maraudon runs. Or Maraudon. It's a huge dungeon. Alright. Your best bet is doing Mara at 45. I hear what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. And I'm just going to tell you, I might completely ignore you. Alright? Like, we might be doing that anyway. It's got a lot of quests. Cool. I like quests. It's a very long dungeon. Excellent. Last boss is level 51. Ah, okay, gotcha. Could be a while. Let's run this way. Avoid the fights. Because I am set up as a Fury Warrior. Which means I do want to, at some point, be able to get back to the damage that I should be doing with two hands. A sword or a hammer in each of them. That's my plan. You can do Mara, it won't end well. Well, we did Zul'Farrak, that didn't end well either. Last boss is 48. Okay. We'll work it out. I'm not worried. I'm going to go up and around here. And then this way. What's the PM? There we go. The Warglaives of Azzinoth for both of them. That is ultimately what we want to be looking like. Super rare we're going to find it. But it'd be cool if we do. You should try Fury with daggers. It's like a machine gun. Everyone keeps saying that Fury Warriors need to have like these really slow, big, heavy hitting weapons in the main hand and then these really fast, quick, things in the offhand, because that's just the meta and that's what you need to have. But I'm thinking, look, I'm either going to go with 2 swords, 2 hammers, or 2 daggers. Because I kind of want to go with like lots of really fast stabs, especially if we enchant the daggers to do extra fire damage or something. Josh, how long have you been paying Ben Starr to voice you in streams? Not long enough, if you're able to notice. Fist weapons are underrated too. Yeah, you can just punch things. That's what I want to do. Why not use 2 polearms for maximum wild flailing potential? I thought polearms were 2-handed weapons. Are you playing Horde or Alliance? Currently, I'm playing Alliance. Thrash Blade. This blade is a quest reward for Moradon and a 10% chance of happening. Ooh. Grants an extra attack on your next swing. It's not unique either. So you could have 2 Thrash Blades. That's potentially a very good weapon right there. Darkslayer, thank you for the gift. That is very kind of you. Moo, do you want to take on the elite? Moo, help me. I'm going to charge this guy, see what happens.
Not enough rage.
Right, how much damage does he do? Let's find out. Oh, he does quite a lot. Okay, he does a hell of a lot. Well, let's see how well this goes, shall we? Thankfully, I've got a health potion. We're all okay. Boom. And we get ourselves nothing. That was a rogue tank right there. That was a focused rogue tank. Moo, full-on tanked. Right, and people are saying that I want those dancing swords as well. Alright. This combo isn't bad for the early 70s. Oh yeah, if you equip both of them, don't you? You get like a big bonus. And people are also saying that the talons are good. Oh yeah, the talons, I remember those. Talon of the Phoenix, the Claw of the Phoenix. Agility and stamina, and then just lots of things. I want fast weapons. That's in tier 5, not out yet. Okay. I'm looking forward to being able to do the Burning Crusade raids, probably when, you know, Wrath comes out. You like how calm your character is when he says not enough rage. It's just how it works. He's just like, rage. Not today. Can't do it. You're filling my mind with glorious items of stuff that one day I will definitely be able to achieve, and absolutely 100% have.
Need more rage.
A good old 450 spec, that's what we need. The Thrashblade is realistically attainable. So are the Glaives of Azeroth. What are you saying? What do you mean, realistically? Are you looking at all of these other items and going, Josh, let's... Alright. I will not sit here and yuck anyone's yum. That's like telling a child to not wish for the best gifts at Christmas. Sitting here telling me that they're realistically attainable. Oh, you meant in the next stream or two? Ah, that's fair, yeah. We're going to get lots of other stuff, don't worry. Hey Josh, what is the best thing I can do to watch you if you only have one monitor? Omar, that would be understanding that you can't. Alright, I don't make the rules. The rule just very clearly states that you absolutely must have 2 monitors to watch me. I think have we gone the wrong way? I think we have to go this way and then left. Just use me as a podcast. Just put me on your phone and prop me up. Moo is truly a guild champion, without a doubt. You have WoW on the first screen, UFC on the second, and me in the background. What a variety. What a whiplash of vibes we've got going on there. Josh, how can I earn your love? What is the path to your heart? Deb, that is a great question. I love all of my tier 3 subscribers and also Patreon supporters deeply. And I think they are probably the most important people in my life. And it is genuine love. It is genuine parasocial love. That's what it is. Oh, thank you. You're welcome, Egon. Right, let's tell this dude we've killed all of the bad guys.
King's honor, friend. Be careful.
We, the Scarlet Crusade, lay claim to strongholds from Hearthglen to Tristful Glades. We're quite proud of our bastion of cleansing throughout Lordaeron. You have proven yourself against the undead in Desolace, but the true threat of the plague lies in Lordaeron. Travel to the town of South Shore in the Eastern Kingdoms. Seek out a crusader named Rally the Devout. Give him this letter of commendation bearing my seal, and he will escort you to a place of honor in our Scarlet Monastery.
Go with honor, friend.
Well, thank you very much. That is so far away. Not a problem. We can do South Shore. South Shore Scarlet Monastery is all the way in the Eastern Kingdoms, I want to say. I want to say South Shore is there. Scarlet Monastery is through the mountains. Around here somewhere. Yeah, cool. Okay, South Shore, let's go. Right. Let's do the Hearthstone back to Manethil Harbour, and then we can simply South Shore from there. Got it. Zizi says, Josh, you are a gold digger. No, that's too much. I'm happy with silver. All right, not too much. Totally happy with silver. And now we fly to South Shore. Josh, I typically watch your clips on YouTube, but I popped in here because I saw your video on why you don't like PvP. I respect your decision. Oh, thanks. I found you're overly reductive when you said people only play PvP to bully people who have worse gear. There's a lot more to it than that. Yes, Words, that's true, which is why you shouldn't necessarily get all of your information from one video on a YouTube channel that is clipping my stream of consciousness thoughts to it. Words, you are spot on. There is a lot more to it than that, which is why this so far is a 6-hour stream of I think roughly 4 hours was dedicated to the nuance of discussing PvP. These streams are not me sitting down and writing a thesis or a treatise on exactly what I do or don't think. These are my immediate, primal, apparent thoughts on any specific topic or context that I am not spending too long to try and curate or think through. I am simply filling airtime with stuff that I'm thinking about. Now, let's go that way. Now, yeah, you're spot on. You're right. Unfortunately, what I can't do is have a stream of consciousness about stuff that I am processing through and thinking and taking you on that journey with me, then have that clipped and uploaded to YouTube, and then get a load of people coming from YouTube saying, hey, I saw that stream of consciousness thought of you talking about something. It's not actually exactly the way you thought it was going to be. It's slightly different. It's slightly deeper. Yes, I'm aware of that. But this is just 8 hours of me raw dogging my opinions, and some of them are going to be a little bit raw around the edges. They're going to be a little bit rough. So, as much as I appreciate you coming in here and saying there's a lot more to it than that, I know, which is why it was only a half-hour clip and not an 8-hour clip, because there is more to it than that, but people don't want to watch more than half-an-hour clips. That's the best way of explaining it. So I'm glad that you're able to come in here and chat about that. I'm glad that we can talk about that right now. But this is a process. If you find it overly reductive when I said people only play PvP to bully people who have worse gear, I don't think I said people only do that. I said that there is a large subsection of people who don't want PvP to be a fair or balanced fight. They want it to be a gank fest, which is why I said specifically I'm not a fan of PvP within games that allow you to build up an inherent mechanical advantage against someone before you then engage them within PvP. And I prefer PvP games that allow that balance to be set before the match begins. However, I understand that there is also a level of, beauty to a big guild versus a big guild when the balance isn't necessarily there, or when it's a kind of asymmetric balance across there. You get the loop thing. The loop thing isn't always me joking. The loop thing is sometimes people genuinely just asking the same question repeatedly. But I try and explain my opinions to people, and I don't want to be reductive, but at the same time, there's only so much that you can add into a half-hour Twitch clip without me sitting down, writing out my thoughts, erasing them, rewriting them, curating them, making them, flow better. That's the focus. This is sometimes just me talking as I go. How could you say that about PvP? Clearly, it was always about weak versus strong. Some people think it is. Right. You, Rally the Devout.
Can I help you?
Who goes there? What do you want from me?
See you around.
Brother Anton still spreads word of the Scarlet Crusade.
See you later.
Oh my. Right, he then reads something and we learn something about the Scarlet Crusade in a second. Just saw the discussions on YouTube. Weird to drop in and hear you still talking about it. Crom, the reason I'm still talking about it is because people keep dropping in and asking about it.
Hey there.
You
need something?
I once served the Scarlet Crusade with honor, loyalty, and pride. I believed their cause to be a noble one, to rid Azeroth of the undead. But as I spent time at the monastery in the Tirisfal Glades, I realized that their grasp of reality was slipping. They now think everyone is plagued who doesn't wear the tabard of the crusade. Innocent men and women were tortured because they were supposedly plagued. The Scarlet Crusade must be crushed in the name of the light. You must destroy the deranged regime. And in doing so, we will gain either the Sword of Serenity or the Bone Biter Axe, which, irritatingly, is just better than the Whirlwind axe. But it looks crap, which I think is a shame. Now, the Sword of Serenity is one-handed stamina. That is chance on hit for a shadowy bolt. Yeah, we want the Bonebiter axe. The Bonebiter axe is just better, because it has a higher total damage and it's faster. Because the Whirlwind axe does 102 to 154. Bonebiter is 105 to 159. So it has a higher max hit plus 5 extra strength. Oh, that sucks. It's not looks maxing. It's not looks maxing, but fine, I will accept your quest. Right. You know what that means? That means we might need to do a full Scarlet Monastery clear. Purely for the quest. Am I already graduating from the hard-earned Whirlwind Axe? I have spent so much gold enchanting the Whirlwind Axe with fire and the Ravager with fire, and I'm going to upgrade both of them. I'm just going to have an entire bag dedicated to various axes that we've found around the world. You got the Ravager? I did. I did get the Ravager. Right, okay, cool. We're doing a full clear of the Scarlet Monastery. Let's go. Scarlet Monastery. This time it's personal. Moo. We've got Moo. We have got Ish. Ish is DPSing. Moo is DPSing. I'm DPSing. Right, we need a tank and a healer. Need tank and heals for full SM clear for quest. Do you need a full clear? I think we do, don't I? Pally is tanking it. And then we need a healer. You don't need the graveyard. There is nothing happening in the graveyard. We do library, we do armory, we do cathedral. Lib, armory, cathedral. That's what we're doing. And heal, please. Alright, cool. Let's just... No graveyard needed. So lib, arm, cath. Let's go. How do we get to the... How do we get there? Where is the Scarlet Monastery? I think it's up there. And I think the fastest way to get there is through Silver Pine Forest, which would require me going the Alterac Mountains and then where else? How do you walk there? Walk north. Done. You don't even need all the library. We'll do it just in case. You've only got to kill the dog handler guy, haven't you? I mean, I think we should be pretty much over level. Top left, Trisafal. Swim across the lake. This way? Oh, I see. Top left. Let's go this way. That gets me to Silver Pine. That gets me to the... That's Shadowfang Keep. Then we go up north to Trisafal Glades, and that gets us through Silver Pine, which gets... Oh my god, this is so far. Oh, okay. Right. I'll let you all summon me. You're all so close. I am miles away. If any of you guys are able to get to... Right, Moo, if you've got... Yeah, Moo, you're faster than me. I'm in Desolace. Gotcha. Moo, it's all on you, my friend. Let's go. Scarlet Monastery is a bloody pain for the Alliance to get to, isn't it? At your level, I like to go through the Western Plaguelands, but you don't have a mount, so dodging the 52 mods. Yes, Lynn, I did try to go through the Plaguelands, but I kept dying to these massive spiders, which I think was a bit of a problem. The Hillsbrad Field. This world feels so big. I'm really glad that they've tied in so many of the dungeons to actual storylines within the game, because the world feels bloody huge. You're not even anywhere near the dungeon and Moo's already carrying. I will turn this stream around, unless you're going to be nice to me. But no, the world is massive. I love this. No flying mounts does that. Makes the world feel bigger, doesn't it? Makes the world feel grander. And I like that quite a lot. It makes it feel grand. Oh, emails. Born to game. Forced to read emails. Oh, hang on. Yep. Just let me go to work for a second. Let me pop onto the old. Got to adjust. Shorts. Public. Go. Alright, cool. There we go. Just got to put a quick short up on the old channel. You know, do my job. You're surprised we're not auto-following? I'm not lazy. Alright, I'm bad at my job. I'm not lazy. There's a big difference. However, I will fight this mountain lion. Switch back to the old Whirlwind axe. Oh, 438 for one hit. I love it. Hey Josh, I have now made you a podcast. Thank you, Emma. Having me as a podcast is definitely the correct way to experience and enjoy all of this content. I am only one level away from not only being able to wear plate, but also already having most of the plate items on me that I need. I have got... Check this out. I have got the shield in case I need to tank. I have got the Ember Scale Cape for level 40. I've got the Carapace of Tutankhamun, the chest armor for 40. I've got the Ice Metal Bar Boot at level 40. I've got the Vice Grips the Bear at 43. This is going to be badass. And you know what? When I get level 40, it's going to be an even cooler looking combo. The Barboot. That's how it's spelt. Look. Barboot. Now some might say, Josh, that's pronounced Babute. But I'm going to say the Barboot. Cathedral Trash Mobs. There is a very small chance that one of the cathedral mobs will in fact drop the Scarlet Crusade body. Now you just need a nice macro to swap between them with one button. Nope, never doing it. Never doing it. Why am I running to try and get to you guys when Moo is so far ahead of me already? You know what? That actually, I'm level 39. What level do you need to be for... Okay, I can still be summoned. I can straight up still be summoned. This is good. Oh god, there's so many bloody murlocs. This is pretty. Silver Pine Forest. Oh, it's raining. I love it when it's raining in the games. Why am I running? I think I'm running because I want to feel like I'm part of this team. That's what it is. I just want to feel involved, you know? I like how the higher level difference, the further enemies will leave you away from. That's great. So I'm just going to keep running north, not to Undercity, but to this place. Oh, I see. We're actually quite close to Undercity. And then we kind of spin around there to the monastery. I know where we are now. I've not spoken to Callum in a while, Cat. Nothing bad against him. Just haven't been in touch. You don't think you've ever run through Lordron back in the day? Well, I have now. Now we want to keep going. Oh, wow, that's huge. That's so cool. That massive place in front of us. Love this. Anything creepy under the water? Just regular murlocs. Visit Undercity. I did once and then I got immediately killed by this thing called player versus player. I don't know if you guys are familiar with player versus player, but we tend to shorten it to pla v pla. And it's very much when people from one faction go and attack the other faction. I'm not. Could you show it to me? I'm actually too good at it, which is why I tend to not do it, because my gameplay upsets people. Pla v pla. Yeah. When my mount trial ended in Guild Wars 2, so I had to run everywhere. Surprised by how much you enjoyed the scenery. It's nice, isn't it? Yeah, it is nice. The rain in Classic is gorgeous. Now, I do remember that apparently the rain effect was toned down substantially. And try /console weather density 3. 1 is the default. Okay. Do people recommend changing the weather densities? Because I can change the weather density, no problem at all. I'm not quite sure what it would mean, but I can do it. The modern client, it looks nice. Okay, I'll change it. Next stream, I will change the weather density. What's the maximum? Hey, we can be summoned. Fantastic. Thank you very much. And we have made it. Right. Library. All right, who else are we summoning? Moo, you've been summoned? Right, are we all here? Yes. Right. Library first. The crusade begins now. How come the streamer doesn't have a mount yet? Because the streamer is bad with the streamer's gold. Also, using a mount would mean I miss leg day. And it's important to do cardio every now and again. Very important to do cardio. Streamer likes walking simulator more than mount simulator. Hello, Rage Darling. Are you going to be in here taking the piss? Are you going to be here saying words and things and making me feel bad? What's that? Oh, it's an enchanted Whirlwind axe. Oh, hang on, what's that? Oh, it's an enchanted Ravager. Yeah. Can't be coming in here talking shit about me when I've got all these cool things now. Look at the drip. The drip alone should count for something. All right, guys. Let's go. Okay, I got stunned immediately after saying that, but let's try again. Right, guys, let's go. All right, we're going to be attacking, and I'm going to be spamming this. If I get... Stop stunning me. If I get my spin attack, you've got to bring all the enemies to me. That's the vibes. All right? As soon as the spin happens, you bring everything to me. And then we Beyblade our way around. Yes, there we go. Run the enemies into the Beyblade. Lovely stuff. Right, check all the trash mobs. We're going to get this drop at some point. It's time to let it rip. Remember, every hit could be a potential spin to win. You've upgraded your sub to tier 3. Do I love you now? That's quite scary. I mean, I'm contractually obligated to say yes. Should you do Retribution Aura? You can do whatever you wish. We just check that I've got that on. Fiery Weapon, Wind Fury Totem, we're all good. Love is scary. So it is, isn't it? Love is sometimes scary. Here we go. Yeah, this is going great. The annoying thing is that you can actually cancel the spin. If you're doing the spin and then you do another attack, it cancels it, which we don't want. We are spinning and winning. This is going really well. This is going great. Rage, how are you? How are you today? Josh, I took your advice to go outside for a few hours and returned from a nice run. That is amazing. Dog, I am genuinely glad you did that. That is the best news we've had. Right. Is it better to be feared or loved? Both. People should be afraid of how much they love you. The dog training gloves. Nah, they're actually... I don't think they're better. I mean, they are better in like a one thing. But they don't look better. I've already looted the dog training gloves once. I don't need them again.
Need more rage.
The old law of you pull it, you tank it applies. We do lots of spinning and lots of winning. You did some house renovating? Oh, excellent. Oh, let down by a plasterer. That sucks. How are you? We are good. I have hit level 39. I have gained a load of... First of all, I've got 2 really good weapons. The Ravager Axe, which is allowing me to spin and hit for hundreds in a close by area every time, which is doing amazingly. I've got the Whirlwind Axe. And now I've got the quest that is going to give me a really good... the Bonebiter Axe. If... we can clear the Scarlet Monastery entirely, which I think we're going to be able to do no problem at all. Night Sky Sash, do not need. I will, however, take the Wild Hog Shank. Always grab the chest meat whenever you can. I'm so glad you're turning into such a World of Warcraft nerd. It's cute. Rage, darling, it's not cute, alright? It's efficient, because I'm carrying the Ravager on me, because that does a decent amount of AoE damage, which stands for Area of Effect. But I've also got the Whirlwind Axe on me, because that is better for single target damage. So, when we switch from what I like to call mob fights to what I'm tending to call kind of solo fights, that's when you switch, because that's where the boss damage comes in from. I'm learning a lot, and I'm also very good at what I do. So don't be intimidated. I'm self-tanking in many ways. Like this, see? I'm channeling an attack. Now, a channeled attack is what we say when, oh, stop, your words are doing things to me. Oh, absolutely. So a channeled attack is... There's 2 types of attacks. There's instant attacks and there's channeled attacks. There's also attacks that take a while to build up, but we don't worry about them. Now, an instant attack happens as soon as you press it, and a channel attack happens from the moment you press it until the channel finishes. And the reason we call this a channeled attack is just like choosing a channel on a TV, you have to kind of just commit to it. That's why it's called that. There you go. You thought AoE meant attack on everyone. I'm saying that from now on, that's what I'm saying. AoE means attack on everyone. It's called a channeled attack because that's what it is. Perfect, thank you for pointing that out, Game Wiz. Because you can't reach the remote, and so you just kind of let it keep happening. Look at the amount of numbers that are on screen when that happens. That is a beautiful amount of numbers. We might in a minute need to double check the amount of DPS that's happening, because this is a lot of deeps. This is very much making me happy. This is Adele levels of rolling in the deeps.
That ability isn't ready.
You might level up during these runs and turn the quest in, and also be able to equip the Ice Metal Barboot, and the Carapace of Tutankesh, and the Ember Scale Cape. Like, this is a load of new good stuff that we're going to get when we get this. Elder's Pants of the Eagle. I do not require the Elder's Pants. Pally says I am doing nothing. You're not doing nothing, you're doing fine. You're doing totally fine. Okay, me go read before go sleep. Do it. Just let me smack this champion around a bit. Alright, fine. I'll leave the champion, I'll come to you guys. God, I am the backbone of this society. Oh, are we pulling everything into here now? Why are we pulling everything into here? Alright. Oh, that's why we're doing it. Here we go. There's the damage numbers on screen right now. I did not realize how loud this game was. I'm going to turn it down slightly. But that was definitely an amount of damage. Spinning and winning. Spinning and or winning. What I like about this is I don't need to aim. Gloom Reaper of the Tiger. Agility and strength. I don't need you. I'm about to get a better one of you. Right, final boss. Switch to the Whirlwind Axe, because this is just a single target fight. And after switching, press spin to win. We ready? Let's go. After doing that, we now do some big hits. 685 specs. Okay, not going to lie, I'm just going to tank this. I'm going to see what happens if I do. Alright, cool. I can just kind of stand here and tank that. That's fine. We got the Illusory Rod and the Robe of Dawn, of which I need neither. The biggest crit so far, I think, was about 700-ish, which was doing pretty good. Right. So, quest tracker. Let's have a quick check of this. Where is the... just minus everything. Scarlet Monastery. In the name of the light. Right, we've killed Houndmaster Loski. Now let's do... well, let's go and do the armory. Put the Ravager back on. Because the Ravager is all about that base damage. All about that base. About that base damage. Had to come over thanks to Ben and YouTube. Well, welcome in. You join us as we push through the Scarlet Monastery in an attempt to do what I like to call quests, which are kind of in-game stories that you interact with via NPCs. And then you go and do little stories based on them, which I think is quite cool. It's a very unique and interesting way of interacting with the game. Is this a new thing they added in Anniversary? No, they've always been there. They just added rewards for doing them in Anniversary. Off to the armory next. Powerful Wizards says, wow, that is indeed the game, Powerful Wizards. Well done. I'm in a good mood now. I'm in a real good mood. I've got a good bit of armor. I've got a good weapon. I've got a great team. Moo, thank you. Oh, you were trying to shut the door on me, you cheeky little Moo. You don't stop me that easily, Moo. Are you guys ready? Let's go. Are you pulling everything to the middle? Oh, no way. First try. Oh, this is perfect. This is exactly what we need. That is the DPS numbers that we need more of. That was a lot of damage. That was a lot of damage very quickly. I am enjoying this type of damage. I need none of these things. Am I tanking or DPSing? Right now, I'm doing both, which is what we like to call DPing, which is where you tank but also do damage. I'm self-tanking, but also slapping. Please know what... I have no idea what you guys are on about. Sometimes we call it danking, which is why these are called dank runs. Some of you seemed unhappy with what I just said. You're going to need to explain why. Right, we can't pull literally every enemy. Remember that not all of my attacks are going to work, either. Like, I can try and trigger the spin, but it's... There we go, there's the spin. Bring him back. Fine, don't bring him back. What's the chance of getting a spin on any individual hit? Like, it's got to be quite high. Just yet, you can't say yes. No way, the Scarlet Wrist Guards. We actually got another drop. That's incredible. I need those because I am equipping them. Okay, we just got the Scarlet Wrist Guards as a drop. That is insanely rare. That is a trash mob. My current Wrist Guards are attack power by 14. And they will give me +5 shadow resistance. They're actually not as good as what I've got, but they're important for the build. So need them if you need them, guys. Beautiful. Let me just put these on. Purely for vibes. Hell yes. Right, that has given me an extra 5 shadow resistance. And that's good because I was dying to the shadows quite a lot. Vibes-based gearing. That's what it is. It's not complete until the Tabard. We're going to get the Tabard, don't you worry. We're going to get the full set. It's going to happen this run. Full-on vibes-based gearing. What is my throne? My throne is a thick bronze dart. Oh, look at the numbers. Oh! Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful again. That's perfect. Oh, straight into another one, chaining the spins. We are letting it rip so much. We're basically a Beyblade at this point. Oh my god, into the third spin, the third Beyblade. We have let it rip so much. The last time I let it rip that much was my Grand's funeral. Right, we're going to go with the... We don't need those, and we don't need that either. That was triple spinning. I'm beginning to believe. Why did I ever want to do anything else other than spin to win as a warrior? I'm going to use this weapon at the endgame. Purely for vibes. You played Beyblade. It's what you would have wanted. We said RIP. And I'm thinking, well, you know what that means. Oh my god, this is working so well. This is working so damn well. How am I chaining into so many hits? Is it that the last hit of the spin has a chance to start the chain? Yes, okay, gotcha. The last hit just straight up does have a chance to start the chain. I'd say we've done quite well so far, to be honest with you. I mean, I think we've done quite well. I don't know what the average... I know the average completion time for this is definitely slower than this. Oh my god, just spinning on one Scarlet Evoker purely to prove a point. Hang on. No, she moved out the way. She discovered my one weakness. Moving. Hey Josh, do you have any advice for getting a harness onto my cat without getting scratched? No, at that point you've purely got to go on vibes. I cannot believe that we got another chain in from this. This is just so... This is more AoE damage, which means attack on everyone than mages can do. That was a lot of damage. Right. You. Let's go. Conjurer's Mantle of the Wolf. Don't need that. You know what? Now we can put on the Whirlwind Axe. I'm not going to spin while I'm fighting the thingy-mabobby. Apologies going off topic. Do you have plans to play Crimson Desert? Nope. What priority does it hold in your backlog? Remarkably low. The reason I have no particular interest in it is because everyone else is doing it right now, and I just don't really have the focus on it, to be honest. Ha! Okay, Herod's Shoulder I've already got. Fen Ring of the Tiger, Agility and Strength. That is straight up what I need. Don't need that. Go for it. You got the shoulder now. Inventory full from the ring. Oh yeah, good point. Let's just throw away this smooth stone chip. And I'll take the ring. Shoulders, they're all yours, my bro. Now I think that ring is better than one of these. Tiger Band, plus 6 strength. I will instead put on the 5 agility and 5 strength, which is going to give me a slightly higher chance of getting crits. Guys, do make sure we're checking all these. One might drop the tabard. Healing potion, that's useful to me. Right, nothing from there. On to the cathedral next. Having agility is going to help with the critical hit chance. This is going really fast. How much was that stone worth? It was worth exactly one armory run. That's what it was worth. Boots in the chest piece. If we get those next, I'll be super happy. You thought about throwing a stream up on YouTube for the folks who don't like and use Twitch? Is the engagement there? Wobble Flopper, it is not there. The last time I put a stream on YouTube, people actively unsubscribed from the channel. The only thing that makes people unsubscribe more is putting shorts out supporting games I like. And, I mean, God knows I'm doing that right now. But no, YouTube tends to favor longer, curated videos, not anything else. Right, what don't I need? I don't need this thick, furry mane. I don't need red wolf meat. And I probably don't need this cured ham steak. But let me get rid of this Naga scale as well. And this... I don't think I need anything else. Probably don't this spider body thing. Moo, I have a lockbox for you if you would like it. Oh, no, I don't. It's a small container of gems. Sorry, ignore me. I'm coming, guys. I'm coming. Into the cathedral. Moo, thank you for opening the doors for me. You absolute beauty. Let me just switch back to the old Ravager. And now we get this going on for us. You guys ready? I want to make sure I'm not charging ahead. Yup. Moo says yep. Just checking our tanks are all good. And when the tanks are all good, off we go. Maybe might even level up this run. Buffing. Yep, no rush. Take your time. Right, let's go. Are we grabbing everything? Okay. No way. That was the perfect moment for the channeling to start. I cannot believe how lucky we have been with these channeling attacks, to be honest. We have been so lucky with these channeling attacks. So damn lucky. Now, we're not gonna get cocky with this. We're still gonna be somewhat focused and serious. Or we're gonna run in and grab everything. One of the two. Alright, well, cool. Healer, on me. That is a massive amount of damage. Right, we just chained into 4 different spinnings. And shredded through. That was a very quick shred. Let's just do a little check to make sure everyone's dead. And then in we go. That was an amount of damage that I would say is definitely what we would consider high. All right, that was decent. 2 shreds, you say? What about that guy's kidnapped mum? 2 shreds, you say? Don't forget to check for life root. Now we're good. Let's not grab everything in one go. There we go. This is good. Perfect. Just bring them all into here. We'll see what happens. The fact the Ravager did damage... Oh my god, channeling from one to another is just insane. I swear that I'm channeling from one to another much more frequently than I was doing before. Like, so much more frequently. This is the full-on meat grinder effect, isn't it? Bigger pulls. Okay, so the last hit of the Ravager seems to have it, of the actual effect, seems to have a chance of proccing it again. And we've got Wind Fury going on as well. Right. That makes more sense. Oh, hang on. Damn it. That's fine. I can just proc it over here. But sometimes, you know, it doesn't happen. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sometimes it doesn't happen, but not now. Ember Wand of the Falcon. Not something for me. It got shy. It was cold. Sometimes, guys, it just gets a bit cold, you know? We'll just take a minute to relax. The Whimsy is on tap. The Whimsy is stored in the Ravager. Does the English North-South divide exist represented in gaming? All the best to you and your family. Yes, it does. Gamers from Yorkshire make inherently bad hunters. Some of you will understand the reference. All Right, what are we doing? Oh, we're grabbing everyone around here, are we? Okay, cool, why not? Why the hell not? Oh, we're grabbing literally everyone. I see. There we go. I do get a bit scared when the spin doesn't happen because we lose a lot of DPS. But good lord. The Twilight Cape of Healing. Who needs healing when you've got spinning? Heals the coward's damage. You do. Oh, yeah, that's true. I'm taking a lot of damage. Like I'd have been dead like 10 times over without these guys. This is really quite damaging to me. Every second not spinning is a massive DPS loss. YouTube Andy here. You can just say YouTube viewer, that's fine. I'm sure this question has been asked, but why does JSH have so many alts? Genuinely curious. Because World of Warcraft was made with different characters in it. It was made with different classes. Why is this person playing all of the game? I'm trying to spin, all right? I'm trying. I'm trying to spin. I spun and I cancelled it. That was entirely on me. Sometimes the spin will happen and it will get cancelled. Okay, I can't help but feel that was due to my lack of spinning. We can't rely on me at all. Moo, well done for going into stealth. Sorry, reincarnate, not up. Well, release then. Sometimes you have to spin to win. But when you spoos, you can lose. We can't rely on me at all. That's my new motto. Josh, do you think it's a good idea to divide the player base into Horde and Alliance? I think that it's absolutely a good idea to divide the player base into the Horde and the Alliance, because then we will know who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. What's the definition of spoos? The lack of spinning. When you see a warrior spinning around doing damage, you can say they are spinning, and therefore winning. When you see a warrior lying face down on the floor, they have, I suppose snooze would be the best word for it, but I went with spoos. So we're going to kind of continue with that. Cool thing about being a ghost is you can phase through doors. Why did I choose Alliance? Because I'm objectively the good guy. Moose specifically requested opposite this. No. Right, here we are. We are back. Allow me to return. Now, do not rely on me spinning. Do not rely on the spin. Because when it happens, great. But sometimes it gets shy. You know, sometimes you've been spinning quite a bit already. Sometimes you want to grab yourself a Lucozade, get a bit of a Powerade, maybe have a protein shake before you carry on. Look, there were lots of people watching, and it was in a cathedral, which honestly is a bit kinky even for me. So pull fewer people. Right, here we go. I'm trying. I'm trying my best, guys. I'm really putting my back into it now. There we go. I just need a god to watch. All right, we're nearly back. We're nearly fully back, don't worry. You'll ask a follow-up question. Are there any aspects of the classes you've tried that you particularly enjoy? Yes, I like spinning as a warrior. Are you spinning, son? I'm spinning, Dad. Got it. I think that what happened was I'm just very aware of who is through those doors, and you know, sometimes you want to make sure that you're doing a good job at spinning. Smells like Whimsy in here. Welcome in, Coat Goat. I want to make sure that I'm going to give a good spin, you know? Let's go this way. White Mane is watching, and I feel very judged. I'm trying to... There we go. Sometimes you got to give it a few tugs and rev it up like a bit of an engine, you know? Like a petrol mower that you start. That's what I'm on about. You filthy people. Mine's out the gutter. We're in church, for God's sake. The Twilight Cowl of Intellect. That looks silly. I don't want that. Inju, I'm literally free. Please hire me. Save me. The Nerf bat? What's up with the Nerf bat? Let's go this way. How do I feel about Warcraft feet? And like you, I'm not being crass in any way. Yeah, I mean, they're fine. They're definitely feet. There we go. There's the spinning and the winning. We've leveled up. You know what that means? That means... Oh, first of all, we've spun and we've won. One moment. Leveling up means a couple of things. First of all, it means that I get to equip this Ice Metal Barboot, which will give me more strength, more agility, more stamina, and frost resistance. I don't have the proficiency for plate, nor can I equip that. However, I can equip the Ember Scale Cape, which I think will give me more armor and stamina, which looks... It still looks pretty cool. It's red and gold. You know, it's still red and gold. We can go with that. Oh, I need to learn plate pretty soon then. Right, let me just... Hang on. There we go. Increase your next attack speed by 5% for your next 3 swings. Lovely. And I think that's just like a passive ability that now happens. Yeah, Flurry. We've now got Flurry set on there. We have got a better cape. And I'm soon going to be able to get the bar boot and the carapace of Tutankesh. I don't think we've got anything else here. I think we're good for everything else. Oh, this is great. This is excellent. The new hammer. Was the hammer there? No, I can't use the hammer yet. That's level 45. So we're not quite at the new hammer yet. Oh, hang on, no, the Rock Pounder. Oh, okay. The Rock Pounder is +5 strength, increased critical strike by 28, 126 to 190. That's just straight up more damage. Yeah. I think the Rock Pounder might be a good one for a single target. So, like, this guy. However, I need to learn because my two-handed maces is way too low. My two-handed mace skill, I don't think is high enough to deal with this. Yeah, it's nowhere near high enough. So what I'm going to do is stick with the Whirlwind Axe for the time being. Josh, check PMs, you're linked to Sword, the Massacre Sword of the Whale. It's gorgeous. It's two-handed, spirit stamina. That is a gorgeous looking sword. I'm very much enjoying the focus. Right, time for the Whirlwind Axe, let's go. Right, this won't be spinning and winning, this will just be doing damage. That was quick. What's up? This is quite a lot of damage quite quickly. God damn. I mean, that was a lot of damage very... God damn. White Mane's Chapeau. We got as a drop. And the Scarlet Leggings again, which are a rare drop, but I've already got, so I do not need the Scarlet Leggings. And as sexy as the hat is, I don't think I need it. That is a bloody good run, gentlemen. That was brilliant. And now, the real thing is, did you all have fun? Yes. And now I'm going to learn plate. And after learning plate, I will have my new armor and my new weapons and my new items. Oh, this is amazing. Hang on. Now, I've got the Rock Pounder. The question is the Rock Pounder better than the Whirlwind Axe? Is the Rock Pounder better than the axe I'm about to get for completing the quest I'm about to complete? Is the question. If any of you guys in the run have a damage meter as well, post the damage meter for the entire thing, because that would be super cool to see. Like, I haven't got one because I don't want one, but if you do have one, I would like to see it. We must buy abilities for maximum rock pounding. Nice. Because the Rock Pounder, I think, is better than the axe I've got. It's a level 40 weapon, as opposed to a level, effectively, 30 weapon. I like how we got the Whirlwind Axe, then just immediately replaced it. If you guys are in the group with me and you don't want to see the DPS meters, that's fine as well. Oh, hang on. I'm not happy with that anymore. Pally did indeed do 278 DPS. I only did 177 DPS. Oh, Pally, we're going to have words. We're going to have words. I only did 239,000. Damn, less than the tank. Pally doing half the DPS, the full on the tank. Nah, he did well. He did really well. Pally was tanking perfectly. I didn't die, apart from the time that I died. So I think the most important thing is that we all had fun. Right, let's go and hand in the old Hearthstone. And let's return to... There is nowhere around here that I can get to. So I'm going to go and learn plate. Who teaches you plate? Apart from that time we died, we didn't die at all. Where do you learn plate? Warrior trainer, I suppose? Oh, yeah, it's a skill, isn't it? Warrior trainer. Which will be... I want to say, like, Iron Forge? Iron Forge is probably the closest around here. Right. You, fly me to Iron Forge, my friend. We're going to learn how to wear plate. I need to learn how to put this helmet on. But can I just show you something? Can I show you how gorgeous the armor that we're about to put on is? Look at this. That is about to be... We are going full black, red, gold. This is a gorgeous set of black, red, gold. In fact, you take off the Ravager... Sorry, take off the Whirlwind Axe. You combine it with... How's the Rock Pounder look? The Rock Pounder's fine, but it's too light. I think I like the... Where was the other axe? That was the one. The Ravager combined with that. That's the vibes. That's the look right there. Beautiful. The Rock Pounder does have the advantage of being a hammer. Don't forget the quest in South Shore. Oh, I'll go and get that, don't you worry, because we're about to get an even better axe. We're about to get the... I want to say the Bone Biter axe. 1 DPS is worth roughly 14 AP or 7 strength. Your fire weapon is worth about 4 DPS because of the enchant and being relatively close up. I see, okay. Am I spec'd into axe specialization? Nope. I'm actually spec'd into dual wield, believe it or not. I am completely spec'd into dual wielding. I shouldn't be using a two-handed weapon at all. See, I've put all of my points into Fury. See? Weapon Mastery, I've got sweeping strikes for both the dual wielding, I've got 5 points into dual wielding specialization, I've got improved cleave, and I'm not using any of them. I'm just spinning and winning. Then why don't you respec? Don't need to. That sounds like the team's problem. I think the warrior trainer's up here. We're going to have a check. Just works. You. Warrior master. Nope, not that. You are a PvP trainer. You are a weapon master? No, hang on. Oh, I see where we are. I went to the weapon masters, not the warrior trainers. You can respec for 1 gold. Go Fury again, but don't pick. No, I'm just gonna... Just stay as I am. Oh, Moo, you got the really cool dagger, didn't you? I'll go and pick that up in a second. You, my friend, warrior trainer. Teach me. Make a better heroic strike. A better rend. A better cleave. A better execute. And finally, plate mail. Yes. Right, let's just see how this looks now. So, first of all, we get to equip the Carapace of Tutankhamun. More armor, more agility, more stamina, less strength, but I think we're going to make up for it in survivability. Gorgeous looking armor. And now we also want to go with the Ice Metal Barbute. Sucks that it's blue. So what we're going to do, first of all, very important, is get rid of the helmet. Show helm, no. There we go. That's much better. Now, do we have anything else to equip? So helmet is gone. The shining silver breastplate needs to be re-enchanted with something. The crimson silver, that's the crimson silk cloak. It's gorgeous. But I quite like the shorter one because it shows off the arms. And the rock pounder. Oh, it's slower. It does more damage. It gives you the +5 strength. Let me have a look at something. Hang on. Damage here. DPS 72.1. DPS there. 77.7. 777. That's lucky sevens. I feel that we've got to. I feel that we maybe have to go with that, and we possibly even have to, because it's a two-handed weapon, isn't it? Possibly we even have to go with a flaming enchantment onto it. 2% crit is big though, isn't it? Right, the Whirlwind Axe. Strength and stamina compared to the current one, which is just 5 strength. But the Rock Pounder does increase my critical strike rating by 28. The damage will increase with the weapon skill increase. Is there any reason you don't want to try the two-handed spec? No one is asking you to copy a build, just try arms if you're using all these big axes. Because I actually don't want to use all the big axes. I want to build into using 2 swords. I have always wanted it to be a 2-sworded build. Or a 2-hammer build, should I say. I'm only using these axes and hammers while leveling because people are saying this is really useful for doing it. Currently, I am failing spectacularly at dual wielding. But I think that I should be able to get the Vanquisher sword soon, which will be one of the 2 swords that I will be able to use really well. Now, let's get rid of this. And Scarlet Monastery. In the name of the light, where do I complete that? I hand that back in and I get the Bonebiter Axe. And that is handed in where? Report back to Raleigh in South Shore. Right, South Shore it is. Take me, my friend, to South Shore in Hillsbrad. You can get Serenity and go with the Vanquisher sword. Okay, Serenity and... Why is he getting the Bonebiter Axe again? I think experience. That's my vibes. Get the Vanquisher, then get the one-handed from the SM quest. Yeah, I could do, actually, couldn't I? That would be better. Can you please show your talents so we can have a bit of a laugh when you seem to use two-handed with the Fury talents? Yeah, sure. They're all there. So, critical strikes, generate additional rage when you deal damage with a melee weapon, cleave, which should probably be improved again, dual wield spec, the damage bonus when you get hit, which I suppose is going to be helping for a tank, but that's just to get flurry, increase your attack speed after dealing a melee critical strike. I'm a Fury warrior. I just furiously use two-handed weapons. And the fact that I've managed to get this far, I think just kind of proves that you really don't need to follow the builds too closely. Check if you actually have all these new ranks on your action bar. They do not swap automatically without an add-on. I think they do. I mean, I'll double check. But I think they don't do it if you're a mage. Like, for example, we leveled up warriors, they do switch. Mages don't. Like Heroic Strike rank 6, I just leveled up. That's rank 6. Okay, cool. With non-caster classes, you just, because you don't get multiple levels of it, you just get the thing. Spells stay as the lower rank because they are technically different things. Glad to see you streaming today. It means the Brazilian airspace maintenance is running smoothly. It is indeed. Warrior abilities don't cost more at higher ranks as you only have rage. Yes, they're just straight upgrades. It doesn't mean it costs more rage, it just straight up does more damage. Now, it is just a better choice to go for that. Is this the point where Fury gets Titan's Grip? No, I believe that was Wrath of the Lich King. Did I afford my mount yet? I'm on a mount right now. I'm on a Griffin. I actually have quite a few mounts. I have a load of Griffins. I don't know if you've seen them, but I leave them strategically placed around land masses so I can use them to travel one to the other. I'm renting the Griffin. No, I'm paying the Griffin. That's public transport, is it? Well, then why am I only on it by myself? Seems pretty private to me. How much gold do I have right now? 21. These are trained carrier griffins, but the post they carry is indeed me. Johnny Tightlips, what a great name. What a brilliant Simpsons episode. We've narrowed it down to 2 people. Johnny Tightlips or Jimmy the Squealer. You can do 2-handed fury. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Right, you, my friend. Where do you get the Vanquisher's sword from? That's a question. I seem to remember getting the Vanquisher's sword from, I want to say Razorfen Downs. Will I raid? At some point, as soon as I can, yeah. It's the Razorfen Downs quest, isn't it? Where do you get the Razorfen Downs quest from? You can pick it up in Stormwind. Well, I might pop back over there then. You! Hello, Ephus Human. Do I want the Sword of Oh, hang on. We could pick up the Sword of Serenity. And then we could also dual wield it with the Vanquisher. Because the Bonebiter axe is not as good as the Rock Pounder. So there's no point getting the Bonebiter. I'm never going to use it over the Rock Pounder or the Ravager. So we just get the Sword of Serenity, then we go and get the Vanquisher. Then we've got 2 good swords right there. I'm going to take the sword. I know it's stamina and spirit, and I don't care about spirit, but I'm going to go with you. Thank you very much, my friend. We now have, wherever it may have placed itself. Where is it? Am I? There it is, the Sword of Serenity. And then we also want to go with the Vanquisher, which we get from... Moo Journal says you have the quest already. Do I? Oh, we might be off to Razorfen Downs in a moment then. Let me just... Where? Razorfen Downs. Cool. Go slay the dude, get yourself the Vanquisher's sword, which is 30 damage per second. Equip both, start hacking away. Razorfen Downs it is. We've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I think we can do a Razorfen Downs. Yes. You guys want to join in? And then we could finally almost have the build online. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Anyone can summon. Right, 5-minute break, come back, Razorfen Downs, get both the swords, go back to the... enchant them both with fire or ice or something cool. You know, like a little dual-wieldy kind of thing. And then we're looking good. Right, guys, take 5. Here's the DVD logo, because I know you're all millennials. Don't go anywhere. And I will give you 5 whole minutes without me. Right, if you are not subbed, get advertised at. Right, don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. All right, cool. I'm back. Everyone can relax. I'm here. I'm back. But I had to grab a cup of coffee because I realised I've been streaming for 7.5 hours, and I thought that's quite a long time. But then I thought that's cowards talk. No, it's not. I've not even begun. All right. People are like, Josh, are you burnt out? I've not even burnt in. We've got time to go. Yeah, don't you worry. Right, what do we need? Moo, damage. Shaman, damage. Syrah, tank. We do need a healer. We do indeed. Right, hang on. Can I offer you 2 enchantments for your new one-handed weapons? Fiery weapon and greater striking. The last has a blue glow. 4 additional points of damage. And that one does often strikes for 40 points of damage. What's better? 4 fire? So 4 damage or often striking for 40. Surely just doing greater striking. I mean, just 2 fires. Soapwater says you can try and heal it. Soapwater, get invited. Let's do this. Soapwater, you're a level 34 healer. Let's go. Be aware that Razorfen Downs is level 33. This is okay. Don't worry. Ravager, good to go. Okay, we got this. We can do this. We're all good. Josh, I want to appreciate your JoshStrifePlays videos. Oh, thank you. Chrono Trigger. Oh, love Chrono Trigger. Very, very much had a good time with that. First time here, came to say big W for standing up against jokes on consent. Oh, thank you very much, Chicken. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. It's very important that we can all have a joke and we can all have a laugh, but there are a couple of things that occasionally you have to kind of step back and say, yeah, that's... Like, I'm not saying that comedy's illegal. I'm saying that occasionally there are a couple of things that we do need to understand require more nuance than maybe Twitch is able to provide. That kind of jazz. Right, someone's coming soon. They're on their way. I have had a PM in-game saying that from Blaze, they can enchant a fiery weapon and a greater striking. What's more important, or what's better, fiery weapon or greater striking? Fiery weapon enchantment with ice chill looks cool. So, what's icy chill? Fiery seems better, but fire and ice could be super cool. I think we go... Blaze, can you do an ice enchantment? Neither. Save money. No. Now, I will be enchanting all the weapons that I get from now on. The Sword of Serenity, the soulbound one-handed sword, which looks cool. We go with like a flaming one for you and an icy one for something else. Why not greater fiery striking? That could work. That could work. Omega, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. Thank you for the raid, everyone from Omega's channel. Welcome in. I'm Josh. We're playing World of Warcraft. We're going to go and do Razorfen Downs because I've got a quest there. After completing the Razorfen Downs quest, I'm going to go and hand in the quest and get a Vanquisher sword. I'm going to then enchant it with fiery weaponness. I'm then going to enchant this sword with icy weaponness. And we're going to have like a fire and ice thing going on. We're going to full on... What's the character in Hero School? The anime. What's the character that does fire and ice in the anime Hero School? Tokatsu. That one. Okonomiyaki. That guy. You know the one I'm on about. Oh, that was the one. Yeah. Yeah, Okonomiyaki. Yeah, Tododoki. That dude. Summons are coming soon. They're on their way. We'll get it. He's waiting for someone to run to the stone and summon him. Yeah, of course I am, Thoven. That's because I don't have a mount. Do you know why? Because I keep spending all my money on flaming weapon enchantments. Josh, got any advice for dating in your 30s? It's rough out here. I feel like physical third spaces are harder and harder to find. Adam, we had an entire conversation about third spaces earlier. You are spot on. MMORPGs have been digital third spaces. Physical third spaces are indeed much harder to find. I think what we're seeing now is that people need a third space to have a point. And by that, I mean, it can no longer just be a pub or just be a club or just be a community centre. It has to be a gaming night, or it has to be a sports thing, or it has to be a Magic the Gathering card night. I would say that what you're going to have to do is replace the third space with a general twist with a third space that is focused on doing something. And through that, meet people. Go to a Magic the Gathering night. Go to a local film club. Go and find a local sports club. Go to a... I know it sucks to say. It sounds so simple to say. But I mean, a Warhammer club in your local area. Board games. Board games are great. Because if you find a girl that's into board games, you know a couple of things. One, they will put up with you even if you are dull. And two, they're really good at organising things. Because, you know, we've all played Catan. There's a lot of small stuff. Plus, you find a girl that's into board games, you are always going to have someone to play Warhammer against. Cardrak, what's a third space? Good question. So, when we say third space, what we tend to mean is you have where you live and you have where you work. We normally refer to those as the first space and the second space. You wake up in the house that you live, then you go to wherever you work, whether that's in an office, whether it's in an outside location somewhere, whether it is a specific place. Sometimes you work from home. A third space is a public, comfortable location that you can go to socialize with other people without any specific pressure of what you need to do or not do. So, a club, a pub, a cafe, a community center. The idea of everyone's going to kind of... if you grew up in the 90s like me, you would imagine a shopping center, or Americans would call them a shopping mall. When you were a kid, did you ever just go to the mall to hang out with your friends? Or did you ever meet up at a local park? Or did you go and hang out at an arcade? Or did you go to like a video rental store? Or was there a board game cafe or a youth club, a computer club? Anywhere that isn't where you work and isn't where you live, where you can hang out with other people in real life and make connections and, you know, make friends, that's a third space. And the third spaces in a modern society are being reduced. There is no way that there are as many third spaces. You watch any kind of documentary from the late 80s, early 90s, and you'll see people out in third spaces all the time. A skate park is a third space. The gym. The gym is a big third space for a lot of people. And when we mention dating and we say the third spaces are being reduced, I believe they are, but we are... I'll put the second point into improve weapon totems because I like you. Aw, thanks. That's what it is. As a country potato, this is incredibly hard because there's no such space with people my age. I understand that. Obviously, third spaces are much more popular within populated areas like cities and towns, or any kind of, population center. Did I learn some more lore about the dragons or some dungeons? I've learned that Razorfen Downs has a cool sword in it, so I'm going to go there. That's my plan. Needed to fact check about the girl who is into board games, so just, yes, significant other confirmed that to be true. Yes, very, very good at organizing stuff. Do I ever play your favorite board game, Hero Quest? It got you into MMORPG games. Yes, I believe I have Hero Quest in the other room. It's one of my favorite games. Hero Quest is a phenomenally good game. Like, if my friends come around to my house and they don't play board games and they don't play Dungeons and Dragons and they're not really into fantasy, first of all, why am I friends with them? But secondly, if I need to get people into board games who don't play a lot of board games, Hero Quest is the way I do it. Because there's always time for a cracking unboxing of Hero Quest. Oh, Space Hulk, that was a great game as well. Inju says it's noticeable in teens the last few days, banned from the internet, banned from places in public for being kids, scrutinized while in groups. Yeah, absolutely. Third spaces are being reduced, they're being minimized, they are being slowly but surely vilified and demonized with it, which I think sucks. Hero Quest being a good game. There are so many other games. Yeah, I mean, I can look to my side right now. I've got Descent, Legends of the Dark. I've got the Mansions of Madness over there. We've got the Bloodborne board game. I've got loads of board games in this room right now. However, if someone doesn't play board games and they pop over and they're like, hey, I want to get into board games, these are good games to get them into. Hero Quest is a good place to start. You're listening to the series on YouTube and you've been enjoying listening to it. Oh, thank you very much. I'm really enjoying playing through this. This is super cool. How is the Bloodborne game? It's fine if you like Bloodborne. I wish to make a board game myself, but I know it's a swamp I'm diving into. I've made a game. I've got it on the corner down there. I've not got it printed yet, but it's called Void, and it's a sci-fi space game inspired by the film Event Horizon. Ready for a summon whenever. You suffered through the Dark Souls board game once. It's not the best. You made a sci-fi... I think everyone should try to make a board game. Don't worry about printing it. Don't worry about 3D models. Let me show you what I've done with this board game so you understand exactly how low budget you need to be. Okay? All right, listen. let me explain something to everyone. You do not need to have high quality stuff to make something fun and enjoyable. I always wanted to create a board game. I called it Void. This is a shoebox that I have covered in duct tape. You can even see, hang on, I lie. It's an old radiator box that I've covered in duct tape, and I've simply made a lid for it. Yeah, it's an old radiator box that I repurposed and then covered in tape just to reinforce it. And I've got the rules that I wrote myself and printed off and have all that kind of highlighted and written on. And then I've got an absolute ton of stuff within the game that is just made out of cardboard and duct tape. Okay? So I wanted to create a hexagon board. These are cardboard and duct taped hexagons. They represent the rooms in the ship. If they are red on the front, the room is not activated. If they are green, which you do by flipping it over, the room is activated. We've then got the oxygen meter by how close you are to dying. We have got the sanity meter based on the old Call of Cthulhu game to see how close you are to going insane. And then we've got all of the little character sheets, which I made based on people that I was in a board game club with. Okay, and as soon as these characters go insane, you simply flip them round and you can see the insane versions of them on the back. This is super nerdy, but I needed to know how I could have character tokens on the battlefield. So here's what I did. Okay, let me show you. This is a 2p coin, super glued to a file clip and painted in a color. This one is white, this one is red, this one is orange. You then take a card that you have printed off using any card printing thing, take the little clip that you've glued onto a coin, slide that onto it, and you, my friend, have made yourself a card stand. Necessity is the mother of invention. Creativity, work with what you got. Everything else I've got is all in this. I even made, just to make sure this game was easy to pack, the hexagons that I've made. I created this custom-sized holder for all the hexagons, which is just cardboard and duct tape. Cardboard and duct tape. And then you slot them all in there, and suddenly there are your ship things. So on the start of your turn, you can simply draw one of those, the ship gets built and pushed on from. All of this is iterative. All of it took a while. Some of it broke, some of it got fixed. I worked out that I couldn't afford to 3D print things, so I just got 2p coins and glued stuff I had to it. I used a graphic designer friend I had at the time to put the logo of Void on the back of a card and then simply printed off other cards onto the front to show what they do. I've played it a couple of times. It works fine. It's not perfect, but it works. Make a board game, because you will learn a hell of a lot about game design by doing it. And then, very important once you've made something, give your rules and the game itself to someone. Tell them to play it, sit back, and simply watch. Do not lean in, do not say, oh, you need to do that, oh, you should do this, no, do nothing. Sit back, watch, take notes if you need to. But that is when you will learn that what you write down as an instruction will not be followed the way you want it to be followed. You will then learn how to write rules. You will learn how to create inputs and outputs. You will learn what people will or will not follow. The game Void has not yet been kind of released or made or sorted, because in order to actually build it or make it, I would need to do a Kickstarter thing, and I would need to get a company that makes board games. I've approached a couple of companies that want to do it. I don't feel that I have enough time right now to give it the attention or the focus that it deserves. People would love to play it, I know that, but I don't want to feel I'm just putting another bunch of junk out into the world. I want it to be slightly more, tested first. I have made another game that I joked about called Risk 2. Basically, my little brother loves the game Risk. And every time we go on holiday together, which isn't often, but whenever we go on holiday, he's like, Risk, we're playing Risk. I'm like, dude, Risk is bad. And he's like, well, make it better then. So I did. And I sat down and I rewrote the rules to Risk. and I redid it using different model at the same board. It was very important to me that exactly the same board was used. That was my limitation. The Risk board must be used. And I rewrote how units work, I rewrote how battles happen, I rewrote how cards are used, I rewrote how reinforcements happen, and when that was all done, we sat and played Risk, and after kind of playing a game of Risk 2, he went, yeah, this is really fun, actually. So if I ever need to release a board game at some point, I will release the Void board game. The story behind it I really liked. It was, the game is you and your fellow crew wake up on a spaceship having been removed from stasis sleep, and you are being haunted by your own worst fears, and you have a limited amount of time to turn the ship back on and signal for rescue to come and find you. The irony is that the ship itself is what is haunted, so the more stuff you turn on and the more progress you make through the game, the more crazy stuff starts happening. Very similar to the film Event Horizon, which was literally the inspiration for the game. So in order to make progress, you must put yourself into a weaker position. All right, let's do Razorfen Downs one more time. Let's see how well we can pull. All right, now I've got this axe. We want to keep all the enemies together, guys, if possible. Everything stands in the same place, please. All right, let's see how well we can go. You know what, this is actually way easier than the Scarlet Monastery, so I'm not too bothered. Event Horizon is not officially a prequel to Warhammer 40k, but people consider it unofficially a prequel to it because the gravity drive that they use in Event Horizon is meant to represent the warp in 40k. All right, time to run through here and do what we want. Do what we can do. You guys ready? Let's do this. Tank, you lead the way. I'm just following you. Event Horizon was a strange thing for me. I think there are a couple of films in the world that somehow seem to be canon events that everyone watches when they're too young for. Almost everyone I've met that's watched Event Horizon watched it when they were too young for it, and it did the exact thing it was meant to do and scared the crap out of someone. Like, it is a very good horror film. I am not spinning and or winning anywhere near enough right now. There we go. Hello, Josh. There's this thing called the Dark Moon Fair in WoW. Yes, I have looked into that, but I've not gone to it yet. It's really neat, but it switches in the human and Tauren. Check the timer. To check the timer, type /moon. I doubt that. I don't think you type /moon in order to check the timer. I think that might make you as an individual present your buttocks. And that is just an awful thing. Oh, there we go. Look at the damage about to happen. Oh, the numbers. The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Oh, God, that was great. The real answer is /camp to work out where the camp is. Oh, the deeps. Just call me Adele, because I am rolling in the deeps. Oh my God, one hit immediately starts spinning and winning on the old Mansa over there. This is perfect. This was everything we needed. Remember when DPS used to be challenging? I don't remember that at all. Sorry for the repeat question. Do I have confidence or hope in Stop Killing Games since my meetup with Ross? Loved your coverage. This is why. The Stop Killing Games initiative is an ongoing process and a collaborative effort between the people who make games, the people who produce games, and the people who play games. Will it be everything we want it to be? That is always a difficult question to answer. Do we have hopes that we will be able to, over the long term, forge a decent relationship with people and push forward toward all being able to play games together more often, yeah, we'd love that. I think that there is a future where it works. It just might take us a while to get there. Okay, I neither spun nor won. There we go. This is definitely a lot of damage to a lot of things. Video games are part of our digital heritage. They're part of our culture. They're part of our idea that they've changed the world in ways that people don't always fully understand. People think when they hear video games, they're like, oh, just like a silly child's game. No. The fact that Kek, K-E-K, is almost synonymous now with modern internet vernacular, words that people online use, and the fact that it was a translation within World of Warcraft. The fact that F has become the symbol for pay respects, and that was from Call of Duty. There have been moments within video games that have become absolute cultural touchstones, cultural icons, cultural moments. And we can't deny that. So video games have had a huge impact on the general culture that we live in, that we've been raised in. Silk sand braces, I do not need you. Hello, Apollo. I have been visited by the dog of Apollo. 1 second. Hey, boy. Apollo, come here. Apollo. Yeah. Oh, you're a tired boy. Not going to pick you up if you're too tired, bro. Tired? You good? Some snuggles. Some loves? Ah, come here. Come here. Come on. There we go. Sit for a moment. Just chill out for a minute. There is everyone. Hey, how you doing? You're all right, boy. You're looking very sleepy today. Oh, no, you've sat down on me. Okay, cool. I understand I'm being sat on right now. You wish to just chill out for a moment. There you go. Give you some scratches. Hang on. I have attacked you. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Your breath smells. You have a stinky breath. I need to get you some nice chew toys. I nommed you because you are a snack. Alright. Oh, hang on. Piper now wants my attention as well. Polo, you look super duper tired. There you go, boy. Go on. Go and have a nap. Piper, come here. Oh, yeah, you want attention. Come here, you. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. There we go. Lots of licks. Oh, no. Attacking me. Licking me too much. Taking all of the gamer funk off the face. Oh, no. Oh, you are attacking me. I will attack you back. Because you are a hot dog. Get it? What's up? Hang on. Sausage is just happening. Oh, you licked me in the eyeball. Oh, you gave me an eyeball lick. What's all that about? Must I be cleansed? She is like, Father. Father, you must be cleansed. You have spent too long playing WoW. You stink of Azeroth. Oh, goodness me. What is all this? Ugh. Ugh, come here, you. Come on. Carefully put you down. Oh, no. Straight onto my arm. She's like, no. Stay still. Stay still. You're being cleansed. Okay, that's fine. I can probably just use the mouse. That's okay. You good? Oh, no. More licks must happen. Okay, cool. I've got the mouse. I'm right. I can play with just the mouse. Everything's hotkeyed. Here we go. Let's just, yeah, there we go. Cool. Everything's hotkeyed. I'm all okay. As long as I just keep using my finger on the mouse. Best thing that could happen would be we get a... There we go. We got a spin. I just kind of stand here for a minute. The spin happens. Oh, you've put your paw up on my hand to make sure it cannot move. Is that what's happened right now? Piper, I need to do work. My team are relying on me, Piper. And you are literally just looking at me. You don't understand. Don't understand how important it is. Look at my nose. But I make sure I'm only ever doing... Right, okay, cool. Now we're done. Now we're done. Now we're finished. Oh, no, we're not finished. More licks must happen. Wicked chain shield of the tiger. We don't need that. Right, come here, you. You need to go and have some food. Go on, then. Off you go. I am thoroughly licked. Right, time to return. I understand that my team suffered without my DPS. Food at 9:30. Eat whenever she's hungry. That's fine. I'll have a shower later. Don't worry. You're not melt. You're not made of sugar. That's what my gran used to say. Oh, a beautiful channeled spin to win with the Tomb Fiends. Look at those numbers. I'm in a good mood now. You're getting a Dachshund tomorrow. They are so cute. They're very smart, very adorable. Now, Piper and Apollo are great. I think they're cool. Yeah. I think they're pretty cool dogs. Like, as far as dogs go. Josh, did you wash your hands before... Hang on. What was that question? Before something. Was the question going to be like, before I let Piper lick me? No, I'll just wash them afterwards. It's fine. I'm only touching my keyboard on my phone, and let's be fair, they're disgusting enough already. Just as to the gamer seasoning for it. I do a deep clean of this office once a week, and, you know, that includes me. How do you manage being whelming toward nerds and being perfect toward those who deserve it? Do you mean the dogs? That's because they don't understand anything they have or haven't done wrong. Even if they could, they would only ever do things right. I've often reminded myself that dogs generally only know how to love someone. They only know love. Which is beautiful. Right, Big Spider, let's go. Come here, Big Spider. UV me. Oh, don't. In fact, let's go with the... You know, let's level my Rock Pounder skill right now. It's time to pound some spiders. The question was, did I wash my hands in pedigree chomp? No, she always just does that. She just likes cleaning me for some reason. Right, I'm leveling up my Rock Pounder skill by smashing this spider. Hey, we got the old carapace. Very cool. Let's go with that. Do I clean my office by spinning around with a mop? Yes. Yes, I do. I do not need the carapace. I've already got it. What skill is my fan pounder? That's something I generally try to avoid. What was my favorite video to make on the main channel? Scarlett, good question. I made a video many, many years ago called How Much Would It Cost to Play Every MMORPG Game, where I added up, you know, the cost of everything. And that was just good fun. I don't think it was the best video I've ever made, but I enjoyed making it. But as far as actually enjoyed making goes, that would probably be the silly joke one that I made for Path of Exile 2, for the Druid. A short video about Druids, I guess. That's what it was called. And I had a really good time making that. It's one of, I think, my funnier videos. There's the spinny. Do I have a game where, looking back, you felt like you went too easy on them? Honestly, no, not really. No, I feel that I was honest with the vast majority of the critiques I've done. And I've always tried to focus entertaining the audience and also respecting the developers. I've tried to say, this is very important, you can critique systems without critiquing people. Like, if a system is in a game, I would say, I don't like this system. What I won't say is, the person that made this is an idiot. Even if I think the system itself is stupid, you can critique a faceless and nameless system without calling into, critique attacking the developer or attacking the producer or the creator. I think it's very important to be able to understand that your critique should be against the product, not against the people that are trying to make it. That's the difficult thing. Easy peasy. The glowing eye of Mordresh. Spell criticals, damage and healing done by spells. I don't need that. You need more people in your life who prioritize telling you their honest thoughts over preserving your feelings. It is a balance, because the people who pride themselves on being brutally honest often focus on the brutality instead of the honesty. Oh, Raspberry, don't get me started on phenomenology. I love a little bit of phenomenology, you know I do. Oh, you're getting cheeky now. You're getting cheeky saying that word to me and not expecting me to reply. Love me some phenomenology. Oh, there's the spin. So I would say that it's important to remember that you're critiquing systems and not people. I went in on Fiesta Online because, God, it was badly monetized. Makes sense. A lot of the very argumentative people I've known don't seem to care about the matter of the argument. Yeah, that's a very good way of putting it, Cyber. People who care about having an argument don't actually care that the outcome changes anything. They just like the process of being combative. Arguments should always be about you and somebody else versus the situation. Once it becomes the situation of you versus them, then people tend to lose track of the understanding of the process. When they start focusing on winning the process instead of going through the process with you. Once you prioritize winning over finding common ground or a common solution, no one wins. It's you and somebody else versus the situation. That's what it should be. You know what? We're closing in on another level. We're 27% of the way there. And we're going to get 2 cool swords pretty gosh darn soon. I'm going to miss the spinning and winning, though. I am going to miss the spinning and the winning. Have any of you guys ever been in a conversation with someone that's turned quite confrontational and suddenly you've realized that to them, finding a solution is no longer the most important thing? The most important thing has become beating you in the argument. You can spin, though, with the Whirlwind ability, but it's not the same as the Ravager, is it? It's just not the same. Some people prefer to focus on the I am going to beat this person, because in their mind, the winning is the important thing. These people are quite draining to spend time with. Because you know that everything with them is a competition. People focus on winning the process as opposed to actually being a nice person to be around. You were like that because you were surrounded by it. Then you detach and you feel better. Yeah. There are so many people who say to me, oh, I love a good argument. Why? Because I love proving I'm right. Okay, that seems insufferable. Having a debate, totally fine. Love a good debate. A good debate where you're trying to work with the other person. A good debate should be about working out what the other person knows that you don't. It shouldn't be about kind of brute forcing the person into agreeing with you. That would suck. This is a good tanking, by the way. Tanking is doing excellently right now. Work out what the other person knows that you don't. You also have to really focus about whether someone's actually listening to you or just waiting for their turn to talk. That's the big one. The Enduring Gauntlets, they're not quite as good as the Scarlet Gauntlets. Sounds like every discussion you have with your roommate. Is someone listening to you or is somebody waiting to talk? And I think that happens a lot when people jump into this chat who disagree with whatever opinion I've got or anything that I've said or position I've held. Straight away, the first thing they'll say is something combative. Ooh, the Glutton's Cleaver. 28 damage a second, chance on hit to wound. That is 39. Okay, 39 to 73. That is 46 to 86, which is better. And the quest that I'm doing right now that's going to get me that, that's 30 per second. 46 to 86. Nah, I've already got one. It's not as good. It's not as good. I don't want it. Sometimes you feel like being wrong equals being stupid, and it's hard to change that perspective. Wes, that is a great thing to add in, to be honest, genuinely. I think what you should instead look at it is being stubborn is being stupid. When you are refusing to change what you think based on the introduction of new knowledge. It's totally okay to be wrong. We have all been wrong at various parts in our lives. I probably still am about lots of things, but finding someone else who is able to educate me and show me why I'm wrong on these things, it then makes me say, okay, I was wrong. And don't get me wrong, it hurts your ego. It hurts your pride. And this is one of the most important things. If someone proves you wrong on something, this is where human emotion comes into it. Let me ask you an honest question. Let me genuinely ask you an honest question. If someone proves you wrong on something and then acts really smug or superior or belittles you, have you ever been less likely to want to admit that you were wrong just because that person's being a dick? I think we've all been there. Like if someone proves you wrong and then they're a dick about it, you're like, well, I know that you're right, but I hate the way you're doing this. So purely out of principle, I'm now going to just be even more stubborn. It's being human. What about when someone proves you wrong, but helps you understand why you're wrong and is understanding and is accepting and says, hey man, there's no problem with being wrong. We've all learned, I've learned this, you've learned that. We've gained knowledge together. And someone is actually really supportive of you and someone really helps you and makes you feel like you're not an idiot. It's just the way that the experience that you had didn't give you the right answer. That makes you so much more likely to totally accept that you will change it for that person. The people who do that, yeah, they're good teachers. So when you say that you think that being wrong is being stupid, is that because the experiences that you've had in life where you have been found to be wrong, you have been made to feel stupid afterwards? Whether it's by the way someone treated you or the general reaction to the information or the way that someone, tried to educate you. Because you can discover that you were incorrect about something and be treated with a level of respect, or you can discover that you're incorrect and be treated like you're an idiot. And when you are treated like an idiot after discovering you're incorrect, you are more likely to never, ever, ever want to show that you are wrong with anything ever again. That's where this stubbornness comes from. Sometimes you have been the dick because someone was a dick to me. Absolutely. It's human. In a perfect society, if someone is discovered to be incorrect, they are supported by the people who discover that, and everyone works together. Unfortunately, the society we live in tends to work off emotions. You don't want to be shamed into being right or wrong. And I used to think that adults would be good at, accepting new information. Oh God, no, they're the worst at it. You ever heard the phrase, you always have to be right, don't you? Normally said by an adult to a child, normally a child who was being right. That is the adult letting their ego get in the way. That is the adult not wanting to be corrected by a child because in their mind, that is infantilizing and belittling to them. We live on impulses. We act on impulses. We act on emotion. And sometimes people turn around to me and say, I don't, I'm purely logical. And I say, well, okay, logically, you must understand that more people act on emotion. So understanding emotion and working through it is actually the most logical way to get the thing that you want. Logically, people are logical. Emotionally, they aren't. People very much want to be seen as logical. We very rarely are. And the people who shout the loudest about being logical are often the most emotional whenever it comes to it. We're doing pretty well with this dungeon, by the way, though. We're doing really well. These guys are doing great. Oh, inventory's full. What don't I need? Probably don't need a cured ham steak. That can be dropped. Or cheese. That can be dropped as well. I know that people pride themselves on being logical. But it's often projection and it's often ironic. And correct me if you've had different experiences, but from my experience, the people who say that others shouldn't be offended or upset are often the ones who get offended and upset the most whenever you disagree with them, or they lose any level of authority or power. I've just noticed that. That's just a thing. And I think it's because the people who like to mock others for being upset are bullies. I know it's a simple word, but I think it describes the situation quite well. The people who proudly mock others for being upset. Oh, are you upset? Are you offended? They are bullies. And as soon as they get upset or they get offended, suddenly it's no longer upset or offended, suddenly it's trauma. There's a different word usage there. I mean, that's just what I've observed. I've observed the people that proudly call other people snowflakes are the ones that get their feelings hurt the most whenever reality doesn't seem to agree with them. And if you call that's a great way of saying it as well. If you call a logical person illogical, they do get very emotional, which is itself remarkably illogical. Oh, there we go. So how do you support your in-laws who think but refuse to accept it's being supported by elephants? Oh God, the disc. It's obviously supported by elephants riding on a turtle. We all know that. That's just how the world is. People often end up being what they mock other people for being. Because comfortable, well-adjusted people don't do that. And sometimes the reason that these kind of people end up being the thing that they attack and the thing that they mock is that they can't comprehend a world in which people aren't that thing. Because they are that thing. And they are the most important person, so surely everyone else is. A businessman most likely to cheat you out of your money cannot comprehend that some businessman won't do that, because in their mind, they are a businessman and they do it, therefore everyone does it. Yeah, the thief thinks everyone is a thief. But what's also important is that you guys realize that I'm not saying, oh, you can't joke with your friends. You know? Comedy's legal, guys, don't worry. You can absolutely joke with your friends. You do whatever you want with your friends. That's your friend group. I can't tell you what to do with that. And no one should. I think what people tend to forget is that online friend groups and in-person friend groups often have slightly different levels of comfort than the rest of society in general, and sometimes it's worth curating your own behavior when other people get involved. Kaleidoscope chain. Interesting. +4 strength, agility, stamina, intellect, and spirit. Requires level 30, binds when equipped. That looks like a pretty gosh darn rare drop. A 30 gold item, apparently. Incredible piece of loot. That could be my mount. It won't. I would probably wear it. I'm going to need it. I'm going to potentially use it. Let's see what's going to happen. Everyone need. Everyone need, guys. Ish got it. That's fine. Ish is... Who was Ish? Ish is the shaman. That's totally okay. Let's stick on the old rock pounder and get smacking. It's always just cool to see these loot things, to be honest. Like, if someone else needs it, they can have it. As long as I get to see a cool bit of loot, I'm normally kind of happy. Josh, get your darn mount. No. Don't need it. Let's kill... Oh, there we go. Hey, the ice metal again. I've already got one, don't need it. The Archer's Jerkin of Power. Ooh, that's interesting. +32 attack power. That's a good possible body. That is a lot of damage. +32 attack power. I don't need it. Importantly, it doesn't fit the vibes. Right, we've killed you. I can go and get the Vanquisher's Sword now. Sweet. Who up? I was about to say who up Jerkin the Archer, but I'm not going to say that. That's a bad idea. Let's not do that. Right, we done? I think we done. I've got the quest I need. Unless, pretty much, we done. Okay, I'll tell you out. Thank you. Let's mosey. The kind of conversations we have very much vary from philosophical to quite confrontational to argumentative, but ultimately it is a journey. And as long as the people that we meet on that journey are able to progress that journey, to feel something new from it, to maybe reflect. And that includes me as well. Right, no point wearing the shining silver breastplate anymore. Let's get rid of it. And the Raging Berserker's helm. It's not as good as the ice metal babute. So we get rid of you. Sometimes we meet people that make us question what we do or don't think. Sometimes we meet people that make us think, yeah, that person's far better than us. But ultimately, as long as we are having a positive effect on the people that we do meet, then I would be, in general, pretty happy. Whatever you guys think about it, it's up to you. But as long as we meet some good people, I'm happy. I think we can go and get this sword now, don't you? There's been a lot of reflections. That includes me. See you later, Moo. Take care of yourself. Let me go and get this cool sword. I think I get the sword from the... I want to say Stormwind. Double check. Yeah, Archbishop Benedictus gives me the Vanquisher's sword. Then we get that. Then we level it up. Wham, that's totally okay. Nowadays, I call people annoying and to leave me alone. I have friends and family, so I don't want to waste my time with someone who's not a positive influence on you. I know that sounds rude or arrogant, but it isn't worth whatever time you have on this earth. Wham, I completely agree. I would refrain from calling someone annoying. I would simply say that, you wouldn't need to say anything negative about them in general. You've got a limited amount of time. You don't need to put a negative spin onto it. You can just say that you don't want to spend time with that person. We reached level 40. Thank you very much. We leveled up. We got plate armor equipped. We're about to get 2 cool swords going on. And we'll see how that looks. We've been streaming for 8.5 hours today. But wham, in principle, I agree with what you are doing. Cutting the people out your life who cause you stress. That's a fine thing to do. Remember, guys, life is short. Spend as much of it as you can arguing with strangers on the internet. And I will remind people again that the only reason that I have Twitter is for marketing. Nothing on Twitter matters. It is entirely a vapid cesspit of crap. If you can, get off Twitter. Use it to connect to your friends. Use it to browse content that brings you joy. Do not let it consume you. You are swimming around in an absolute cesspool. And I guarantee that you will eventually start to reek of shit because of it. People think that they can hang around any kind of vibe and not absorb it. You will. You will absolutely become the amalgamation of the things that you spend your time doing. The people you spend your time with, the books you read, the films you watch. Your diet is not only what you eat. It is absolutely everything that you give any of your focus or attention or time to. And if you consume media that makes you scared, resentful, and hateful, I guarantee that is what you will start to slowly imbue yourself with. Adapt to who you spend time with, man. But at the same time, do not immediately dismiss someone's input or idea simply because you disagree with one thing they say. Or even a couple of things they say. We were talking about this earlier. I know so many people that say to me, oh, I stopped watching that YouTuber because they said something I disagreed with. I'm like, okay, was it something that you disagreed with out of principle? Was it like a core tenet that you absolutely cannot reconcile? Or was it just something that ultimately it's a small thing? Because if you cease consuming content from people you disagree with, you could risk sinking into an echo chamber yourself. Plus, a broken clock can be right twice a day. Someone that you disagree with in principle could say something that is completely profound to your life, and that works as well. Randron, good morning to you. I have been streaming for 8.5 hours. How is it your morning? What if it's a digital clock? If it's broken, it's right twice a day. Ah, Blaze, gentlemen, I have these prepared. Enchant fiery weapon, enchant icy chill. Right, permanently enchants a melee weapon to often chill the target, reducing their movement. Has a reduced effect for players above level 60. Ah, right. Icy chill doesn't actually add any damage, does it? Interesting. And we have fiery weapon. So fiery weapon and icy chill. Icy chill does no extra damage, but it might look cool. And that to me is more important. Ooh, what's unholy? Permanent, often inflict a curse, reducing their melee damage. Okay. I think we do fire and ice. That's what we do. You could do 2 times fire. I could do double fire, double flaming swords. That could be quite cool. What do you guys think of double flaming swords? Everyone keeps saying Beast Slayer as well. Right. Only this gives ice damage, but it's a rare event drop. Winter's Might. Ah, okay, yeah, cool. Right, enchant a weapon to grant up to 7 frost damage when casting frost spells. Nah, I can't be doing that. Double flaming whammy. Double flaming. 2 color. You know what? Ultimately, 2 colors is better. We do fire and ice. That's what we do. We do fire on the Vanquisher, ice on the Sword of Serenity. The Vanquishing Flame and the Serene Icicle. That's what we do. Oh, life stealing. Often steal life from the enemy and give it to the wielder. We could do... Okay, so Holy Sven has given us the option of life stealing. We're not doing Crusader. You. Vanquisher's Sword. I could take the Talisman, but I'm not going to. Oh, you take both. Excellent. I didn't realize you got both. Fantastic. Okay. So, what have we got? Let's have a quick check. We have now got, as it stands, my DPS is 75. But if I put... They're both the same speed, actually. That's excellent. Oh, they're actually... Oh, wow, they're almost based exactly the same sword. 46 to 86, 30 damage a second. So if I put that there, 63, and I put that there... Alright, we've now got double swords. What if we had flaming and icy? That kind of works. I think we go with flaming and icy. That is our power right here. And the human racial helps with the swords as well. That's true. Right, flaming and icy. Where are you? Blaze. Flaming and icy looks coolest. Where are you? Blaze, let's get you invited. You're in a different layer. We have invited you now. Blaze, you are a level 70 warlock. I'm going to inspect you purely out of interest. Ah, you're too far away. What's the DPS of both swords on? 63 add 39. So 60 add 40, 103. So 103 DPS. The Rock Pounder gives us 75 DPS. Blaze, there you are. Let me equip both my swords and let me have a look at you, Blaze. Inspect. Ooh. Oh, you're looking cool. I love the shoulder pads. Where are they from? Spaulders of the Torn Heart. I assume that you're a very powerful warlock. Right, let's do this. Let's do fire on this one, please. And then ice on the other. And then I will pay you whatever you would like me to pay you. Right, so we'll go with fire on the Vanquisher. Fiery weapon. Oh yeah. Beautiful. And ice. And let me know your price. How much for both, my friend? We'll go with Sword of Serenity for an icy look. Icy chill. How much? How much? Let me know how much you want to charge for this. How much, Blaze? Give me a price. If not, I'm giving you some gold. And you're going to take it. 5 gold will be in total with the guild discount. Shut up. Take 6. And I think we are... Oh, it's cool. Okay. Now we have got full on... Thank you very, very much. We have now prepared a very cool sword and a very cool flaming sword. Thank you, Blaze. We look fabulous. Lightsabers are ready and good to go. Now we're playing. Now we're gaming. And I'm not using the helmet because it doesn't look cool. Like, I've got it on. I've got the ice metal babute equipped. But it does not look cool. Thank you very much, Blaze. That was very kind of you. I'm glad the 6 gold, or 5, or whatever it is I just gave you, will hold up. Right, where do we go now? What do we do? I suppose the question is, what dungeon next? Right, we're up to level 40. I could do Moradon. Or Maruadon, however you want to pronounce it. What's Maruadon? Where do you go? How? What is a Maruadon? We've already absolutely cleared the Scarlet Monastery. That is full on done. Too low for Mara. Fine. Fine. I've already got the skills. I suppose I should go and do some leveling, shouldn't I? Right, where are we as far as leveling goes? Let's have a look. The Alterac Mountains. Right, what's... Okay, the Arathi Highlands is... Annoyingly, none of these quests tell me what kind of level they are. Which is super irritating. When have I ever stopped me? Exactly. Levels have not stopped us so far. Apart from that time that we actually did survive in the ZF place. ZF, I think, is easy. I forgot one thing. My service goes with a cake. Blaze, your minion is called Pagyap, which, from a union point of view, is an anagram of pay gap. So I appreciate you giving me a cake. You know what? Have some silk cloth. Delicious chocolate cake. If you spend at least 5 seconds eating it, you will become very happy for 1 hour. Thank you, babe. Right. Take pay gap and live your best life. Mara is in Desolace. I guess I want to travel back to Desolace at some point then, don't I? I mean, these guys... Hang on. A donation of silk. I've got loads of silk. Can I just give silk to these guys? Hang on. Does silk just directly translate to experience? Can I just give NPCs silk and get experience for giving them silk? What? That's insane. It's literally free real estate of experience. Only one time, but then you get rep. Okay, gotcha. Right. You. Who wants my silk? If I were a silky boy, I'd be up there. You. Clavicus Navingham. A donation of silk. 60. I've got 60. Have it, my friend. Wonderful. 2,500 experience. Beautiful. And then for some reason, the game world flickers in and out of existence based on that exact angle of the camera. Lovely. What else do you do? I've not got enough mage weave on me. Can I do silk again? Right, find more mage weave. Get myself another quest hand in. Perfect. 1 time per city. Okay, gotcha. 1 time per city. I'm learning. Where would be the best thing for me to go now to grind some levels? People are saying Desolace. I need to know what level range places are. Ideally. Just so I kind of have a rough base of where to be. Well, I've got nothing else new to equip. Can't equip you yet. You're 5 levels away. That's a way better hammer, though. Actually, hang on, no, it wouldn't be. Although plus 20 strength is pretty big. Right, I'm going to stick to dual swords for the time being. Desolace is 30 to 40. Tanaris would be good. Where would you say that Tanaris would be? Right, I want to this way. Tanaris is in southern Kalimdor. Tanaris too high for level 40. There's assault flats around that level. Great experience in Desolace, unique zone. Well, we're off to Desolace then, aren't we? Now, if we're going to Desolace, I believe Desolace is in Kalimdor. And it is south of Stone Talon. Oh, level 34, level 39, level 30. This is perfect. 33, 39. This is everything we need is here, right? And we've even got a little flight path. But to get to Kalimdor, we're going to need to go to Menethil Harbor and take the boat to... Right. Booty Bay gets you to Ratchet, which is there. I'm trying to work out which ones they do. Booty Bay is the really southern one, which gets you to there. And then north of that is Ratchet, which actually has got some quests for me that could look like the right kind of level. So we could possibly go to Ratchet. I have quested through Stranglethorn Vale. I have indeed. Go this way and then left. Watching you have these moments by experiencing them instead of Wowhead makes the experience so much better. That's why I want to ask you guys what I should be doing. Booty Bay takes you to Ratchet. Menethil Bay takes you to... What's the name of the place again? Over here. Forget you. It's there. Theramore Isle. Menethil Harbor takes you to Theramore Isle. Right. And I think Theramore has got some quests that are within my level range, so I should go and do them. So I want to take the Griffin from Stormwind to Menethil Harbor, which is on South Shore. No, that's South Shore. Menethil Harbor is in the wetlands. South Shore is the place north of that. Right. Menethil Harbor in the wetlands. I'm trying to remember the geography of Azeroth in general. Then from Menethil we take the boat to Theramore. Then from Theramore we take the Griffin to Desolace. Gotcha. Learning slowly. Not fast, not perfectly, but slowly, definitely 100% learning. Josh, when you hit 60, you should see if you can get a team together to do vanilla raids. Absolutely. Without a doubt. We're going to be doing those, don't you worry. If you want to travel a bit quicker, the tram is faster. Oh, so I could have taken the tram from Stormwind to Ironforge, and then there is a... There's no... Storm into Ironforge, then you take the Griffin from Ironforge to Menethil because it's only one stop north. Yeah, you are right, that would have worked. But, I mean, I'm not particularly bothered about it. We've started now. I need to get like a big book of WoW and just sit there and read it and memorize. I think the reason, and this is what I pushed against reading WoW's lore, I almost felt like I was lied to slightly. I used to have the big encyclopedia of World of Warcraft. I can remember having it. I had it on my display behind me when I used to do all the older videos. And I remember reading about the Titans, and I remember reading about the Azeroth and Outland, and I remembered reading about all the history. And then when the Jailer came along and they said, oh, actually, that's not the highest it can go up to. The Titans weren't the most important thing. There was stuff beyond that. There was the old gods, and it all got retconned. I mean, the old gods are in here, but it got changed in the future. I think I really enjoyed reading about the history of the in-game lore right up until they decided to throw it all away and change it all. Like, just commit to your own lore. Commit to your lore. They're trying to retcon it. Gotcha. Did Shadowlands lose that many people, lore-wise? I mean, if anything, it'll make me feel slightly better about myself, but goddamn. It really did actually have quite a big effect on the... Yeah, quite a big effect on the community if it lost that many people. Okay, gotcha. Because I want to own the book again. I want to learn WoW lore. I want to learn about the Titans. I want to learn about the old gods. I think one of the things that I'm fed up with, and this happened in Supernatural, I'm fed up with fantasy stories that keep trying to outdo the big bad guy by adding a bigger, badder guy. Like, at some point, you can just have the concept of death be the thing itself. If you're going to have Titans and if you're going to have old gods, you don't need something above that. It's okay to have something that is the bad guy, and that's it. You don't need, like, Satan 2. Just have a bad guy be a bad guy, and Supernatural was terrible at it. What we can also have is, when you've defeated the big bad thing, you can have, you can have bad stuff come along, but it doesn't necessarily need to be as bad. It needs to be different. Because if your bad guy is something powerful, okay, cool. Your heroes defeat him. What do you bring about next? Do you bring about a bigger, badder guy? Well, no, because you've already defeated something. Do you bring about a guy that's worse? Well, no. That's weaker? Well, no, because what you can do, you work out what your heroes haven't yet defeated. And sometimes a big, evil, bad guy isn't the thing that's most interesting to defeat. Can you guys think of a good example? I can think of a few as far as stories go. But can you think of an example of an antagonist that isn't just a big, bad, powerful, evil person? Sometimes the best antagonist is dealing with a concept, dealing with an idea, dealing with someone who is actually in the right, but is collectively rallying people to their cause. A disease, a time traveler. Yeah, that'd be a great way. Sometimes the thing that you have to rally together to defeat is not one big evil thing, but a situation. It's very nice to give a bad guy a face, and I think that a bad guy does need a face. It is a great storytelling strength to have a thing to focus your hatred on. But that thing does not necessarily need to be a big, powerful, evil thing. Sometimes it can just be a representation of it. That's true. You can't just fight the concept of a situation in a raid, which means you do need something to fight at some point. Right, how many quests have I got in Questy currently? I've got 22. I've got to drop some of these. All right, let's get rid of some of this stuff. What don't I need? No oregano, don't care. If I ever go back there, I'll do it again. Red Ridge, you are all super low level, so I'm not going to be going back to do Red Ridge quests anytime soon. The Stockade quests, don't think I'm going to be needing any of those anytime soon. The Wetlands I'm going to do now, actually. Stranglethorn Vale made me sad, so let's just abandon those quests. Purely out of, honestly, at this point, principle. Tiger Mastery, I'll get you if I ever need you. Stormwind City, what have I got? Items of some consequence. That's that silly quest where you get the cool ring, isn't it? The Hillsbrad Foothills. It's a low-level quest. And the Alterac Mountains are what I've got now. Right, 10 more spaces for quests. This is great. I'm going to see what's around here, first of all. Right. Let's see what we've got. You are a level 35 quest, this old lighthouse. You are a level 35 quest as well, but I think there are a couple of quests here that are 37 and 38. This is great. Right, you, James Hyle. Where be you? Let's speak to James Hyle first. I can't see James Hyle on the map anywhere, interestingly. Hang on. Let's just get this James Hyle quest. Wetlands. Speak with Clerk Lendry at Foothold Citadel in Theramore. Right. Clerk Lendry. Was that the name of the guy that I just ran past? Because to me, a clerk would be inside somewhere. Let me see if the clerk's in here. Nice lightsabers, thank you very much. Decided to get the world's most glowy swords. Right, clerks. Possibly upstairs? Conflict power creeps, yes. The connection with the world dissolves. I don't care about saving the world if I don't live there. And the only way that I can live in the world is if you allow me to breathe and exist within it and give me some stories grounded. There you are.
What can I do for you?
James Hyle. James Hyle. Why does that name sound so familiar? Of course, the Shady Rest Inn incident. If you have any information about what happened there, I would urge you to speak to Captain Vimes. He's handling the investigation. Oh. Oh, okay. Captain Vimes. You, my friend, may have information about a guy's brother who may have died. What have you heard about the Shady Rest Inn? We don't know much about the burning of the Shady Rest Inn except that James Hyle's wife and child were unable to escape. We managed to drag James out, but he hasn't been the same since. We have many leads, but not much evidence. It's our hope that through the efforts of the Guard and the vigilant help of the people of Theramore, we will unravel this terrible crime. If you would like to lend assistance to the investigation, what remains of the inn can be found at the border to the Barrens.
Be careful.
Right. Before we even accept a quest, I'm doing this right now. We were sent on this quest by a man that lives in Menethil Bay saying that it was either brother or his cousin had travelled and worked the inn. And if the man has now died... Hang on, where's the... You said it was the entrance to the Barrens. It's going to be all the way over there, isn't it? Brother and cousin. If it's going to be all the way over there, you know what? We'll get to it when we get to it. For the time being, let's grab some quests. Go see what we can do. We're going to do a little bit of A little bit of leveling. That's my plan. I thought it would be closer. If it's closer, I would have done it, but further away... You! I haven't much time to talk unless it's urgent, citizen. The gates of Theramore are my greatest responsibility. The Steam Weedle Cartel has recently established a new outpost in the southern part of Dustwallow Marsh. It's called Mud Sprocket, if I recall, and it's located on the main road south of Tabitha's farm and the Stonemore Ruins. Excellent opportunity for us to establish new trade contacts, and Lady Jaina wants me to send a representative down there to establish contact. Would you be willing to go? I will go and be the representative while we make contact and stuff. Also, if Tabitha's farm is being passed, I can see this quest over here. Chats to Tabitha's farm. You, Guard Byron. Tabitha's farm. Deep in the heart of the swamp lives an old woman named Tabitha. We've never really known much about her, save that she's a good deal older than she appears. She's helped us from time to time and helped keep the peace here between the Horde and our forces. She used to keep in regular contact, but we haven't received one recently. Could you check in with her when you have time? Just follow the road between North Point Tower, where it turns south and into the Quagmire. You can see her farm from the road. I will indeed go and check on Tabitha. And while I'm doing this, Morgan, within this inn, do you have something to chat to me? Morgan, you got a little something? I'm working on a dish called Mudrock Soup and Bugs. Still need the major ingredients and... well, I don't think I'd last long trudging through Dustwallow Marsh, so could you do some hunting for me? First, I need the tongues of mudrock turtles. You can find them along the coast, mostly around the bay. But I don't want just any tongues. I hear that the tongues of some of mudrocks are forked. They say forked tongues have a distinct flavour. I want that flavour in my dish. Right, cool. So you want me to kill some enemies that specifically have a lower chance of dropping the thing that I might need. Terrific. Utterly terrific. Am I spending a lot of time in the Scarlet Monastery? I have already got the gauntlets, the belt, the legs, the wrist guards, and I think I've done with it now. I've now got my 2 swords to use. Josh, you remind me, I still have the old Brady games, all the strategy guides. Love it. Love the old strategy guides. Randran, my goodness, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That is incredibly kind of you. I am really glad that you enjoy what we are doing, and I'm glad that we're able to do it for so bloody long. Right. Mudrock spiky things. I need to put charge onto my bar. Where was the charge attack? Because we're going to be charging in to do some actual damage, aren't we? I had that over... ooh, maybe I want to replace it with 4. 6 I wasn't using too much. Charge can go there. Right, cool. There we go. And now I lock onto you. Oh, it requires battle stance. But I want to be in Berserker stance. No, battle stance it is. Right, you, let's go. You're not out of range for a charge. Underwater fighting, let's go. Dodge, miss, 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 dodge. Totally forgot that I've got to train up my sword skills. Oh dear. That's not great. Right, what's my sword skill? It's low. Okay, so my sword skill is 151, so I'm just going to keep spamming hamstring and see what happens with this. If I keep spamming hamstring, it might level up. Let me surface so I don't, you know, drown. Time to spam the hamstring, baby. Get ready to do damage like miss, 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 resist, and parry. Well, we killed one being terrible, and my swords have increased to 160. And we also got some turtle meat, which is... I've already got turtle meat. I don't need that anymore. I need forked mudrock tongues. That's what I need. But for now, I'm going to have a sip and a sit. Right. I have got my 2 cool swords, but they are not high enough skill to do any damage, so we need to spam hamstring. And I have been streaming right now, just so you guys know, for 9 hours. So... that's it for me on this... what day are we on today? Saturday. Guys, it's 10:20. Go and enjoy your Saturday. I will probably see as many of you as I can tomorrow. We're not doing 4 more hours. I need to go and hit the gym. Take care of yourself. Thank you very much for joining. It's been fun. We have made a huge amount of progress. We've hit level 40. I think this guy is going to go to 60, maybe even to 70. For now, take care, good night. God bless. Let's see if anyone else is streaming right now. Who is streaming? Who is playing games? Who can we go and say hello to? You know what? We've got a little bit of Luality playing Crimson Desert. Why the heck not? Let's go and say hi to good old Luality. We like Lou. She's a good egg. All right, ladies and gents, go and say hi to Luality for me. I'd appreciate that. Apart from that, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care of yourself. Good night. God bless.